Alright, that was the mic test. Looking Pedro.
On it.
Oh, I should probably... Stream number are we on? I think I still labeled it as 7 out of, like...
Is this 8?
I don't know.
It's 8, yeah.
I mean, the reason I'm
fix
saying
that.
it's 8 is because last time we were such a discussion about it being 7 or 6.
Apparently it's 8.
Yeah, it's not hard to figure out.
At least going off by what you've put on YouTube.
Yeah, I should just start labeling every stream as 7, just to fucking...
How could you possibly do this? Make me fucking count.
Yeah, sound is good.
I should just start naming them like session 9, part 33.
Yeah.
So what we should truly do is every time we name an episode and give it a number, we use a different form of counting.
Yeah,
put this
session
one in Roman
Z.
numerals.
I wonder how long we could do that up for.
The Generation Y of sessions.
Yeah, probably
Which
not
doesn't
very
mean anything.
long, David. But but we could rotate for some, but eventually some would fall off.
I think you would start off by saying session prime to get that out of the way.
Session Prime 2.
No,
When you do the Prime 2, you either way the first Prime. So when people ask what happens, you say,
there is no
you
Session
Prime,
it's just Session Prime 2. And then there's never a
Session-
Prime 1.
Session Beta.
Alright, well, while we're waiting for Pat and Steven to get in here, although...
Can't believe
probably
Pat
start
would
without
do this to
Steven.
us.
Said he'll be late, but I'll be here. I mean, yeah, we'll give him time. I was like... At first I was thinking that's like, he'll be here at like 9, but he'll still show up. But yeah, let's give him time to show up.
Yeah, just to... Yeah, go ahead, David.
Yeah.
Start off with your topic.
Oh no, I mean, you were going to actually just ask something as opposed to me starting up a discussion of pointlessness.
Oh no, same.
Oh, okay. Well, you guys remember when we've had that conversation about, like, living forever and death and stuff, and I was surprised to hear you guys talk about how you don't want to live forever. Whereas I was on the camp of living forever.
I don't know, man. It just seems like I don't know, it depends. I just figure I think that things are going to get worse before they get better. And I'm sick of seeing things get worse.
David, I could barely handle it for 23 years. What does it make you think I want more of this shit?
Okay, so I was watching the Sandman show, and I was reminded of a character, like Bob Gallagher or something. I mean, a bit of a spoiler for anyone who hasn't seen it. I don't want to.
What the fuck?
Fast forward through the stream for 5 minutes.
Fuck it, I'll be spoiled. Go ahead.
So, Dream and his sister Def are walking around, and they overhear some, like, dude in, like, the 1300s talking about how he's sick of people dying. People are just doing it because everyone else is doing it. He's not a sheep. He's simply not going to die. You know, that kind of joke.
Mm.
And Def is like, alright, like, his Dream is talking about, like, how he hates the humanity and stuff. You know, it's, like, 7, like, he's still an asshole at this point. So, Def is like, well, I'll give him that gift, do you want to tell him or I, blah, blah. So, Dream just shows up, ominously calls out the guy's name, and says, I'll visit you in 100 years in this spot to see if you still want to keep, we'll see what happens then and everything. The guy is like, he comes back in 100 years, and he looks pretty much the same, and he almost starts off, like, spooked and scared, like, who are you, blah, blah. I'm like, honestly, it's a fairly real thing, because, like, you haven't aged in 100 years, right? Because I thought he was going to be craving death at first, because it was going to be like, oh, he's going to be like a really old man, because even if you're immortal, if your body fails you, blah, blah. But no, he got the gambit, like, he got the whole thing. So I'm like, no, if I had this dude's power, I wouldn't want to die, and neither did he, because he's just like, no, I want to keep living, it's brilliant, and he explains some things, and they're like, alright, in another 100 years, and the guy's like, okay, and stuff goes on, and he just keeps talking about how, life goes on, and all the stuff he's doing. I don't want to spoil too much of it, but the interesting thing is they did have a thing where he like hobbled into the tavern one of the what is it, centuries, and he's like all in rags and everything. All his fortunes went away. His family's died. He was declared a witch, and he was being drowned for 40 years because they gave him concrete shoes in the lake kind of thing. And
20th
yeah, and
century boy acting.
yeah, and he was talking about how like his last 80 years were absolute suffering, and he hates it and everything. The guy's like, "Do you not want to live anymore?" And the guy goes, "Are you insane? Death is a mug's game. Of course I want to keep living. I have so much to live for." And
I don't know.
yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't have to agree with that.
That seems like the fucking ridiculous sort of thing of like, enough bad things have happened to me that I'm like owed good things.
No,
which is just like a fallacy.
I think it's
It's
more in the
just the
sense that
fact-
he has nothing, so it's easier to get something worth living.
Yeah, but it's the
just-
thing of he did have things before.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
it can just
I
repeat the
could
cycle.
I could understand the idea that, you know, after 200 years of life, he found true love and a family. Because one of the things that happened was his, like, son died at a really young age in a tavern brawl, and that's what he didn't leave the house for a while. You know, and that's where all his fortune went away, because he wasn't making money anymore. It got spent away just living. And it was just the idea that, you know, I could understand where people would go, yes, I would want to die at this point, because death is what keeps people, like, everyone you love and, like, will pass away if you are mortal and they're not, kind of thing. But I agree with this guy that there is always something to live for. Yes, he can be harmed and he can be captured and stuff, but if you can't die, it's the same argument I was having with you, where if you're in a cave and it collapses on you, but you're immortal, I think I would go insane, but after a while, I think I would be set back straight once I start seeing the mountain erode away.
I don't know.
It depends on a lot. It depends on a lot of
It
things.
depends on how things work as well. If this guy if death just shows up and is like, "Hey, do you want to die at XYZ point?" Or if you can just fucking call for it at any time, be like, "Yeah, I want to not be alive anymore." If it was the case where you were buried under a mountain of bullshit and then went insane, it's entirely possible that the insane you's just like, "Okay, well, I don't really wish to deal with this anymore."
Well, see, that's the first time we had this conversation. It was because of the Immortal Hulk, where the guy became immortal through the radiation, and Hulk, like, again, spoilers for people. So fast forward 5 minutes if you want to skip some more.
Yeah, no.
The guy,
Yeah.
the Hulk skipped the entire stream. The Hulk, like, tore off the guy's arms and legs and buried him in a mountain. And the guy's just like, no, death is preferable to living like this. I'm like, well, what a little bitch, because if I was immortal and that happened to me, yeah, that would suck. But
I mean, but that's not even like a different thing. Like, if he got buried under a fucking mountain, eventually it would go away. But like, if it was something that was so long that you went fucking insane from just sitting under there, but then you could at any time be like, yeah, I don't want to be alive anymore. I don't see it any reason why the insane person would be like, I don't know. I guess there would be a specific brand of insanity that'd be like, yeah, no, I have to see this through.
I mean, there's the other things like beyond at this point, like being captured for studies and shit, David. If they truly deemed you like fully, you're fucked up. There's nothing to do to you, and they can't replicate it. Stop bringing them. Like it. Like if you manage from like ancient Greece, get here. If you get fucking booted to space, like I don't know what to do, man.
Could you imagine it being the case of you're immortal and then someone takes you for like testing, and then at one point, like in the middle of your test, you're just like, fuck it, I'm not going to be immortal anymore, and you fuck up all their tests by just dying?
But
I mean, there's certainly a level of spite to
deciding to
that.
die. Just like, you
Imagine-
know what? I'm not going to be your puppet forever. I know I'm going to outlive you, but I also want to fuck with you in the greatest way I can.
his conviction
Well, I
was
mean,
only
there's-
broken by his own spite.
I mean, I think there's certainly, like, levels of, like, questioning about immortality and things like that. Like, this guy could be hurt and captured. So when you're talking about testing, could he be cut open and his organs removed? Like, if you took his brain out and cut it into pieces, is he still alive? Because he's not really at that level.
I mean,
of
it
thought
depends
anymore.
on. It depends
What
on
I'm
the
saying
sort
is,
of.
like, is that not essentially a death in of itself?
I mean, it depends on how the immortality works. Is it this case of he just doesn't die no matter what's done to him, or does he go back to like a certain point? Like, is it a weird sort of regeneration
Is he
type
immortal
beat?
or invincible?
He's immortal.
Yeah, is he immortal, invincible, and then there's like, okay, well, I guess
he's immortal, Pat.
if
He's
you're
immortal,
just
Pat,
immortal,
in the
then you
sense
could be
that-
killed.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
no,
exactly.
okay,
But the
let's
thing
say,
is, he's immortal in the sense that death will not take him, so he stays on the Earth.
Well, it's like something like
So
inviolability.
he's just invulnerable.
he's
No,
So-
he's
so he-
unharmed.
no
Okay,
extreme
Pat.
mortality.
He was
He's banned
drowning
from
for
death.
40 years. He was drowning for 40 years.
He was
They
what?
said they said he drowned for 40 years. He felt all the pain of drowning. I'm sure he was full of water and stuff. He didn't eat for a while, and he talked about like, do you know how hungry a man can get if hunger does not kill him and stuff like that. But I don't think the comics ever really covered anything about him being like cut open and stuff, which is what I was talking about because they were talking about experimentation being harmed on him, and of course Dream talked about how you can be harmed, you can be captured. So I don't know what level of. I just know that death, the fucking DC concept of death, will not come by and swoop and take him away.
I would figure if he could be drowned for 40 years, then that means that he'd have to at some point return back to an original state, or else he would always be fucked up and bloated.
I like
That's
just-
true. I'll give you that because fucking water in you for 40 years.
Also,
if he
probably fishes
didn't
that
eat
went around biting
for
you.
long enough that he was feeling the pains, like your stomach starts to fucking eat itself after a while if you don't eat. So it would be the
Okay.
case that he would never be able to eat anymore if he didn't get back to normal.
Yeah, he's
I mean,
probably got
if-
some level of like staying in that form the way he is then.
I like the imagery of him spending a couple of years floating through space, trying to fight inertia in the deep of space, and eventually, very slowly, start like doing a breaststroke towards Earth.
Okay, yeah, like that's one of the things. Like, have you guys seen that comic where a guy is praying, like an astronaut is praying to God, and the devil shows up
yeah.
instead, and the astronaut's like, "I want to live." And he's like, "Immortality granted," and he keeps floating further away from like Earth.
Hmm.
I mean,
I mean,
For-
again,
for-
like that specific scenario would suck, but if you do have immortality, you're gonna land somewhere eventually.
Yeah,
I
straight into the
mean-
black hole. Got it.
It's most likely you'll end up on the sun or something.
That point you just made just reminded me
Well,
of
that's
a,
the
like,
thing.
very
The
dark.
sun will eventually die, and you'll escape that too. It's just the same argument of being buried under a mountain as an immortal. Yes, I'll
I don't
go
know about
insane waiting. I'll go.
I think
insane
it would be a
waiting.
lot worse to have to be stuck to the sun for fucking millions of years than under a rock for millions of years. One
Yeah, I
of those
mean,
would hurt
one-
a bit more.
Yeah, well, no, that's just it though. Is like, yeah, you're immortal, and the sun hurts a bit more. But at what point does it become the monotonous same pain that you're like, we're already living with life. That hurts, but we got over it. So
I don't know.
That's
I don't
the
know
thing.
if you can get used
For
to that.
example, truly, what I think is the best immortality. Well, this character has been killed multiple times because comics loves killing him to make a point.
Superman.
But motherfucker, let me finish. Darwin.
Oh,
I
that
love
guy.
killing him. Yeah, like Darwin is the what I believe would be perfect immortality, except for the rare occasions when he's killed. But for example, if he would get stuck, like imagine he just gets imprisoned, his brain can hibernate, and you won't feel shit.
I mean, my brain can do that too. Let's be real.
It's not the same, dude.
I could turn brain deaf on at will. Turning it back on, that's a crapshoot.
I mean, I don't think in the. No, I guess you could bang your head into the wall hard enough in the prison to go into that state.
Yes.
You need to do it right the first time, otherwise they'll just put you in the insane.
The padded cell. Hey,
Yeah,
look.
the padded cells. Then it's.
It'll be padded, but eventually I'll tear some off and choke on it.
Telling me you guys were never in
You
like.
to the floor.
You telling me you guys were never in like school? Where you just started staring into space so hard that like you sat down and then the bell rang and you're like, "Whoa, where did an hour and a half go?"
No.
I mean, that's
But
called
yeah.
sleeping.
Actually, Pedro's recommendation. I started reading a manga that also points to this. Which is it's basically a guy. It's basically a bunch of people that are called negators. Each of them has like
What
they
the?
negate one rule of
Yeah,
life.
I
And
gotta
there's
say
one
that
that's called
mangaka is playing dangerous.
yeah, no, but very much so. The main character is undead, and all of the others are like unsomething. And so his whole thing is that he spent so much time trying to kill himself that eventually he like stuck something on his brain to basically create a new personality because the old one essentially couldn't it was too dangerous to live this role anymore and just wanted to end everything.
Yeah, that's something I thought they were going to go with because with the Sandman, one of the like 100 years they went into, like the people were talking about Jack the Ripper, and I was hoping that they weren't going to go with the idea that after 500 years the guy got so bored he started like cutting people up for new like whatever like to keep himself interested in life. And fortunately, again the what is this guy's name? Neil Gaiman. He's not a bad writer.
Oh, I kind of like the thing, David, where he would freaking cut himself, pretend to be dead, and that's how he always got out. He just always pretend to be one of the victims.
So what did you want to talk about before I started on the talks of immortality yet again?
Well, this is the thing. To your very philosophical talk, I just found out that Shaggy and Velma are going to be black in the next Scooby Doo thing.
Oh yeah.
What now?
Yeah, Shaggy and Velma are going to be black in the next Scooby Doo thing. I'm like,
Oh, Shaggy and Velma.
Yeah.
yeah. They gave Shaggy dreads. I'm like, okay, I guess this is new.
I mean, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, just found out. Like, I found out literally like 30 minutes before the session. Like, I didn't know there was a new Scooby Doo thing.
I didn't know they were making
Hmm.
Shaggy black, but I heard about Black Velma. Really, I was focusing more on them going, Velma has always been a lesbian icon, and I just mean, like, I think she was with Shaggy, like, in 3 comics, and she was, like, in
Even
the
TV show,
fucking
I believe.
in the Supernatural crossover, she was with guys, and the fucking, the episode that had Johnny Bravo there, she was lusting after him, like, I mean, sure, she can be into girls, but like, I don't know. I feel like they're trying to, like, I just equally want to like make like the fucking Civil War infighting of the LGBT crowd to be like, look, they're taking away your bisexual icon and forcing her to only like women.
Oh yeah, the Apocalypse one. She also likes Shaggy.
She gets
Hmm.
pregnant in that one.
I think that seals the deal. I think.
At least bisexual.
Yeah, that's what I
Or
mean.
a
It's
form,
like,
or one of the multiple ones that don't really care about gender, just other things. But yeah.
or attack
I'm
helicopter.
pretty sure she was just
She just
written
wants
to be
to
a girl.
fuck Shaggy specific.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure she was just written to be a nerdy girl, like whatever. But I don't really
Yes,
give a
but
shit. And the Scooby Doo Incorporated one, she was I guess a lesbian in that one because she was dating Shaggy, but then she dated, and again, unironically, this is the person's like nickname. She started dating a fellow nerd girl called Hot Dog Water.
Hmm.
So like,
Vaguely remember that.
it's not like it's brand new. I mean, she's not explicitly dating her, but it's coded.
Yeah, I mean, it's all fine.
So it's like, I don't think it's like a huge fucking deal. I just find it more like annoying where they're like, Velma is like black and she's gay and she's always been black and gay. I'm like, where the fuck did this all come from?
This was my problem, and this is the only reason I wanted to kind of put this forward, is because I saw now what Shaggy and Velma look like, and I'm like, I mean, yeah, I think I've seen this fan art before.
I haven't seen Shaggy, so I guess I'll look up Black Shaggy like there's Black Goku. Yo, this isn't a Black Shaggy. This is just like a fucking, like the fucking. I'm trying to think of the word. It's like a SoundCloud rapper. Sam Richardson is Norville. They're not going to even call him Shaggy.
Yeah, that's one of the things that confused me for a while. The
That's
fact
his
that the
real
name
name.
is different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but his name, they always call him Shaggy because of his shaggy
yeah,
hair.
that's his nickname. His real name is Norval Rogers.
I know, but they always called him
Looks
Shaggy
like the
because of his
most
shaggy hair.
financially well off.
But what I'm saying is he don't got shaggy hair no more. How are they gonna call him Shaggy? Like,
That's probably why they're calling him Norville.
I know, and it's wrong.
It's correct.
If not for the
It's-
shirt, everyone would think that's the entire new character.
Like I said, that's just a SoundCloud rapper from like Rick and Morty.
David, it's Dreddy.
Shut up.
It's awful. That's really.
They need to give that guy like some much longer dreads and call him Shaggy again. Except I guess that would be racist, perhaps.
Would it be?
I don't know. I mean,
Oh,
no,
no.
not in my opinion. But I mean, my opinions are racist in of themselves.
How dare you?
Oh, there you have opinions.
How are we going to have this conversation when Steve's not even here?
That's true. We need to get him here so we can be like,
Again,
no,
we're having
it's okay.
conversations about Steven.
We need to ask his permission.
Now,
Steven,
truly, the question is Scooby-Doo black then?
I haven't seen the dog, so I don't know. Maybe they
Well, I don't-
replaced the dog for Shaggy.
I'm gonna say they just turned Scooby Doo from a Great Dane into a pit bull.
Oh no!
Dying.
Well, I'll give Steven 3 more minutes.
I'm gonna laugh hard if this new one, Norville, makes music. It just gives David more fuel for him being a SoundCloud rapper.
That'd be great, honestly. Isn't Shaggy's Doesn't Shaggy like become a chef in most continuities?
Yeah,
Ooh.
I mean, yeah, he
I don't
loves
know.
food, and that's most
Yeah.
of what he loves.
So
And
I
then
mean,
he
honestly,
Basically, he's
but
the
he can
freedom
talk
to do
about
whatever the fuck he wants because he's the most financially well off.
that's all right. But
Are you saying that
Daphne
because
got,
he's
like,
the
a
richest
massive
he lives in his
inheritance.
car?
isn't Daphne the richest?
No, he has a massive inheritance. He was like the sole fucking proprietor to an inheritance.
Daphne,
What?
Daphne's rich, but Shaggy's wealthy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't forget about Uncle Shagworth.
Oh fuck! I forgot about fucking Shaggy's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Remember how many times the gang every time Shaggy gets his own movie, just Shaggy and Scooby, it's like, well, your inheritance stated that you get this entire castle
Oh yeah.
if you stay the night.
Also, let's not forget that isn't it confirmed in one of the like TV shows or comics or something, but that Shaggy commits tax fraud?
Ooh.
Oh,
That's
that.
a lot of
It's like-
information I never heard
Yeah,
about.
like a
Uncle
business.
Shagworth.
Yeah, like a business.
Jesus Christ.
It's like a business. And, we'll start having to pay taxes and wear suits. It's like, wait, are you not paying taxes? I think that's the new movie too.
These shows have a lot
that
more.
was a trailer.
These shows go a lot more deep than I know. I've seen like one cartoon as a child and the 2 live-action movies, and that's about it.
Ooh, unfortunate that my sparkling water flavor of lemon doesn't taste as good as it usually does. It instead tastes like the zest of lemon in water.
The same?
No, usually it tastes like a lemonade kind of thing. You know, like more of the juice of lemon. Like when I say the zest, I'm talking about like closer to the rind zest, not the good stuff.
I see.
There's like a tinge of bitterness to it. But anyways, yeah, I brought up the Shaggy Chef thing because like if he is in fact a singer in this, yes, hilarity will ensue from me calling him a SoundCloud rapper. But I bet they're going to make him like a chef or something.
I mean, I hope so. Just I hope he's still Shaggy at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting because the show's about Velma, right? It's just Velma.
I
I
mean,
think,
the
I
main
think she was
character
either
is
killed or
Velma.
kidnapped.
What was that?
No, by the poster, it looked like she was either killed or kidnapped.
Definitely
Oh.
not. They're definitely not going to kill Velma.
Especially now that they made her black.
I mean, have you not
They'll
seen
be-
movies? It's usually the black people that die first.
They'll be outraged.
What the hell?
That's only in horror movies.
I mean, I'm looking at Shag, and I think this is an horror, so.
Mm,
All right, I'll give you that one.
Okay. This. Okay, so
he
So,
hates
go to
black.
Google
Hmm?
and just
Oh.
Google Velma show.
That seems like a
Or
bad idea.
don't.
No, really. What the fuck is really
We're gonna get
selling
different
it.
results.
Oh, it did
Expecting
happen to
this.
you?
I don't know what you got because you only said to look it up and not what it was.
Just a second.
A bunch of confetti and different flags from
See-
LGBTQ and so.
See, what I'm
Hmm.
interested in is how that like I don't know, that shot there versus apparently this is a shot from the show. Those look very different in like color, animation style, quality.
Mm. That second one might have been like a promotional piece, whereas the first one's probably actually ripped from a still.
Yeah.
Oh.
I guess it depends on how long was each one of them. Because, yeah, one can just be. Also, was it first announced now or before?
Here, just so you understand, this is what happened when I tried Googling it.
I see something of Daphne being naked with adults only over her breasticulars and groin, which gives me some very low expectations for the show.
Well, that's probably because I'm not on fucking Google, but I'm not seeing.
Does that
Yeah,
just
I-
happen when you do that?
Yes, when you
Yeah,
Google
I-
Velma show, that just happens.
What?
Not. Oh, it does. Holy shit.
Yeah.
When you Google Velma show, what?
The
just
image that show up.
happens?
It's the
If I just
confetti
Google
and
Velma,
the
does that happen?
LGBTQ flags.
Oh, it does.
Velma just causes that to happen. What if I just Google like, Dink? Is just YouTube doing that? It's just Velma.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, apparently. Yeah, even Velma just did it.
I was just surprised.
Okay, if
Google
you
celebrates-
Google the actress,
Yeah,
so Velma
no, it
Dinkley
says-
actress, it doesn't.
It says Google celebrates Scooby Doo's Velma coming out as lesbian with gay pride Easter egg. Again, this is what I was talking about earlier. She's a lesbian now. No more men. Bisexuals don't exist. One or the other.
You need to just separate these people.
Well, given Steven 6 minutes, mostly because we can't keep track of time.
Oh, that still looks completely fucked up.
What looks completely fucked up?
When you Google do barrel roll on Google, it fucking actually does it.
Yeah.
Still looks weird as shit every time it happens.
I'm just gonna Google Zerg Rush and see if that still works. I guess not. There's a page that lets you do it, but not anymore.
What was it supposed to do?
Oh, what the hell?
It was supposed to make all the Google O's like come out and destroy your results if they
Yeah,
are
it
clicked
makes-
on your mouse.
Yeah.
But I understand that they can't have what's the word? The code for shit running all the time. It wouldn't be it would be easier to say it'd be detrimental to have piles and piles stacked up forever.
Sounds
Hey,
like
is there still
sounds like a coward's way out.
Yeah, I can still play Champion Island somewhere. That's nice.
Damn it.
What?
Ooh, it cheats now. They put the
Right.
Zerg fucking O's at the bottom.
Are you playing that now?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll give you a second to lose. Yeah, where you
won't
guys
lose.
were. I was gonna have Steven do some stuff before the game. They like let him catch up for stuff, but if he's still missing, again, I don't know when he's going to come in. So.
Scrolling up or down when I can just stay here and I know the O's are all going to come here.
Probably should start the game, but you guys want to give Steven more time, I guess?
I'm totally fine with either.
If you have something that you want him to do, then I'm fine with waiting. Seems reasonable.
It's not like we have a lack of inane chatter to fill time.
Yeah, we'll never run out.
I mean, I was gonna go make something to eat because I got distracted playing Grounded.
I didn't think of that, Beth.
Yeah,
Alright,
come back soon.
I'm gonna.
Pat doesn't come back before Steven comes back. I'm still gonna like the rat had his spotlight last time.
You think he also feel bad now?
Killed 100 of them.
Yeah.
I was only following orders.
Do you guys want to briefly take turns kicking the rat's ribs in?
Please no.
I mean,
He already did that himself by jumping off the building.
Please no. They're still recovering.
No, you
No,
followed.
you used a hypo gun. You're fine.
I followed your orders.
No,
I never said you didn't.
Followed
What?
his. They were just not very great art.
Exactly. You should have just said no.
No, you wanted me to.
Yeah, I know. You should have realized that wasn't a smart idea.
I bet you regret it, huh?
That's
Not
such an
really.
interesting level of really strange spite, where you're like, my superior officer wants me to ignore these orders. I'll follow the shit out of them.
I'm not wanting him to. I'm expecting him to. Because he had been up until that point.
That's some horseshit.
That's not
What?
really true.
You were doing malicious compliance on purpose. Like, what do you mean? That's not really true.
Not
Hey,
always.
don't say anything.
It was 50-50.
Yeah, which meant it was 50-50 that he either did or didn't do what I wanted him to. It was
To be fair,
as
that's
likely.
It's still not a very good reason to give a bad order.
I didn't think it was a bad order at the time.
I mean, the only reason I thought it started as a bad order is just we could do this later. After
They
we
weren't
get
expecting
met
us
everyone.
and keeping track on us.
Yeah, like if we are going to do subterfuge operations, we need to start with that.
Yeah, Pat can squeeze between the gates. Like,
I can throw him over the gates.
you can throw him onto the gate.
That's if
You
that's
can
if I
just
fail.
actually give him extracts of invisibility this time.
That's silly.
Hey Pat, do you wanna go back there?
To be fair, it's very easy for me to like do a distraction if I also have an invisibility because like shooting a gun is loud, but shooting it and then drinking invisibility, it's just fairly easy. And also, I can probably simulate a gunfight by myself.
I look
Yeah,
forward to when you
for
guys are
guns,
going
though.
to do that. I really look forward to when Joe's going to simulate a gunfight. Just gonna have two guns out and just keep reloading them nonstop, going bang, 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 just wasting gold. And it's like for every fucking second.
Hey, that's the thing. Like, it looks at the spot where it would be two guys, where it would be other two, goes into the middle, and starts shooting at both directions, so it looks like the bullets hit the cover.
It's gonna be that gambit. You know the gambit that people do in shows where it's like they set up some stuff to like it's they're by themselves, but they try to make it seem like there's an army behind them. You know, like people will have like guns on strings and they'll pull them and stuff. So like fire or like a cannonball might fly from somewhere, even though he's all by himself and it's all just pre-set up. He'll have something that like rustles bushes to make it so that like seem like people are hiding in them. It's
I've
gonna be
seen
Joe,
One Piece.
but with okay. I have, as you know, I've stopped reading One Piece after the
No, it's
they're up
It's
in the air
Us-
arc.
No, yeah, no, but it's Usopp, David. That's how Usopp is introduced.
To be fair, I watched One
I've-
Piece like 15 years ago.
I mean, that's fair. It just goes, I have 5,000 men, and then just the kids start pulling strings to make all the bushes rattle.
Yeah. That kind of thing, where it's like, Joe's gonna do that, but he's just gonna be like, just gonna have his 4 guns out, like shooting them nonstop. Of like, he's gonna have 4 like Gatling guns set up, and he's just gonna crank all of them simultaneously.
So
I mean,
the-
we
the-
also have a recorder, so Joe can just shoot like 4 times and we just keep replaying the sound.
Okay, that's not the same, Pedro. You know, the sound's not the same. What what I think would be even more surprising, David, and why it would work very much is because as soon as someone came to check what was happening, I kill him.
What the
and,
hell?
and use the gunfire to just he keep this to cover his screen. See, perfect plan.
You went from a simulated gunfight to an actual gunfight.
No, it's like if someone comes there to stop me, like I'm not going to let him stop me. I just load in the rubber bullets, or if needed, I just shoot him. Depends on who it is.
I mean, I've seen you talk about how like rubber bullets are too expensive, so people will just have to die. It's cheap.
There's other fools in the party. I don't need to always shoot gun. Even though that is my class and my build, I don't need to always shoot gun.
Hmm.
But that's your entire purpose.
I fucking hate the idea of you like simulating a gunfight to like scare off people while the party does something, and then someone who like was doing something like Pedro or like Krugar comes back like, I got done moving the debris, now it's up to the brainiacs to solve the puzzle door. You just come up with a piece of sheet metal and start going like, now there's thunder. Aren't they gonna be scared? Like you make it sound really fake.
I like more that Pedro's essentially every time someone finds out there's like this giant ass mall that non-lethals them down. Just someone's like, wait a minute, it's only one, and pum. Just Pedro with a freaking large ass frying pan. Kong.
If that's the sound, because every time they wear a helmet, it's just a dong.
Like I just run in, is like I've ran out of bullets, and they come out, and it's like a ton of like shells in the freaking ground, and just like 20 guys knocked out, one on top of the other. By Pedro.
What?
Bye.
Pedro said he had to go. I didn't catch that.
No. They were knocked out by Pedro.
Oh, bye. I just heard bye. I just heard bye, Pedro, out of the blue, and I'm like, oh, did Pedro say something that he had to go? I didn't.
Context.
Yeah, I don't know. Like for some reason, I just like a word before bye Pedro like cut out, and I just heard bye Pedro by itself.
No, but yeah, for now I'm really just gun the class, so I'll see when. At
right
least I have a
back.
utility shot. That does something. Mostly shoot something. Put this here.
Just putting a random Ukraine meme.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I just think it's funny.
fair enough. Let's we can do the thing where Steven
What thing?
the thing I was gonna do with Steven and your guys' general mourning stuff. Unless, I mean, part of the issue I have with it is like feel like if we were just to talk about you guys waking up wherever you would be with some of the preliminary like morning stuff you guys would do before immediately setting up for the day, could potentially whatever conversation you guys might have with each other.
I mean, there's
Would
also the
be-
problem that we hadn't finished the other day.
Yeah, that's why I was waiting
Oh,
for
true.
Steven. Because Steven would have had to have had some information filled in, and I was going to ask him to do so it help you finish your.
I see. Because I believe we were about to talk to the butcher.
Oh.
Yeah, that
It's a bit
was
late
the
to
plan, I
talk to
believe.
the. Okay, you go talk to the butcher. You're outside his butcher shop. It is closed. You look up. It is nighttime, if you recall.
No, I do not
Dang.
recall that. As you might imagine, last session I was quite literally falling from my chair, almost asleep.
I also don't think it was mentioned what time of the day it was when the rat jumped.
It was dark out. Remember, the offices were mostly empty of people, just a few people. Like, most of the offices were empty. I said it was like, this is night workers and stuff.
Oh.
Oh, I don't know, and I'm even gonna check, so I'll believe you. It's easier.
I was trying to remember, and I'm like, I also don't remember it.
Remember when
Well-
Pat was scrounging around and most of the offices didn't have people in them?
I mean,
I
remember that,
remember
but
it
I think
being
was just
nighttime specifically because we went there, then they weren't there. Like the fuck, they weren't. We were there at the gate. Then we had the argument. Then we called them. Then we had the time set up, and I presume they didn't immediately be like, "Ah, yeah, just walk right back." Lol. It was instead fucking hours later at night.
No, that's the thing. I added it was like afternoon, as in like 5 p.m. at most.
I mean, that would still be pretty late for a fucking butcher to be open. Incredibly.
And I don't know,
fucking
because
late,
I've
in
never been
fact.
to a butcher outside of the morning, so.
Well, yeah. I don't.
I mean, that's because they're not open.
I mean, that's because it's usually. Well, you usually get the food early, or in this case, I believe my dad, when he's going to buy, he goes to a. Well, not a mall. He goes to a place that also has a butcher up till later.
Mhm.
I guess supermarket, that would be the word.
Since Brandon's doing some commentary, some political commentary, I'll just do this.
Oh boy.
But to show the inanity of what people are talking about.
No, yeah, then my bad, David. I was just trying
Yeah.
some place to crash. As you know, I wasn't fully on my right mind last session.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, some people weren't. Were they?
Fair, no one was in their right mind last session. My bad.
Wasn't in my right mind. It's just that even the normal is not exactly the best.
Correct.
So
That
to
was-
go outside of the linear somewhat, because I'd like us to go back and give Steven his chance to do stuff, and we can resume conversation from there if you guys are capable of that. We've done it in the past, but I don't know if you
Sure.
guys want to go through that inanity again where you're going to talk to someone. Steven will come in, I'll go through his stuff real fast, and you guys would be like, I have a pretty good feeling about going to the butcher. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But I mean, hey, that's writing. So, one thing I wanted to do to give Steven some more time before we go through weird time breaks. This would still be a time break because it would be the next day. But out of any walk that you might be doing, Pedro Krugar with his interest of woodcutting, I will tell you that you might see an interesting studio along one of the streets where there is a sculpting shop of sorts with stone. If you have any interest in
It seems the realization of trees being dead. Let's go like that.
Oh, Steven's here.
Yeah, look
Fuck,
at
Hello,
that,
Steven.
Steven.
fuck your personal growths. Hey, Steven.
Fuck you and all you stand for. Hi, Steve.
Steven, can we get you to weigh
So I
in on
missed
Black
everything. Hold
Shaggy?
on. My thing is going off. Oh, what's going on? Okay, hold on. There we go.
Black
We were
Shaggy,
just wasting
that's-
we were wasting a lot of time waiting for you, and I'm like, I guess we'll do some non-linear stuff. So I was setting up Pedro to do something, and then you popped in right before he was about to do something. So I was like, fuck your personal development. Hi, Steven.
Oh God. No. No.
Don't worry, we'll go back to Pedro. But I was going to say, because you missed a lot of last session, did you, first off, I should ask, look at the VOD?
Yeah, did
What?
you watch our sick ass content?
I did not get to watch the VOD.
Yeah, I assumed.
God damn it. Fake fan.
Fake fan.
It's not true at all. A true fan would lie to you. A fake
Okay,
fan
I'm
would lie
back.
to you.
Steven's
Okay.
here, yay!
Hi.
What?
So, more importantly, your thoughts on Black Shaggy. David thinks he's a SoundCloud rapper.
Let me look at him. Hold on.
I posted
He's
him up
definitely a
there.
SoundCloud. He's a SoundCloud rapper. Definitely.
What I'm
What the
I'm
fuck's
upset
going on
about
here? What the
Steven
fuck is this?
What I'm upset about, Steven, is they're just calling him Norville. Like, they didn't give him the hair so he could be called Shaggy.
What's his name?
They
What
kill
the
a
fuck is this?
boy.
What is this?
I
It's
know
the new Velma
Norville is
show.
his name, but everyone calls him Shaggy. That's like his fucking character.
Yeah, I know.
But
I'm
yeah,
like,
Steven,
what the
just-
fuck
Yeah,
is this?
but if he doesn't have the hair, then it would be stupid to
It's called-
still
is
call
it
him
Velma?
Shaggy.
Right,
Yeah,
but that's
he's
like
Velma.
They're
making...
gonna call him Blackie?
Okay,
What
first
the
off,
fuck?
Pat, what the fuck? But that's like... That's like making fucking Clark Kent. Like, you make a Superman show. It's about Superman. It's not about, like...
It's not about fucking Shaggy, though.
No, just
It's
a
not-
second.
okay.
Velma.
Just a second. Pat, I said Dreddy, and how can you beat that?
I mean, obviously with Blackie.
I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of like a fun, like, it's weird. I mean, this is kind of like a...
But yeah, Velma's also been retconned to be lesbian since forever, so you can just Google Velma show and you'll see what happens.
He doesn't even have to Google. It's just that thing he has.
I don't know if I'm gonna like... I don't know if I like this or not. I'd actually have to just watch this and see if it's good.
Yeah, I was gonna give it the benefit of the doubt, but I saw a screenshot where they had like Daphne naked with like little censor bars saying this show's for adults, and then my expectations of it went really low.
No, that was some.
I'm not a big fan of Mindy Kaling in the first off, though. I'm not a big fan of her.
I don't even know who that is.
She's not that funny.
Only off.
Probably it's why I don't know who that is. To be fair, I don't know a lot of celebrities.
She
and
has
stuff.
her own fucking show.
Well, yeah, but
Like,
it's
I-
There's a lot of people
that
with
tells
shows
you
that
if
are
you
not
don't
really
know.
good.
Yeah.
Well, it's like that's the thing. Like, I didn't know who Ewan McGower was until I started seeing people
Jesus
talk about
Christ.
like what did I butcher the name?
You have fucking
What
behind this
fucking
bed and
name?
Fucking, it's you
Show
and
how-
McGregor.
It should show how little I care. Then, like, I barely know celebrity
Like
names.
you can fuck up the first one, and that's fine. But McGregor's the easy one, and it didn't even sound like you said that.
I think he said Maguire.
Yeah,
He did.
He was actually talking about Spider-Man.
Oh, was that right? Toby Maguire? No, I said McGrower. McGrower.
That's still wrong.
I know it's still wrong, but Joe, like, fucking Pedro's talking about Toby Maguire. I know that guy because he's Spider-Man.
McGrower sounds similar to McGuire.
Nah. So, anyways, I barely know celebrity names because I don't give a fuck.
I mean, fair.
You know
Like,
McGuire.
I'm actually sad because my favorite Velma was the one from Scoob. I don't know. That was peak character design.
Scoob. The one where they were like CalArts?
No.
Okay, I don't know. There's so many fucking
Scoob
Scooby-Doo
was
versions.
Scoob was the movie.
Oh, the new one?
Yeah,
I mean,
that was peak Velma design right there.
With the
wasn't
tax
that
evasion?
4 years ago?
It's 2 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think it was
Oh,
2
yeah,
years ago.
this movie that had the fucking Blue Hawk in it?
Yeah, peak fucking Velma design.
Okay, there.
It do be looking like that.
Also love Fred in this. Fred was really funny in this.
He doesn't
need
have
to
the
watch
fucking
it.
ascot.
That's true.
They
They
took
that's
off like the
blasphemy.
one thing.
What are you talking about? They did that before. That's not the first time they've taken away his ascot.
Yeah, crazy how it's wrong every time that they do it.
That's not true at all. Fuck off.
Wait. Does anyone remember? Does anyone remember like the official commercial where someone asks about like Fred about his ascot and he's just like, "How about you fuck off?" Like that thing.
I remember Fred in like all 4 of those fucking like VHS movies that are way too good to just be VHS movies.
Yes, those direct to video.
And they're all fucking good.
All right, here I'll just fucking post this and we'll continue on with our lives. All right.
Yes. I can also believe that, yes. Fred is like, he's afraid of taking it off because he knows he'll never be able to tie it back up.
He can't take it off. It has to be literally drawn off of him.
I mean, honestly,
What
I
the
like
hell?
the Mystery Incorporated version of Fred where he just loves traps.
Oh yeah, I do like.
Yeah.
She's always thinking about traps.
It's like,
Also, I
Fred, what is it? Traps and it's traps.
That was my favorite like thing they made. Like Fred is like, I can make a trap, and people are like, calm down,
Like,
man, Jesus.
they
No,
really
I-
gave Fred
I
I
like
could
a
make a
ton of
trap about
personality.
calming down too.
No,
Mystery Incorporated gave the whole gang a whole lot more
Oh,
personality.
it was so. God, I love Mystery Incorporated.
Yeah,
Shaggy's in
I love.
Yeah,
how
the fucking
sassy
Ultra
Fred-
Instinct Shaggy.
yeah.
I just
He's
love.
just
I
powerful.
just love how sassy Fred gets in that one.
Also,
He's so sassy in it.
I love traps.
Unfortunately, what's his fucking? There is one joke in there that I remember that's freaking risky as shit. What was it? Oh yeah, is the Fred Bros going to show Fred what happy tapioca is?
Oh, yeah, that. You're talking about the Urban Dictionary version. That was made after the show.
So funny.
Yeah. I mean, I still thought it was fucking polyamory angle people like to put on the show. Like, I kind of believe it because the whole like Fred's like, oh, it's just Fred. Like, oh, you can only call me Freddy if we're dating. But then everyone in the gang calls him Freddy at some point, and he doesn't correct them.
He counts it.
Oh, yeah.
Because he counts it.
Yeah, and also his like plans was that the whole gang would just move into a house and live together.
I
like that Fred loves his friends that much, though.
Yeah.
I just love that he would get into a room and start immediately looking around, thinking where he could put trap shit. It's like, oh fuck.
Okay.
Living in
So-
would be a nightmare.
So before a full hour of the start of this stream is dedicated solely to talking about immortality and Fred's ascot, let's move on to Steven. Shori got off the train. You're inside of a mountain. Just a brief overlay of things that happened. God damn it! I have to do something because specifically it's.
Joe wants to make it an hour. It is an hour now.
I'm nothing.
Okay.
Oh, what's going on?
So you guys got off a train. Like a guard had like a sign for Little Volt, asking for your guys' appointment. Like like a an airport kind of scene, dragged the party off somewhere. Party started looking at paperwork and everything.
Johnson, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Gotcha,
while the party is doing like the bullshit for this and everything, does Shori want to go grab like living like arrangements for the party and other things?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So, would you separate from like the train station immediately, or would you go in and like talk to the police and everything, or would you just get?
I think it was after that we got all the information that we're like, hey, we should just have Shori do like the inane shit for us to do, like for him to have a purpose and have him have a reason to not be here because he wasn't here last week.
So that's perfectly fine then. That makes it really cool. Then.
I believe it was after we went through all the fucking like information. So
yeah, I don't think we need to reread that. Steven can look at the details on the murders chart.
I mean, you don't want to take another 30 minutes reading it?
Yeah, what we can do is Steven, the guard captain Emeritat, they questioned her about some things, and she was just like Sanderson is like crippled, so he can't be the culprit, and she thinks the orc did it, even though he's been arrested 3 times and wasn't it, but she doesn't trust him and she doesn't want any business with him. Unfortunately, Steven, you can't have your fucking giant ab woman wife in Emeritat because I accidentally said she is the husband.
God damn it.
Ruined it.
Make polyamory legal right now.
Yeah.
Also,
we're not living in Taddy-Runto no more, boy.
Stefan, you were murdered day 18 of month 5. Deal with it.
Wait, what?
Our names are on the fucking murders. So we've all been killed.
Oh.
Also, I like that David made me younger.
Dude, he made me younger.
I made me
older. Made Joe way older.
Oh, I see. Pedro Dreykov, Patagan.
I also became Russian, apparently.
Hold on, where am I at?
You're
Big
way
Dave.
down there. You're one of the most recent ones.
Oh.
Stefan Far.
Third from the top.
How dare you stop it. Don't call me Fars. People on the ship call me Fars and I hate it.
Do they really?
Yes. Like you know what they do? You know what the song is? Nears. Fars, wherever you are, and I'm like, and then I come towards them and they run away because they know I'm coming to kill them.
I just called you Far on here because I didn't want to use our real names, but
it's funny
so
though. No, it's fine. I love it.
I also made you a sergeant.
Yeah, that's higher than my rank in the real world.
Yeah, I was made a gnome, Steve. Gonna kill David.
He made Joe a gnome. Joe,
yes,
it's fucked up.
Yeah. When you meet David, Steven, can you please kill him for me?
Big Dave is already dead.
David, by the way, guess what I found was one of my orders that I could choose.
Oh,
Shore in Virginia Beach.
Oh, hey.
I'll be like this. You're gonna get this. You're like, what's that sound?
Steven alone fucking charges through Virginia Beach like it's D-Day. But he went in the wrong spot.
So my mom buys a bunch of Amazon packages, so every time I pass the door, she's like, why aren't you opening it for checking for packages? So now I'm imagining Steven's gonna be running right to the location of my house, and just before he goes to break down the door, I open the door to check for packages and just hit him in the face.
It's a Scooby-Doo crash. All right, so what's going on? I've went and got some places for people to stay at.
Right, so I was going to ask, you're going to the streets of the city, and I was going to suggest the closest inn to the train station that you guys got off of would be the Saberhagen. Would you like to go? Would you like to make arrangements there, Steven?
No.
Yeah, since you guys said that Steven would have read the reports, you guys can tell him. And he can seek out a different lodge if he'd like.
The bouncer there, as well as... Who else was the other one that got killed there? staying at the Saberhagen Inn, and they were fucking killed in the alley next to it. And the person that's the bouncer there also died. So it's clearly not safe.
I mean,
Isn't
it's
the
not
point
safe,
easier as a
but it's
bait?
where we.
I mean, nowhere's fucking safe.
I mean,
But
you're supposed
guys,
to be the
listen,
bait,
listen.
so you may as well place you by the murder site.
Listen, understand this. Story will go. He's like, it's fine. The thing is, the difference between them and me is I'm built different, so we're good. Let's go.
You're probably saying this to yourself because we're fucking interrogating like a cripple at this
You're
point.
trying to. You're trying to. You're not
No,
allowed.
the first
to.
cripple, not the second one.
Which first cripple? I can't remember.
The soldier.
The guy
Oh,
that
that guy?
broke his leg.
It's not.
The
Yeah,
one
he's not
where
upwardly.
the one where
He's
I
presently crippled.
Yeah, he's
yeah, we
presently.
broke in.
And then we broke out.
Made him a sandwich.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess.
Yeah. He didn't have any cheese though. Shame.
I can't.
That's
I can't
so
believe
bizarre.
Pat goes around. Pat can't even like steal from like. You guys are in almost like similar jobs, and Pat's still stealing.
The
from them.
first
No
person
honor.
you stole from, like, directly was someone that's fucking crippled. You stole from a cripple.
It was easy.
Yeah, it was also fucked up.
Pat, you know what? That was perfect. All right, whatever. Pat can do whatever the fuck he wants. That was too perfect. As a fucking
Yeah.
fine.
He had to take the really easy
Ah!
job before he had the very hard job trying to
What was
meet the
that?
other.
Stop it!
Trying to-
Damn it! My cat
Mhm.
keeps scratching at my foot, like in the middle of the dark, and it keeps fucking with me.
Turn on a light.
Pat, maybe if you weren't acting like such a rat.
So
Fuck
true.
you.
The cat knows.
Your cat knows the truth.
All right.
I can't believe you've done this.
Yeah.
The
Pat, were you
cat
gonna make
bites me out.
food?
I did.
Okay, I just wanted to make
I
sure.
went
that, like,
away.
That's why
Alright.
he
It
came
was
back
like
and was
10
like,
minutes
"Oh,
ago.
Steven's here."
I know. That's fair.
Did
Um,
you think that I just didn't fucking notice him talking?
Yes.
Don't answer that.
That's why we had a brief moment of respite, Dave.
Yeah. All right. So Steven, you do still plan on going to the Saberhagen Inn, or do you want to go to like a different inn?
I'll go to that one. Yeah.
All right. You go up
damn it.
to. You go up. You walk across town while the party's like interrogating cripples, and you go up to a kind of old, like using real world terms, it would be like an old English kind of like red, shingled kind of, tavern looking place with a little black cat on the sign dangling from it. And as you're going in, some random person on the street will probably like grab your attention, Stephen, where like some old guy will be like, "Well, you don't want to go in there, son. There's been murders there."
I'd be like, sir, don't worry about it. Those murders are gonna stop soon.
Wow, I'd be so
Yeah.
concerned.
I'd be pissed.
Actually, you're right. That does sound a little threatening, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
I'm going to turn
It's like,
myself in
wait,
tomorrow.
hold up. What does that mean?
It's fine.
Only 2 more
Give-
kills. and
Here,
make
you
it
want
different.
to do this? Give me a
Only
diplomacy
two more
check,
kills and I
Steve.
unlocked the golden weapon skin.
Give me a diplomacy. I'm sure Steven just looks dashing enough that the old man will be like, "Yeah, he's a nice, strapping young man. There's no way he's a murderer."
Oh
There's
god,
no
that's what we
way.
roll. Oh god, I forgot. This is the Friday game.
Yeah,
Yes.
but you thought you were a
Sacrifice
fucking
all your
short.
rolls.
Oh,
Hey,
okay,
you got
fine.
a
yeah,
I'll
half-
go with 10.
You got a
Thought you were
halfway
Yeah.
decent
back,
roll,
stop.
baby.
Yeah.
Oh, thank god.
Just for I feel you, Steven, not being level 18 sure sucks.
Bro, no, I just want to roll above a 10 on this this game. I got
Yeah.
scared.
That's your one.
All right.
Don't
So
make
the guy's
fun
just
of me.
like, well, I was young once too, but if you happen to change your mind, I can get you a nice cheap room across town. And he starts like hobbling away.
Is he just sitting here as an advertisement to his own place?
Of course.
Business. Radio costs money.
Part of the deal.
Honestly, I'm sure there are people paying the radio people being like, the Saberhagen Inn is dangerous, unsanitary, and run by an elf. Ew. That's why you should head on down to.
What's that last one? What was that last one?
That's what we're gonna hear on the
the
fucking,
radio goes. What the? It's unsanitary.
Like calling
That's what
in.
we're gonna
Hey,
hear
what
on
was that
Channel
last one? I
6.
heard some.
That it's unsanitary. Yes.
Yeah, unsanitary. Ew.
I do love the idea of 30 minutes later, he just hears in the broadcast someone breaking in. What did you say? He's like, what you talking about?
I didn't
30
say
minutes
anything.
ago. What did I say?
All right, so Stephen, you walk into the Saberhagen Inn, which, despite having 2 murders done in the very recent past, well, one more recent than the other, but still, you'd think that this place would. I mean, the wheels of business keeps things open, I guess. So, surprisingly, you just fucking waltz inside of a place that had the 2 fucking murders. Like, I'm being very serious that like this business would be open. This would be the case in real life too. If like a murder was like, if someone shot someone at the Hampton and we could never figure out who the serial killer was, that Hampton would still be open. But still, like it's so
true.
fucking weird for me to think about, where it's like
I
two
feel like it's
murderers.
just
David.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's just a Waffle House. It's the equivalent of
Yeah.
a Waffle House.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that we're about to have some killer deals? I'm
Oh,
so
shut the
myself
fuck
out.
up, Joe. I'll fight you.
Yeah,
I'll
goodbye.
fight you.
Yeah,
down.
Yeah, that's when you go to Marlock tomorrow.
It's been nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Steven, Steven,
Okay.
you go in and it's a fairly like empty tavern of sorts. There's like one guy drinking from a stein in the corner. Like you know the like in English pubs, Steven? How there's always like one depressed dude that's like always in the pub.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's just this old man in the back drinking from a stein back there, and there's this strangely kind of buff black elf guy with white hair at the behind the bar, like cleaning a stein. And when you come in, he's just like, Jesus Christ, customer, welcome!
Like, I like that. What? Thank you. I want to give me a couple of rooms.
Yeah, no, he's just like, a couple. How many are we talking about, sir? Can I interest you in our grand suite? It's, clean.
Fuck it. Yeah, give me the grand suite. Fuck it.
Cool,
I
let's,
don't like how he said clean.
I said cleaned.
I still don't like how you said it.
Yeah, the grand suite is, 10 gold, by the way, Steven.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Gucci.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know, it's those in prices, and now the other rooms would be like a gold or silver if you wanted like a really shitty room. But hey, if you're buying rooms for your friends,
Yeah, yeah. Wait, how many grand suites they got here?
one
Oh, all right. What's the ones right below that?
right below that. You go. Well, right below the grand suite would be the kitchen. So,
I mean, like, in term of room quality.
oh well, we have. He looks at the guy at the bar, and the guy's just like, "I'm just drinking." He goes, "We have 10 rooms of quality of equal status below that one for 1 gold." Then he,
All right,
then he texts. You're like, "All right, sweet." He's like, "That's 1 gold a night."
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Well, what can I? He's like reaching out for like behind the bar for like keys. He's like, "What can I get? Like, get hand off to you? Like, what are you asking? Like, a room for
Let's
each
see.
person or?"
Let's see. Yeah, so Greg, Kingston. He's just like counting off the people. He's like Ingram, Rugar. That's 4. So yeah, 4. So we need 4 of the other rooms. And I'm taking the big suite. If they're gonna send me out, I'm gonna get it.
He's just like he's handing you the keys, taking the gold. He's like, "Thank you generously, sir." I do regret to inform you that I am a little short-staffed, so I hope that you're willing to forgive any slowness in any of your personal requests while you're staying in the Grand Suite.
Hey man, don't worry about it. I'm not too I'm not too picky about it anyway.
Like, he goes, my lord, is there anything that you'd be wanting for dinner? Would you want to have a drink while you wait, or are you off to go get your friends? Maybe come here for dinner?
You know what? I will take a drink, and I will probably let me think. Ingram might not like. Does Ingram like meat? I can't remember. He's a half elf. Does he like meat? Oh. Could you get a
So-
You haven't
so-
eat him.
while-
You haven't
while
seen
you're
him
mumbling-
eat anything but fucking goo tubes. So it's
While-
impossible
while
to know.
While you're mumbling this dark elf goes, "Well, I quite enjoy meat, sir."
He's like a man of culture. I see.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Shori does not understand euphemisms.
Was it a
I'll hold you-
euphemism?
He
Steven,
might just actually like.
you
meat,
don't
Steven.
even you
No,
don't
no,
understand
no.
euphemism so much that you thought it might have
wait a
been.
minute. I'll hold
Exactly.
Steven to that.
What?
That Troy does not understand euphemisms. Forget that.
I'm not gonna forget it. I have it written down. It's in my little private notes. But he's like, yeah, could you get us some sort of anything's fine. As long as he has a good veggie dishes as well, I think. Yeah.
He goes, "Well, I'll go prepare some meaty dishes for you folk, and while I'm off by the butcher's, I'll try and get some good vegetarian options." Ernie and the drunk guy in the back's like, and he goes, "You watch the bar while I'm out." And he's just like, "Yeah, cheers."
Hmm.
Anything
Found the murderer.
Anything to make you guys be like, "Hold on, he named another name that we know the name of."
Hey, look, it's
Wait,
the murderer.
before he goes, is he gonna give me my drink before he leaves?
Yeah, he would, if you were like, "Wait, my drink," he's just like, "Oh, very sorry, sir. Here, this one's on the house," and he pours you a nail.
Mm.
Sure, he takes a good drink. Nice.
It is like the most middling quality ale you've ever had.
Hey, ale is ale.
Yeah,
And
it
it's
is the
free.
kind of ale. Yeah, it's free. If you paid for it, it would have been classified as renting.
Oh. Oh no.
That one's good.
That's a good fucking. You don't really buy this ale, you rent it. What do you? Oh.
So the guy goes, "So if you you go get your friends, I shouldn't be too long. The market is nearby. But if you do happen to come across where I'm not here, I'm sure Ernie knows his way around the bar." The old guy in the back's just like, "Say that like it's an accusation." He goes, "No, I know you do." And he begins to like grab a purse, like he grabs all the keys and stuff from under the bar and just takes them with him. And he just leaves the fucking inn unattended for the most part.
As you do.
Hey, Ernie's
As you do.
Yeah, as one does.
So, yeah, I mean,
Alright.
I'm not sure if you. I think you would have stuck around drinking your ale before he went out. Like, he would have left beforehand, so. It's just a fucking
Yeah.
inn. Like, you gave him 10 gold, and the guy's being incredibly trusting for some strange reason.
Everybody
Because
throws
he's
around
getting more
money like
customers.
that. It's fine.
Yeah, but it's all Gucci now. So I'll finish up my drink and I'll think I'm like, let me go get the rest of these suckers real quick. I'll hand them their keys and I think I might come back and get me some more ale. They'll be fine. He gets up and he's like, you know what?
He's no longer fine. Shit.
I'll take the alleyway, take an alleyway through and just kind of skip over to them.
I go to the murder site.
Might as well have a look-see myself.
Alright, then, yeah, you probably did all this while they were talking to, Look, what was the guy's name that you talked to?
Um,
It wasn't Johnson. It was
No,
it wasn't
Johnson's still
Pickens.
in the squad.
no, it wasn't
It was the other
Pickens.
guy.
I said it wasn't Pickens. It
Yeah.
I
was the
said
other
no.
one.
Yeah, I was agreeing with you, I guess, but I understand that I said it in a weird way. It was like the agreeing, like, yeah, it wasn't Pickens.
Not Sanderson. So
Well, it's not terribly
what
important
the fuck?
because
Jake Loppy.
yeah, that's right, Jake Loppy. Yeah, they talk to Loppy. I'm sure you probably get to them, Steven, and you hang out with them for the part where they go into the Sandersons and Sons security business, which is surrounded by a giant like black iron wrought gate around the entire block of the buildings that's in. You guys had some like tour kind of thing as some gnome takes you through it, and then you hear as the rat's being indignant. What?
No! Don't shoot me! No! No! Please don't! No! No!
What the hell?
No, don't do it! There's a poor black man!
I
This is
think
violence!
someone's shooting him.
This is violence!
We all knew this was gonna happen.
Yeah, and
We did not.
And then as soon as Shori finishes having his PTSD, you guys scoop up the rat from outside.
Don't do it.
With the
Someone
shovel
bring
to
the
clean.
spatula.
Yeah.
I use my multi-tool as a spatula.
Don't do it now.
That's a double feeding.
So, I don't know. How do you guys shake Shori out of his PTSD?
I'm sure if we just wait long enough, he'll come back.
Just do the old trick of double
Shot
slap.
at. The gun jammed twice while going to shoot at me. My luck that's too high.
I see.
I'm
All right.
sorry.
So yeah, after Shori finishes his PTSD, he kind of like shakes his head and finds out that you guys are picking the rat up from the outside sidewalk.
I need to get the spatula.
I believe Pat hid inside a trash can, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're leaving the business, Steven.
I do
You're kinda
believe
spaced-
the exact words was that Kruger was going to pick up the trash can and take it with us.
I don't
Okay, but the
remember
question-
those words, but okay.
Yeah,
I remember
he
more
did
of a
say
dragging,
that.
but
He did say that, but I guess I was interpreting that as like that's a funny haha joke because you guys wouldn't actually steal a trash can, right?
Hopefully the fuck not.
We totally would steal a trash can.
I don't think Ganko would be okay. He would be like, just leave the
I
fuck.
wouldn't.
Just pull the goddamn rat out.
I think the joke was more that we moved it somewhere, took him out, and then went away. So he didn't steal it, just moved it.
Just move it from the cameras, I guess.
Hmm.
A place where essentially the rat wouldn't be caught by any of the cameras by moving it.
I suppose.
Or we could all down a goo tube and just throw it in the trash with the rat, either or.
That's true. Why don't you?
I just imagine actually it's a thing.
This doesn't feel productive.
Where do you guys need me to be?
It's not too.
Man,
Their
Shori's
airsoft gun
PTSD.
going off.
Shori's
Airsoft bullets
PTSD.
going off.
I'm starting to believe Shori is going to be the next one to get murdered, not Ingram.
Alright, but sorry. Okay, David, so what's happening at the moment is me going over.
The rat is in trash.
Yeah, the rat's in a trash
see you?
can.
Okay,
I'm sure you
okay,
do.
So here's what happened. I was told to go try and find the security room because apparently they didn't want to ask. And I was like, okay. I was feeling
It's not that I
spiteful,
didn't
so
want to
I-
ask.
So I listened to his orders and I snuck around, but I couldn't find it. And then they got suspicious and started looking for me. So I broke a hatch, made a few smoke clouds, and then, well, I also oiled a door so it wouldn't squeak anymore. And then I jumped off the building trying to make it to another building, and I ended up in the street. And then I crawled myself into a trash can.
Yeah.
And so
Pretty
they
much.
picked up the trash can to drag me along.
Oh, no, shoot me.
It wasn't because I didn't want
I had to get on the roof. I had to get on the roof to get away because they were coming up the stairs.
I'm just kidding. No.
Oh, he ain't there.
Someone
I know.
shooting him again.
He's
That's why I'm fine
playing
with-
D&D, man. I'm playing D&D.
I don't like airsoft. Not these. What is it? Give it a second. I don't want to get shot.
I can't believe a black man doesn't get
I'll be back. God damn it. I can't even enjoy it.
Yeah, we hear you're being shot.
To be
Alright,
fair,
well-
we hear him complaining about being shot. It's different.
Let's just assume Shori informs you people that he got a well, damn it, I was gonna we could just assume that he's gonna tell you that you have a room at the Saberhagen Inn. But I also just assume that when he tells you that, you're going to start beating him, Ingram.
Why?
Because I
Ingram's
don't like
gonna-
the fact that he got us a fucking room at the murder inn.
Yeah, Ingram's actually going to complain when he's informed. So
He's also going to
feel like-
complain about, weren't the prices for all of us a gold each day? Or was it only for his fucking room?
yeah, he got you gold per day. He got himself a 10 gold per day, and
Oh, okay. So it's a gold per day for each of us and then 10 gold for him.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what Ingram's also going to complain about. Not only is it the murder fucking... You got us in the murder house. You got us in the murder house for an exorbitant rate of a gold a day.
How dare you murder my savings? I will kill you.
The
I
reason why
have the
Ingram lives in
money.
his
I
car-
don't want to spend the money.
Hopefully, Steven will stop getting shot at.
Hmm.
I guess, David, if you really want to get Steven's attention, you just have to shoot him. Now we know.
Yeah.
Easier said than done. I don't have a gun that reaches that far.
Few people do.
My gun is
No one's
limited to the. My gun is limited to
Mhm.
What? No, this is more. What? I don't know what I'm fucking on about.
Hmm.
That's at 2.3 feet.
Alright, I'm
long
back
or
all the
something.
way.
Alright.
So apparently the gun didn't shoot bullets. It was a pop cap gun, so it was just very loud and it smoked. But every
Ooh.
time he pointed it at me, it jammed. So
I see.
Alright.
Oh, that's great.
So Shori spaced out super hard because I don't think anyone wants to explain it a third time. And it's recorded anyway, so you could just go do that later. So you spaced out really hard. What?
I remember hearing what you guys are talking about, how Grak hid inside the trash can because they wanted to get in the security room, but he was feeling particularly spiteful about it. So I was
Yeah, and shit just
listening.
went
They
bad.
just,
No. We
He
wanted to get.
got,
I was going to the security room because I was spiteful about it because Ingram was being mean to me and actually told me an order.
In what world was I being mean to you?
He
You're
was
always
being mean to me. I like that one.
I was saying
Because-
I told you that breaking in was not a good idea. That's not
No,
being mean to
bullshit!
you. What do you mean,
The-
bullshit? The VOD's there. I can just fucking pull it up and prove to you.
In 40
I
sessions,
mean, you
that's still
still
what
did
we're gonna be
tell him to
saying.
do it.
The VOD is there. We can pull it up and prove it. No one's gonna do it because we're lazy as fuck.
Damn straight. I can do it. I won't do it because I know I'm right.
To be fair, you
Alright.
did tell him to do it.
Yeah, I told him to do that. I also told him that breaking in at the earlier point was not good.
So, Steven,
At that point, we were already invited in.
Yes.
is Shori going to explain to them now that it's nighttime in game that you have an inn for them?
Yeah. I'd be
Probably-
like,
and
guys, so
probably- And probably dinner.
I got an in and dinner. Ingram, no GooTube. Eat dinner, please. I want to know what you eat. I'm curious now.
Where at?
I pay for the meal, so it's good. Let's go. It's what's the name of the end, David? I fucking forgot. Fucking
Aberhagen.
the Saberhagen? Yeah, it's Saberhagen.
Isn't
The
that
one where the people got killed at.
Sick, ain't it?
Hey, Ingram, you're the
Not-
one to be the bait, right? That makes it easier.
I don't know.
I don't know about this.
We just
I
need
don't know if he's
to
gonna want
found
to. I don't know if whoever's killing is gonna want to kill at the same exact place, considering it's another investigator. They may
Some
not want to
people
do the
pay-
same thing literally twice.
Some people pay big bucks to hang out the murder house.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Shori.
Yeah.
Well, for
So,
precaution, let's just,
How much is it even to fucking stay there? It must have been dirt cheap since people have been getting killed there, right?
A golden night.
A gold a night?
That's expensive.
Are you sure we can't just find a different real inn that's not going to screw us over?
Is that
A gold a night?
too
Are you
expensive?
fucking That's insanity.
It's fine. You know, it
You
comes with
gotta.
meals.
You booked us in the murder house for an exorbitant rate. This guy better be like waiting hand and foot on us for how much that he's fucking costing us to be in his murder house.
How many rooms did you ask?
So I got 5 rooms.
And they're each a
So-
gold a night.
Yeah.
You must understand that we're still going to have to do rounds, since we very clearly present ourselves as investigators, right?
Yeah.
Guess we can use 5 rooms to try and trick him, but if he chooses the wrong one, you'll know we're fucking with him.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think anyone died inside of the establishment, so I don't think that they're going to go in there.
I mean,
I
they've
mean,
broke
I haven't
inside the
died
place
yet.
once.
The inside of
broken-
the inside of the inn is base. It's safe.
Exactly.
I
You
mean,
run
when you
from
say
the
that,
alleyway into the building, and you're like, "Haha, you can't tag me."
That's why. That's why the investigator died. They were found in the alley. None of their parts were touching base.
A shame.
He should have thrown off one of his like dismembered arms. I don't think they have a dismembered arm. Oh no, that's the one that got stabbed a bunch. He should have thrown a cigarette at the.
I feel bad
At
for
base.
Steven, who he's like, "What?"
Huh?
I mean, it's all written down there.
It's all written down.
Found in the alley next to Saberhagen, where they were both staying, both hands crushed, tongue suffering from minor burns, and a cigarette found in their mouth. And then a bunch of stab wounds. All in their
It's
stomach.
fine.
I don't know about that.
It's fine.
Uh-huh. So we're going to this place, and you said that there's dinner. Does that cost an exorbitant amount too, or what?
No, it's included.
Nice.
I see.
So yeah, let's go.
I guess it would be good to go about sleeping then, because today's been a bit of a long day.
Yeah, and we have a rat to
Yeah.
fix.
Oh yeah, I guess I gotta go fucking fix the rat. You still hurt at all?
Yes.
Cool. I guess I'm gonna try and heal you a bunch.
I just imagine you pick him up like by the feet and by the fucking front paws, and just to the chiropractor, just all across his spine is like fixed.
Alright. It's looking unchanged. Shit. Treat deadly wounds as if you'd rested for a full day. Which is
Beautiful.
2?
Beautiful.
That's. Yeah, okay, I think that's 2 for every hit dice. And then what does Healer's Hands do? Healer's Hands.
Oh yeah, that.
I can't wait till this guy tries to come out and we're like, bam, bam, bam. He tries it again and we fucking bam.
Wait, we should tell you
Right.
this. We suspect that the guy may be a lycanthrope, maybe a werewolf. So I got a silver
Ooh.
weapon. Joe has silver to make bullets off. I don't know if you want to get something.
All right. You
I
guys
guess
go to
I'm
the
gonna
saber.
go like as we're going down the place because it's only a fucking full round action for me to do this, which is stupid as shit. I guess I'm gonna heal the rat a few times until he doesn't need it anymore. That is 20. Well, that's enough to do it. So that's 2 for every. Because a full day's rest is.
I hate the idea where it's like the rat coughs up some blood and you're like, whoa, whoa, and you're picking it up with your hand. And you're like, eat this. We want that to be in you.
Yeah. Had rested for a full day.
I mean, that's all right, man. If you can heal the rat, just heal them.
Yeah, but I need to know the fucking math so when I can't fully heal someone, it's important to know. Okay, yeah, it's the double amount, so it doesn't count as me doing it double. So you would get 2 for each level. So I guess that would be 10 at this level. Yeah.
Yes.
Are you still hurt?
I think I might be good by now.
Do you think you might be good, or are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Well, then that's that. He just doesn't want me to roll again. He hates getting healed.
You keep poking and prodding.
Well, yeah. Then back to the Saberhagen fucking murder house.
All right. Give me a perception check to people who have bullshit perceptions, because I'm sure you can smell this. You smell burning
bullshit,
from
but I
inside
have
the
enough to help.
Saberhagen.
I smell burning from the Saberhagen.
Yes, burning.
I take a 10.
You said it was on the
21.
side. You said it was on the side?
It's inside.
Oh, inside the Saberhagen. Okay. I guess that's like as we're getting closer, he just fucking smells it and he's like, I think that our meal's going to be burned. Nominally, because I can fucking smell it from here.
Maybe Ernie just set the place on fire.
I think that would be a bit more note.
Yeah.
I think I would have
Yeah.
seen that rather than
Hold on,
smelling the
maybe,
burning.
maybe
Yeah.
you set the place on fire.
I mean, depends how big is the fire and how much is outside.
It can be both.
It can be both, but I doubt that it's also on fire because that would be way more noticeable than yes, I smell something burning.
So yeah, you
might
head
set
in.
the kitchen on fire.
You head inside. I'm going to go ahead and say anyone that can roll well enough can smell the burning for sure. But I don't know. Maybe you guys suck ass. I don't know. You're probably all going to be able to smell it.
And sure. Let's see. Let's see.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
I don't.
You get much higher.
You have your nose covered. Of course you can.
Yeah,
I have I have my filtering scarf.
Half your face is covered. Like it doesn't count.
Yeah.
You have +2 when against
Fucking
poisons.
90%.
They're inhaled.
What's happening over here?
They're
Checking
there,
rolling
I'm
to
just
see
burn.
if they can tell that
just
something is
rolling.
in fact burned.
Yeah.
They're burning your food, Steven. Kill them.
Better
Oh
yet,
god, that's
pull out
Something
your
in here is burning.
pull out your cooking ware and show them how it's done.
It's
Why
literally
have to?
just going to be the case as fucking they enter. It's just Ingram's going to out loud say, "Is something burning in here?" Because it certainly smells it.
I like that because you said that as you saying that as you're entering. I just imagine say that and just see a guy on fire walking around.
I mean, he's looking for any one person because I don't think we've seen anyone in here, right?
Okay,
It's just
well,
the smell of burning.
Yeah, if that's all you guys are gonna do, that's fine. I was just waiting for like Steven and Grak to roll, but again, it's just more for haha.
I said
He
21.
he took a 10.
I didn't catch that. Then
He
Obviously.
refused to roll like a.
Because 11 plus 10 is 21.
He just wanted to get something higher than me, but he didn't.
I
So-
just didn't want to try.
so
What
yeah,
the hell?
Ingram and Grak, like before you guys are like getting into the bar, like Ernie's just like behind the counter, like stealing beer and being like, hey, and he's like sneaking off. So you guys can kind of like, as you guys are walking up to the bar, through the tinted like tavern windows, you can see him stealing beer and walking to his table. Although maybe not Grak. Grak is like 3 feet tall.
I'm 4 feet tall, actually.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, all right. This, if you're on someone's shoulders, you can see through the window.
I guess depends on
Yeah.
the set of his legs, because I would carry him if he actually, asked. Because he did jump
But
off
yeah,
a building.
No,
I'm sure
he's
if
healed.
Grak just,
I'm not, no.
but yeah, if Grak just like hops up on a trash can for whatever reason while walking through just to look at stuff, then yeah, you can see through the window, Pat. 21's high enough. And
Ingram's
I was-
just gonna comment like, "Oh, there's someone stealing in there."
Steven, did you want to give me perception? I figured you might be. I'm just curious,
Sure.
want to make sure that you're not spacing out. I mean, granted, this is a very pointless thing, but yeah, you also see Ernie stealing ale.
It's literally along the lines of Ingram's like, "This is such a winner. This murder house. It comes with its own thief."
It's fine. He left
Comes
them in
with his
charge
own
of it.
thief.
Hey, listen, that's payment. He left them in charge of it.
Yeah,
So
okay.
you guys go in and you see a sad old man in like the dark corner of the room, like nursing a stein of beer, and
Ooh.
yeah, pretty much everyone except Joe. Pretty much everyone but Joe can smell like a burning like sensation in the air.
To which then Ingram immediately like goes up to the bar or wherever the fucking, presumably wherever a kitchen would be, and just calls out, "Is it supposed to be burning? Because it definitely smells like it."
You hear the voice from the drow there, who's going, "No, what you're smelling is a deep sear from a traditional, the Char tribe. Yes, and it's funnier to me because oh yeah, you guys have the map, you can see that."
He'll just be like, "That doesn't sound right."
Yeah. And he's just like, well, I take it that you're one of the Lord's friends, then? One of his guests?
The Lord?
What?
He's been calling me that.
This one are royal.
It's pretty cool, though. I like
He
it.
was, well, I didn't get the man's name, but he was paying for the grand suite.
You didn't
It's
tell him your
Shori.
name?
Hi. Sorry, I forgot.
What the fuck?
He goes,
Sure,
Is it just
but-
everything?
He just mumbles, what the fuck?
Is it everything that's in the vicinity of this fucking hotel that's just dysfunctional?
and he goes, well, go ahead and find yourselves a table. If there's not enough room for you and all your guests, just pull some together. And I'll be right out with your meal.
Bring along
I
5
like it.
individual tables.
Yeah, and you guys can hear him in the back, namely the people with good perception, not Krugar or Pedro. Sorry, not Krugar or Pedro himself, and certainly not Joe. And
Never.
you guys can just hear in the back of like a faint beep 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 beep.
What?
Is he,
A faint
is
what?
he killing birds?
No,
He's pulling out. He's pulling out Chef Mike. Mike craving some shit.
Chef Mike.
yeah, Chef. That's right, Chef Mike.
Chef Mike is the hardest worker in the kitchen.
So, he comes out with like some sort of phoenix or something, because this bird is black.
Steamed egg.
And
This episode in Hotel Nightmare.
yeah. So you guys have this like whole roast chicken looking thing, but its exterior is it's the kind of thing where it's like KFC, but they never took it out of the fryer.
Ooh.
I'm now just imagining the stupidest shit like this man just in an interview talking about how it's hard as the life as a dark elf in this society.
Damn.
So,
like,
Many Gordon Ramsay shows are piling together in my head right now.
So he's handing out like food. Like you have yourself a nice little banquet where you have your just completely fucked up beyond repair like roast chicken. Where you're like, is it supposed to be black? And he goes, yes. You have greens and you have cornbread and you have mashed potatoes and gravy and you have what the fuck did I roll for veg? Yeah, nice. That's also not that great. And you have what is clearly like mixed vegetables in a half bowl of water. Like they were frozen at one point, and he just threw everything in there and never like cooked the ice out. So
Ingram reaches for a go-to and was just like, "I'm gonna have a
Ingram, I
rodeo."
might have, and I would go like this to Ingram, and I'm like, Ingram, it's okay. Ingram, I was gonna say something, but yeah, you can have your YouTube, man.
I look at the proprietors like, is there any empty room I can use to do some work?
I didn't catch that, Joe.
Is there any empty room I can use to do some work?
You have a room, Joe. I gave you a key.
Yeah, you have a room.
No, I know, but like, what he's saying is he something like because that's the thing. That thing has sheets, and he's saying that he's gonna probably be a bit messy.
Oh well.
Yeah, well,
Put some
unfortunately,
newspaper down.
unfortunately for this drow, he goes, well, your in fees include cleaning bills. Like he'll clean whatever mess you make in there, which is something he should not have promised you.
Yeah, especially since I'm gonna be making silver bullets. Poor bastard.
Yeah. If you taste the food first, Steven, I surprisingly did an incredible roll on the chicken gravy and mashed potatoes. Like those, everything else is like complete garbage ass rolls. He doesn't have any benefit. Like he's maybe a +1 or 2 or something to his
I only
cooking
got like a
checks.
+3 yet.
Yeah, but I rolled a 20 and a 19, not naturals, on his mashed potatoes and gravy.
Oh,
I rolled
nice.
a nat 1 for his fucking chicken.
Oh, let me just hey, Shore's gonna ask him, do you got another bird? Because I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. That this bird would kill us.
This is cool.
The drow owner here goes, yes, I must apologize. I had a chef, but he had quit not too long ago.
Nah, Drew, I got you. Let me let me back there. I'll work on that bad boy.
He goes, I also don't have that much left back there. No, that's fine. There's a steak back there if you'd like to cook it.
Sure, I got it. Yeah, let me grab that bad boy.
You like
Boom, boom, boom.
you go out in the back. It's a pretty like rudimentary kitchen for like the age you live in. Like there's a refrigerator and there's an oven top. There's a little like heating device on top of that where you're pretty sure he just warmed up the food that was sitting out that he made earlier. But that's what I was implying, that he made this stuff, you guys weren't here, and he's just like, oh, it's getting cold now.
Oh.
Yeah, so again, that's still his fault because he didn't like inform you or anything. Yeah, I mean, granted, you didn't roll amazing there, but you still made a middle of the road steak, which is more than you can say about that bird he cooked.
True.
I mean, I'm.
Wait, am I allowed to take 10s on profession?
Yeah, if it's trained.
Oh. Oh. Shit, I should have just done that. I didn't know. Mm-hmm.
His wasn't trained. His was just a stat bonus. He's just going around cooking stuff. I'm pretty sure that bird got burnt. Because that nat 1, it was him like reading instructions from a book how to cook it, puts it in the oven, does everything else, and then comes back, and he's just like, "Oh, this is black." I'm sure they won't notice.
Kingston's just gonna take a little bit of this stuff on the table, put it on the plate, and go upstairs.
After you cook yourself the steak, Steven, I guess I could ask, like, do you just eat that steak then?
Yeah.
All right. Do you eat the like other crap you made?
Yeah, I would. I'd even
All right.
that bird. I would just see if there's anything in there. I'm like, I open up the bird. I'm like, how's it both raw and overcooked?
Yeah, how's it both raw? Yeah, it's a nat one. I feel like I can't let anything edible be in there.
It's fully frozen in the middle, but it's fully roasted. It's like it's fully.
Dude, I was thinking like you cut it open and you see like a fucking like black smoke like in the shape of a skull exit it. Like you take a knife to it and it's just like it's just turning into ash as the sword cuts through it. The entire fucking thing.
Well, now there was an extra murder in this hotel.
My
Yeah.
fucking man, this man here. He's like, all right. Oh god, they're gonna be here any minute. Well, if it takes an hour to cook a bird at 400 degrees, it'll only take 10
God.
minutes at 4,000 degrees.
Oh,
Every
no.
time I remember that joke. Every time.
It's literally
Alright.
just the case that fucking Ingram Isaguchi was just like, I'm gonna go to fuck to bed. Because this is bullshit.
Your 1 gold rooms, by the way, are they each have a fireplace, a lock on the door, a little bed, and a little secondary area where there is a tub and a toilet that are uncomfortably close to one another.
Hmm.
Like the kind where like I'm a big guy, like I have to go into handicap stalls because if I don't, my legs are just I can't like wipe. They're too close. My shoulders themselves, like not even me being fat, just my shoulders themselves, like they are muscular. They aren't going down in size. They will touch the sides of the fucking stalls. They put them so close in like public areas. So I'm talking like if I went on this toilet, one leg would be in the bathtub.
You're reminding me, David, of the guy in Japan. It's like, yeah, I have a 3-story house. It's just a 5-foot square story house. 3-story
Oh.
house.
3-story house, baby.
Yeah, the houses that were made to be like spite houses.
Vertical.
So yeah, your bathrooms kind of suck ass. Stevens when he gets around to. Yeah, you have bathroom. I mean, you're also living in a more advanced age.
Fair, but still, own toilet. That's cool.
Yeah, all right. Like it's one thing if you had this in like a middle of nowhere out in the sticks in where people are still, living those kind of lives beforehand. But like you live in a city that has cars.
To be fair, David, like I believe
And
Kingston.
serial killers.
This is just Kingston lived in the desert, and then immediately went into a military squad where he did have to share a bathroom with like 20 other people.
Yeah. All right.
So yeah.
Steven, he gives you a little like slip of paper for your fee for the meal, which is like approximately like 10 gold rounded up.
For the whole meal?
The whole meal, like, everyone's food, all 5 courses, like all 5 dishes, all the sides he made. The chicken of all fucking things is on there if you want to complain about it. You could also just say, "Hey, this is way expensive for the shit you made."
It
Like, it
really
is.
expensive. I'm sitting here like, that's really expensive.
Like these were frozen
For
vegetables.
food that
Don't
went
fucking
to the
lie to me.
trash.
I went in the kitchen. I saw the fucking trash can. It had a fucking frozen bag of bird's eye in there. So if you want to talk shit with that elf, like, be my guest. Like, he kind of deserves it.
I'd be like, I will come in and be like, this is a very expensive for the for the meal we had. He's gonna come in nice. Shori doesn't like to be confrontational like that, but he's like,
Alright.
regular shit. You know what I mean?
I'll give you the guy will be like, well, it is usually close to what I charge people for. You did eat my steak in the end, but you know, I guess you didn't have the world class cooking that my other chef brought on. So would 5 gold be more for your suiting? Which is still a lot for what he fucking did.
I'll take it for the steak because at least I know I cooked it. How much is already like? How much gold have I already spent in here? Let's see. Let me just do my little minuses here.
20 gold if you
know,
pay
like
what
also
you're.
paid for hours.
20 gold if you pay what he's asking now.
Yeah, 20 gold altogether. All right, so yeah,
Wouldn't it
Alright.
be 19?
I'm Gucci. I got quite a bit of gold.
Oh yeah, you're right. 19. Well,
What would be 19?
because it's you have a 10, and then there's 4 people with 1 gold ins.
Oh shit! I forgot that's 4. Yeah.
But we can call it 20 for all the drinks you guys probably bought.
Oh, I'll bet it for 20. Yeah.
Yeah, considering you guys probably had to drink your meal tonight. So yeah, you guys, anyone that's like staying particularly late at night will see like Ernie like walk off being like, yeah, I gotta go get to work, and he's like puts on a safety advisor hat and starts walking away. And yeah, I guess the question is like, how late do you guys think you would be like in the actual tavern, just hanging around together before you guys headed to your individual?
0 seconds. I immediately went up. Remember?
Yeah, I know you went like you didn't even eat any dinner. You just like I'll go up. I assume Ingram's the same. He ate a goo tube at the table and left.
Yeah,
Right?
Ingram ate his goo tube, kind of looked around at Shory like going off in the back to cook the steak, and is like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna go forget what's happened today."
I mean, I took food, David. It's just that I'm not gonna eat it in front of people.
You're not going to eat it. Period.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, yeah, I'm-
Joe. Oh wait, so since I said the mashed potatoes were good, I'm now imagining that while he was sitting at the table with his friends, he's just doing that thing from like what's that movie where the kid makes the giant like crop circles in the mashed potatoes?
No idea.
It was like
Yeah,
an
I don't know.
alien movie.
I mean, that would explain
Close
why I don't
Encounters. Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Oh,
Never heard of it.
Yeah, like one of the
heard
scenes
of
is
it.
like a guy's eating mashed potatoes and he just keeps scooping more and more on his plate as he sculpts like the mountain they have to go to.
oh,
Not like because he like knew, because like something was like forcing him to. Like it was like a spooky supernatural stuff. But in this case, it was just more like Kingston is just playing with his food because he can't eat it in front of his friends. But yeah, you can just. Do you take any of the burn ass chicken up to your room, Joe, or is it just like 5 scoops of fucking mashed potatoes? You take the entire bowl of mashed potatoes and leave.
No, I was about to say I tried to take some chicken, but the knife broke, so I gave up.
The knife was like, I give up. Ah.
Oh god, you know what would be what's real bad is you like grab the leg of the chicken to like tear off the leg, but all that happens is when you try to like take the leg off the chicken, you get the broken half of the bone and this chicken is still on there.
No, but yeah, he just took some food upstairs, and it's probably mostly veggies and a little bit of fucking puree. And he's like, yeah, well, just
What's
eat
really
this.
impressive is he somehow turned like chicken drippings into a good gravy, but the very chicken itself was like destroyed.
The chicken was gone, reduced to atoms, reduced back to carbon.
Like, I guess I should throw it away, and you're like, allow me, and you just poke it with your finger and it just turns into dust.
How'd you do that? That wasn't me who did that. That was you.
That wasn't a power. That was just what it was.
I was about to touch it. I didn't get to.
oh.
Also, the Steven, after you cook your steak and pay and everything, I should ask if you're gonna stay around, but on the assumption at any point that you're leaving, he will have the fucking audacity to ask you if you would like him to make you breakfast.
And I'd go, no thanks. I think we'll be good. We're gonna be going out into town, stuff like that. And me trying to avoid conversation, I says I'm gonna just go outside and have a smoke. Kind of needed after that.
All right. He is going to tell you like, why don't you smoke in here tonight? I think you should perhaps avoid the alley.
It's fine. Anything out there? Like,
I mean, he's just going.
I am
well,
a foolish man.
He's going. Well, there's no one inside. I'm sure no one will notice a smoky sensation unless your friends have some sort of lung problems.
I don't like the smoke inside. But also, I am both foolhardy, and brave.
I'm both foolhardy and a fool.
Perhaps instead of the alleyway, you would like to smoke at the entrance. I could turn the light on for you.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right, so he goes out and like fucking flips a switch inside, and you see a little street light in the front of the building. Not like an actual street light, but one of those walkway lights illuminate up the building. Meanwhile, Joe, who was in his room, probably like I imagine someone who was trying to sleep. Joe's probably crafting, but like Krugar, who was like going to go to sleep. So like, there's just a fucking neon light on outside his fucking room.
Krugar, if you ask, I'll turn it off.
He gets to
Yeah,
see
that's fine.
in HD.
That's fine. Also, David, stupid thing Krogar is going to do on his room, because he has now 4 different pole arms. He's going to keep the silver one with him by the bed, and the other ones will be by the window and the door. So if anyone opens either the window or the door, they fall down until you wake them up.
Okay, that's not nearly as stupid as what I thought you were going to say. Where I thought you were going to go, I have a bathtub, right? I'll sleep in that room. So when someone attacks my bed, I won't be in it. Like,
No, we just anything like weapons to spare. Let's just do them as sound alarms.
all right. Well, while Steven is trying to like summon a monster,
I'm not even trying to summon it. He's actually just out there. He's just not afraid.
Just smoking to get the taste of like middling steak out of his mouth. It's so weird when I do encounter like food snobs who actually smoke, because like, why are you like destroying your taste buds, dude?
It's so funny because people literally say that like it actually enhances the flavor of foods. Like it's really weird.
Bullshit.
I know, that's what I say. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Like fucking smoking is why Brits have those fucked up teeth and fucked up meals. Like,
That is the best meal on the planet, and they have a fucking plate of fucking beans and like eat some shit that looks mid, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck?
man, no, I'm thinking like I thought you were gonna go the best meal on the planet, where it shows some like cold fries, cold peas, and gravy that is congealed to make it look like a fucking playset piece.
Why are you doing this?
I'm fucking shitting on the English.
Yeah, no, it's still. I love this. The best homemade dinner on the planet. All the UK eats like the germs are still flying overhead. Whereas, here's the image that I'm talking about. That makes me die every time I see it. Here you go.
I'm like waiting for it, like in anticipation. Yeah. Oh god, I've seen people like unironically argue that a toast sandwich is good.
It makes me upset is that is untoasted bread with butter on it, which I'm fine with. But I'm just like,
oh, that's
and then
fine. I sometimes get a craving with.
Yeah, like I'm okay with that. But then I'm like, them potatoes just look like, are those just pure, just like cooked potatoes?
I mean, this one's not as bad because like I could see you
It
mixing
ain't as
stuff in
bad.
there.
This one I could still like see, but there's some of these.
Like I could present this to someone and be like, yeah, it's just fucking hearty food, eat it, motherfucker. But like I'm talking about like the ones where it's like the food is like the kind where like you have a piece of like English fish and chips, where like the English make this too. Like you put your fork through it to like cut the fish, and just 17 gallons of grease releases from a 6-ounce thing of fish.
Ugh.
Really, my
Yeah,
biggest problem is like so much English like food isn't spiced. I mean, thing is like the Indians and curry. The English and curry, because like I count curry as like an English food because it was made while like England was over there in India. Like they contributed to the creation of it, and it's also just eaten everywhere in England. Where I think is this, if I'm remembering correctly, didn't they try and make curry the national dish of England at one point?
Mm.
No clue.
Like curry and everything. Curry's great. Like the English can cook. So I'm shitting on it. I'm talking about like some of the things where like some English people do eat just terribly, where they're like, toast sandwich. You know?
Mm.
Like, in case you guys don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a toast sandwich.
Even fairy bread's better than a toast sandwich.
Fairy bread
Toast
actually
sandwich.
looks all right.
I mean, it's literally just a buttered
Sprinkles.
piece. It's a buttered piece of bread with sprinkles. That's it.
Yeah, that seems a bit weird to me, but like I can understand like a child eating that. Like I've seen people go, I put spaghetti in bread and I've made a spaghetti sandwich, where it's like, yeah, like someone will eat that.
Technically, yeah.
But like that shouldn't be like a dish that someone goes, "Oh, America is known for the spaghetti sandwich." Like if like that kind of stuff. Like lobster macaroni and cheese. I know some people are like, "That's terrible," but I'm like, fine to me. But, like I understand. This is getting beyond the point.
I mean, my thing about like I understand David, but then I remember like I don't know, but the only place I've seen this is like from American jokes, like when people do shit like this, the fucking gelatin foods. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that shit. I hate that crap. Where
Oh,
it's like,
that was what was that? An 80s trend?
yeah, that I
Maybe
hate that stuff.
a
Yeah.
late 70s.
Joe, if we were in a world where that was still a thing that like people were like, that's American food, like people just made that all the time, and people were like, yeah, it's an American lifestyle. Sure, it's not great, but it's tradition. I would smack those people. I'm like, stop doing this. The deviled eggs around that. The deviled eggs around that. That's fine. In fact, this just looks like a cheese block. But if it's Jello, like, I don't think you should put like, that crap there. That's terrible.
That's the Jello salad.
I mean, I constantly joke about it with my father, where it's like, no matter how much you jiggle it, the broccoli stays in place. But
oh yeah.
but like, and then because I don't want to actually make it though.
Oh,
I would never want to make that.
It's so stupid. It's hilarious. Fucking retarded.
Like whoever makes savory gelatin, like get out.
Yeah,
Makes me want to fight them.
I like to think that we have like one viewer every session that we exile from our like shit talking. Like we had like a British guy, and we're like, man, British food sucks. And he's like, I never, and he leaves. And then there was just some fucking fanatics like, I love D&D and all this pointless babble. And but you know what else I love? Making savory gelatin foods. Oh, they're talking about food again. I love when they do it. What did they say? What did they say about savory? Unsubscribe.
I mean, I think you mean unfollow.
I don't care.
No one's stupid.
Anyways, I'm just gonna roll for fun on the off chance that he did make something like good for breakfast. But roll 20 does not like me rolling dice, apparently.
I thought you were about to say I'm gonna roll on the off chance that Short gets murdered in the alley.
Wouldn't that
I
be
did
hilarious?
Yeah, at least would fight.
Alright, so
Then you get
anything you guys want to specify about your being like in your rooms at night?
Doors
Steven
locked.
finishes. Yeah, Steven, I would assume you finish your.
No.
Steven, I would assume you finish your smoke at some point. You go into your room. It has a fireplace, a much nicer lock on your door. Like, you can just tell it's nicer, I'm sure. By the just like your doorknob is nicer itself. It also includes another like room, like a closet of sorts. You know, like the hotel closets that you get at, like inns and stuff. It has a bathroom that actually has a space in it. Like you can sit on your toilet, you can go in your bathtub, but you don't have to be on either of them at the same time for them to work. You also have a little towel rack with like 2 towels on it, stuff like that. You have you have a little weird breakfast mint on the washing station. It's like tastes like soap. Yum.
Ooh, delicious.
And look on your pillow. They put some sort of little chocolatey hand wash thing on it.
Don't touch that.
He's not stupid. What the fuck? Not that dumb. Like, damn. Sure,
I like that you. I like that you went with the delicious at first, though.
I'm not that dumb. Burps, bubbles comes out.
I'm not that dumb. Ow.
Sure, has a 12 intelligence. Sure, is actually quite.
My grandmother
quite
always used to send me these chocolate lobsters. Then one year,
and there's a
you know
little
how I found out.
There's like a little fridge, like blatantly plugged into like the side of your like big like double queen sized bed thing, and there's a little note saying, like snacks and drinks, anything you take will be deducted when you return your key. And when you open up it is completely fucking barren.
Nice.
No, wait, hold up.
Do you have to pay?
He better not charge. He better not charge you.
They can try and charge me. They can try.
Like to
they charge me, I will take the equivalent from that room. I will take that bed with me.
I like to imagine that. I mean, I think the fucking mini fridge is more expensive than the bed, but
Hey, you could put it. You could put the mini fridge on the car.
It's about the message.
Yeah, I'd like to imagine that Pat was just like while he's smoking and he's not in his room. I'd like to break in and steal his mini bar.
No. So what I am doing is I am sleeping under the bed, and there is a old.
I can't believe this noogie bought you a whole ass room for you to sleep under the bed.
I mean,
It's fine.
He's still using the
covers
goddamn room.
and the pillow.
You're sleeping under the bed.
Yeah. And
Pat, I'm going to do you a favor. Just as I have found this in real life when I stayed at hotel rooms, when you go to like snuggle under the bed, find a box under the bed.
He's like,
I look carefully at the box.
There's a dead rat inside.
Yeah. Do you have dark vision?
Yes.
Alright, then you can see underneath the bed in the darkness some sort of box that contains this strange device that says enema.
Oh.
Say that again.
I'm sure Greg knows what it is because he has the technologist feat and heal ranks. Like he has a hypo gun, right? So I'm sure you understand what this tool is. But
say it again so I know for sure.
Let me do this description as a joke. Greg isn't exactly sure what it is, but he's been called it enough times to understand what the word douche is.
I'm gonna just put that back.
Okay.
I'm gonna slide to the other side of the bed that I'm not sleeping on.
Fair enough. You could use it as a little pillow.
No. I may be a rat, and there are some things I will do to get my way, but
but I won't do that.
Not quite that one yet.
No, but still.
I was honestly expecting that Pat would take it and try and like turn it into a device later.
the fiery dude.
It inflicts TNT into someone.
I could imagine that being a thing that Pat just spends 40 sessions just improving constantly with his craft checks until you guys fight like a really big boss, and Pat pulls out a box that says the douchebag on it, and he's just like, "Are you ready for this?" And he pulls out like the worst grenade ever devised.
One impact. Don't worry about it.
I just imagine
What's that?
Pat
That's a douchebag for a douchebag. Buy a douchebag to a douchebag.
just kill people a la Dig Dug.
Ingram Parolin, MD, will make a few extracts since these benches seem to last 24 hours after being made. Might as well get some mileage out of these slots.
I didn't use most of my slots, so I might as well fucking make extracts.
I mean, fair enough, but isn't this really something you should be doing in the morning?
He's doing it at night so he doesn't so he can use up the rest of his spell slots. So in the morning he'll basically have extra spells.
That's not how that works.
How is that not how that works? They last for 24 hours.
Well, no, but if you have I'm almost certain this is how this works. But if someone wants to correct me, and I'm thinking of a different edition.
You cannot prepare. The thing is, you cannot prepare that spell slot again for the 24 hours.
Yeah, it's being used. Yeah, it's in use.
Well, his extracts don't go away.
No, but he's talking about preparing them now so that when he rests, he gets them back and he has the extracts to use.
Oh yeah, no.
Okay.
It's like marked off spells, essentially.
So, I mean, if you'd like, you can...
I mean, it's the case of... I don't really have anything, because I don't like preparing them ahead of time, because I have a fuck ton of spells to choose from. And I don't want to choose from any of them. I want to...
I mean, you should have at least one invisibility. Since that's part of the plan.
I guess.
Alrighty. But, I mean, you guess you could still make them just so you don't have to do it in the morning. But I view it as, like, if you somehow get into a fight at, like, 10 o'clock at night, they're all going to expire, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, no, then I'm not going to make them, because I didn't know that was the case for them. I thought it was literally the case that you just get to fucking do stupid shit like that.
Nope. I'm aware you're a technology class, but we're still doing that for balances.
I mean, it's the case that I read Infusion when I picked it, when I made the character, and never again since then. So I didn't remember the wording, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah, understandable. I mean, I was also saying, like, if I'm remembering the rules wrong, correct me, because there's so many additions and stuff, but I was...
No, it's got a line. Sure. As long as the extract exists, it continues to occupy one of the alchemist's daily extract slots.
Alright.
I just hadn't read that since I picked it.
Yeah, you guys can wake up in the morning, assuming that's when you want to wake up. Steven, did you ever, like, set, like, an alarm, quote-unquote?
Not really, but you saw what Shori did.
Shori going to bed naked with his sword by his side and his gun under his pillow. The very image of my Cocus seduction.
Since I've been getting more sleep, my brain is working at optimal temperatures. I can now make jokes at higher RPM than usual. My JPMs are off the chart.
I'm stupid faster.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining, like, fucking, if it gets to kick syndrome, it's that kind of thing where you use the bed to make like like in a corner of the room, there's just like the bed fully blocking him from whatever can come from the window and the door, and he's just sleeping with the 4 guns up, just in case. I'm just giving the fucking proprietary work to do.
I'll just post this since we were talking about food not too long ago, and this was just sitting up open for like 40 minutes. Honestly, Dr. Eggman sandwich looks like they just took a JPEG from a Subway ad and put it in his hands.
They most definitely just copy-pasted the picture.
This is slightly adjacent to food.
Yeah. Jesus. That's got some fucking terrible implications.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys can wake up from your sleeps largely unmolested. And
I love
Wait,
it when
hold
that
up.
happens.
Hold up. What do you mean largely?
Yeah.
I mean, you were sleeping under a bed of a douchepat. So
Yeah, but you said that in a weird way, like there was some small molestation.
I mean, Steven's sleeping with a loaded gun under his pillow.
He's like, listen, I'm foolhardy, not stupid. The naked part is another tactic.
It's a shock factor for the werewolf.
Exactly. The werewolf's like, he's swinging around. He's swinging around his claws. I'm swinging around my cock. What is he gonna do? He's like, come fight me, coward.
In before the werewolf is gay and into.
Oh no!
Sorry.
Oh no!
Leave it to Pedro to talk about furries. All right. Anyways, yeah, I was just gonna go if like Steven's gonna go up and be like, "I've lost a limb in the line of duty. Like you've got your arms." He's like, "No, I've lost something greater."
I need.
I no longer care about my limbs now. I've lost the greatest one of them all. It was God's gift to Earth, and I lost it.
You lost it.
It's
Fight
Arcadia, they can
this.
fix it for you.
That serial killer guy ripped off your penis, and you're like, yeah, and it was just you sleeping, and just only you lean and just hear bang, and you're like, oh my god, I almost shot my dick off, and then you hear a ricochet and go, oh, yeah, the
Ingram,
fucking crying cat
Then-
face.
Ingram, help!
Oops.
It's
I
basically
shot my
this one.
dick off.
I shot my cock.
Yeah, that. So you guys wake up. You go into the main room, I guess, assuming you guys wake up at largely the same time. And I think you guys may want to discuss your plans for the day, and then I can have Krugar notice the stonemasonry place on your path to wherever.
Alright, well, we still got people what need talking to. And we still haven't talked to the one dude that we were going to talk to yesterday. Crazy how that works.
Weird. Weird.
Yeah.
Oh, and just
Very
to make your
weird.
lives worse, while you're talking here, like waking up and gathering, talking, I'm sure the drow will like walk up and go, "Could you perhaps change your mind about having breakfast here?"
No.
No. That double no.
I would sooner be featured on the Channel 6 News as a victim.
God
I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm like, damn, you have to hit him like that.
The drow just smiles, like backing away into the kitchen.
Thank you.
He's like, Ingram, are you trying to get killed? What if that man's? What if he did it?
Then it's
Well,
good that
at
he's not
least
here
then
to
we're
listen
not
to
a
us talk
target.
about the case.
At least then we're not a target.
I mean, that's fair.
It's like,
Well, anyway, I assume we're not going to be able to get back to Sanderson and Son today. So,
We still
No.
have the butcher and that radio man.
Oh,
I don't know if it's really worth it to talk to the radio man, but I guess we can.
I feel like I should probably say this just because you said Ingram knows his elven parents, right? Oh no, you have two half elf parents, right?
No, his mom's an elf, and his dad is not. His dad
but you
is
said-
tragically very old
Okay, but
because
you said your
Ingram's like fucking 45.
so, all right. But you did say your both your parents hung around. Like your mom still lives with you.
Yeah, she's up in Knoxville.
Okay.
I mean, she doesn't live with me
Should-
because Ingram
Yeah,
lives in
because
his car.
otherwise she'd be in the car.
Yeah. But I mean, had some sort of elven guidance in your life.
In that, yeah, he knows an elf
Yeah.
that doesn't have magic and has lived probably in my caucus for a very long while.
Well, in case you didn't read it in that document, which I'm sure you did and probably just forgot or something, you can say the drow is being rude too because he hasn't addressed you as such yet.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
specifically like cousin and whatnot.
Yeah, which he hasn't done either. But also, I mean, who would want to be related to you after the way you fucking talked to him just now?
To be honest, he's charging an exorbitant rate for truly awful service, and it's just like, hey, would you like some more of that truly awful service for that exorbitant rate that I keep making you guys pay?
Yeah,
we've seen how Ingram talks,
and it's just
this
like,
is not new.
You're basically asking me to kill myself by draining my money to you. I would sooner die to the serial killer. At least he won't fleece me before killing me.
To be fair, 10 gold is about what the price of a banquet would be. It's just this banquet is ass.
Would you call that a banquet? Fucked up chicken, where the only good thing was the fucking mashed potatoes.
We ate
I know,
with vegetables in the.
I'd be like,
should have made more than 5 servings.
David, can I go freaking? Can I search for like a good place to get a good breakfast at?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, what do you want? Like a gather info check and ask people, or is there like a local check you want to make, or what?
I'd rather do a gather info. I'm Wait, you know what? I'll ask our resident perfection here, Ingram, my man.
This is the thing, Steven. If you get a 1, we're eating here. If you get a 2, we're eating at Cracker Barrel, so watch out.
Yeah, a 1. Well, I hear this is the best place.
Ingram, I need you to tell me. You know you're the smartest man alive. Tell me. What do you know about the local eateries around this place?
Alright, Kieran, if you want to answer him, give me a local check.
It is the case that Ingram's been here before because he was driving around for those 10 years being a fucking doctor and avoiding the military.
Yeah, that's fair. Give me a local check.
He's been here.
I was parked in front of this restaurant.
That's a 26.
Well, there's a few good places. I mean, with a 26, you probably know, like... So going off you would probably be like, yeah, the hash browns from McDonald's. You get 2 of them for 1 copper.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, like, he would probably get, like, the cheapest, greasiest foods where they're like, they taste good and they're filling. And they're not like... He's not telling you, like, oh, yeah, you can go to this coffee shop here and they have, like, raspberry hornets. No, he's like...
No, it's literally along the lines...
They want a silver for a cup of coffee and 2 Danishes? Fuck them. I'm gonna go over
He mentions
here.
those places like, yeah, the fucking snobs went there to pay all their goddamn money to get a single drink like fucking idiots. When I could just go to this place... Dude, I could just go to this one place and buy my cup for three copper and just keep filling it.
For 3 copper, you get fucking a drink plus 2 sets of McNuggets, like all set.
Exactly. Everything you could ever need. It's a filling meal and endless drinks.
Alright, hear me out though, right? So
menu.
McDonald's in our world, in this world here, this fast food joint is based on a farmer, right? So instead of McChicken nuggets or something, right? The chicken nuggets, how about beef nuggets called Betsy Bites?
Nice.
Like that?
I'm gonna slowly make an actual functioning, like, old McDonald's farm restaurant here soon enough.
We just need to find just a name that's, like, slightly harder to pronounce.
So yeah, it's literally the case that Ingram tells you about, like, the nice places, but he fucking talks about how he doesn't like them in comparison to, like, the shitty, like, dives that he ate for, like, less than a silver in when he was here last.
Like, I like Hardleys because they sell biscuits that are, like, super salty.
Exactly.
Like, Ingram's like, when I want to splurge, I get this chicken biscuit from Hardleys, and then I go over here and I get the chicken from my Cocos Fried Chicken. and I take the chicken out of the biscuit, and I put the chicken from the MFC, and I put that in the biscuit. That's a real man's biscuit, like chicken biscuit.
Yeah.
What do you do if the chicken you take out? I eat it. What are you fucking insane?
I eat that first, so it has a benchmark to be better than when I eat the biscuit.
I go down and get a.
Understand you.
What? I don't like to waste money, and it's efficient.
No, I fully don't understand that. I don't know what that is.
What do you mean?
What is
Like,
a
it's just like-
biscuit you talk about?
Never had it.
My man, there was cornbread at last night's meal.
That's alright, we can go there.
That wasn't a biscuit, though. It was cornbread.
I know, but it's not that far off.
I mean, yeah, he just doesn't know what it is.
It's literally the kid sitting here and like,
Well,
I can
hold
take
up,
you
hold up.
to a real place. to
Are
eat
they
real
using
food.
the British for biscuit?
Doubt it.
I mean, it depends on who you're talking to, I guess.
I don't think we're talking about cookies.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it depends on who you're talking to. As these are the science kingdoms that were amalgamated. It's basically a country made of various other countries. So yeah, there is, what's the word, like cultural fuckwhats.
Cultural fuck.
If you
That's
say
nice.
so. Anyway, it's just along the lines of like, well, if you don't know what these are, we can just go there. It's a lot cheaper and not. It's guaranteed to be not as shit as this. Or at least
Tonight
should
the
be.
party argues about where to get breakfast rather than the murder mystery.
But anyway, we're gonna have to move quick because I don't want to fucking spend forever at the. I don't know. I don't want to have to spend forever getting food just so we miss out on asking people questions.
I like the
Then let's
drow
start
like
moving.
peeking. The drow peeking in, like, if anyone wants to have breakfast here, I'm making an omelet. He's like whisking a bowl.
It's a good way to
It's
get
empty.
fucking eggshell shards in your fucking.
He's
the roof of
actually
your mouth.
bluffing. He's bluffing. He has no eggs.
Yeah, when you say eggshell shards in your food, he just smiles and like creeps back into the kitchen, like just slides back out of frame.
Thank you, cousin.
You're supposed to take the shells off. How do you take the shells? This is
I mean, yeah, you can't shit on him. I rolled a 12 though. His omelet is probably just a whipped egg fried in a pan, no cheese.
Okay,
Well,
this
let
place
us
is
go
making
then.
me sad. Let's.
Are we going
Can
to?
we get much higher?
Are we really going to stay here? Are you going to keep paying the exorbitant amount he's asking for this?
I'm honestly not gonna lie. I've now that I've stayed here, I really don't care for this place anymore.
This place seems
Really?
like a very good venue for murder, and that's it.
I mean, that's a good
Well,
thing.
You guys wanna? There was that old man. Let me see if I can go find that old man.
I
He
look
presented
at
a different
you.
place to go.
It's like,
Uh,
what about stealing?
No, but all right, guys, I'll be back. I'm gonna go find that old man.
okay, well, don't be gone long because we have a job to do here.
Don't worry, got you. I'm just finding accommodations for this night. I'll be back.
All
Alright,
right.
so Shori runs off. This is where we just never bring up Shori for the rest of the session. And
No.
yeah, so yeah,
You
guys
chose
wanted
this
to.
life.
Yeah, so anyways, you guys are gonna go to the McDonald's and get some hash browns and stuff. So while you're like, so since I have this idea of like an early fast food place, there's not actually a sit down place inside of it. It's like a building with workers inside with windows. You know, that the old style of fast food.
We sit in the
So-
play
Yeah.
place.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is like you guys are like probably sitting on a bench outside near like a a street or something, like you're sitting on a bench with your bag of food, and that's where you guys begin talking about whatever you're going to talk about. So, go ahead. Then I'll go to Shori. Or if you really want, on the way to McDonald's, Krugar, you see the sculpting place.
So which version?
What do you
what
do with
version are you
this
going with?
knowledge?
You know, the thing that we stopped at the beginning earlier where you're walking through and you see like a place for stone cutting.
Considering Android, it will mostly be the thing like it stop, like look at it. That typical, and on the shin thinking, and just trying to memorize where the place is to come back when I'm not, after a little bit, werewolf.
Okay.
I assume this
Alright,
is
so
with
yeah,
everyone walking by, correct?
Yeah, sure. So
And,
if anyone
hey,
wants to, like,
Ingram.
Yeah.
Are you good at memorizing places?
Hmm?
Are you good at
Hmm?
memorizing places?
In what sense?
If I ask you to remember this place, can you bring me here again?
Yeah, I mean, he kind of like. I can probably remember where it is in relation to the McDonald's.
Great, if you could, I would appreciate that. I need to come back here before we have to deal with the case before we go away.
Yeah, sure. And he's just. It's literally that he's gonna think about it in the most backwards way. Like, ah, yes. In most cases, you would remember where it is. Nah, I'm gonna remember from the biggest landmark in the city, McDonald's. So from McDonald's to here, you have to. And then that's how he'll remember it.
What's the
All
name
of
of
his
the stone cutting place?
Agitapal's art studio.
What'd you call me?
An art studio. Live with it.
No, I don't want to be art or a studio.
Congratulations, you've succeeded.
You know, when you call them an art studio, I'm just thinking like Greg's mom is so fat they started selling her like space, like herself as the space to rent.
Never heard of it. It's also not very good.
Not very good. It's just what popped in my head. Like so many other terrible things. From the mind that brought you beefy bites or Betsy bites, yeah.
They're both correct. That's when it gets
Yeah.
translated and translated again. It gives beef
I like
bites.
I like the idea that you're at the place like, do you still have any like beefy bull balls? And they're called Betsy bites now, sir.
Please use the correct name. Not Ronald will be very upset with us. Just a fucking he's just a fucking oh, what's his name? What was the name of the clown?
Ronald.
No, the fucking trash man clown.
Oh,
What?
he's talking about Danny DeVito.
Oh,
Jay
Perot.
Leno, David Letterman.
Yeah, just Perot like fucking in the back, just pointing a gun at them. A better job.
Okay, I
I
don't
feel
know.
terrible about. Also bad
Alright, but-
jokes. You know the only one.
Yeah, but you guys get your food, you sit on a bench, you start eating. Shori is nowhere to be seen, living in the moment.
Talking with an old man.
Yeah, well, you guys instead of talking about the murder case, should be like, isn't it weird how we're eating so many meals without Shori nowadays?
It's like Shori never wants to be with us anymore.
wait.
He never looks at us during.
Exactly. He never looks at us during the investigation. Speaking of that,
One Piece is real. Oh, sorry.
So to confirm, no one had scratch marks at their window when they woke up, right?
I
I don't
didn't.
believe
No.
so.
I didn't really look because I didn't give a shit. If I was gonna
Really?
die, there was nothing I could really do about it.
You could have
Yeah, like
screen for
fucking,
us.
like fucking. Steven woke up. And there's just 2 person-shaped walls. Like a wolf came in and then left when he saw his naked body.
He was like, "Oh, oh no."
I just like
Yeah,
that
with
he
your-
slept through that.
With your passive perceptions, I'm sure you guys didn't notice anything.
What the hell?
Okay, so
In either case, we still gotta see that fucking butcher, and I guess also the fucking news guy, much as I don't want to.
I mean, talking to him is more of a just
I don't know.
obligation to see the person that is truly profiting from this incident.
Well, to
Let's
not
use
have a repeat performance, we should probably call ahead of time, at least for the news guy. I don't think we need to call ahead of time for the butcher. Hopefully.
You wouldn't think you would have a phone, no.
Yeah, I'm poor. I ain't made those portable yet. So I guess we're gonna go back to the... So I guess that would mean a trip back to the guard's office to take a call there, because I don't know if we've seen a phone elsewhere. So
Have we,
ask
David?
them to...
What?
I mean, we've seen like the police box phones.
Someone called for me?
Yeah, it's just if we saw any other phones outside in the city.
There's
Any other
payphones
what?
and stuff.
Ooh, yeah, that costs money, and Ingram's a cheap bitch.
Don't worry, I'll be able to do it.
I don't think Greg could get into a payphone.
Pulls out his fake coin on a string.
I was gonna say, I don't think Greg can reach the handle to enter the phone booth.
Mm.
I am, of course, by the way,
It's
Pat, just
possible.
being mean. I'm sure Greg can.
He's
pop up
4
and grab the
feet
handle.
tall. Of course he fucking can.
I'm
Yeah, I know,
taller
there
than
are-
gnomes.
I know, you're taller than halflings. But still.
This
Gotta bully the rat.
looks down at the rat looks down at the gnomes. Pathetic.
Yet somehow somehow they still feel superior. It's like, hey,
Well, it's
He's
alright,
like,
I guess.
who you call pathetic?
Well,
No, you're
Hey,
looking
no,
down at the
first
gnome,
off.
and you're looking down at a gnome, and the gnome's like, excuse me, my head is up here.
Well, anyway, I'm not too big on stealing, but I guess payphones are a scam anyway, so we can go with your string coin thing.
just
Why are they
pay
a
the
scam?
damn phone.
Why? Phone calls should be free.
Why?
Or
Who
is
do you want to
supposed-
talk to?
How is the government supposed to pay for them then in the maintenance?
It's a service.
So was McDonald's, and we paid for it.
No, that's a company.
I'm pretty sure the food is a service.
I mean,
No.
what do you think? What do you think makes the phones?
Man, Ingram is the
I don't
weirdest
know.
kind of socialist.
It's not a social. It's just cheap.
He just refuses
Yeah.
to pay any money for anything.
I know, but
Unless
he's
he
like,
feels like it's-
the government owes us this. We paid money for food. That was look, you don't... McDonald's is a poor, small corporation.
McDonald's isn't the government.
It says
One of them's a government-funded fucking thing, whereas the other one's a private company. He can't complain that the private company's selling shit because, like, of course they are. The
I
government, though,
really-
like, you got the money.
I really want to say stupid shit like the present day McDonald's ones. That makes it government fun.
Sure. If you
I mean, but-
look at it in the dumbest light possible.
Oh, like you're doing right now?
Well, like you're doing right now. Not at all. Not at all, sir.
Just pay for the phone.
I am, and then I'm quickly retracting the money with the funny string.
No, just pay for it and put it as an expense for the job.
But then I'd have to write another form. That's a
You
lot
will have
more. That's a lot more effort than just using the string.
Use the damn form.
God damn it. Fine. We'll find a payphone rather than just walking to the fucking guard's office, which would be a free call.
I just imagine it's you. You start putting the thing, take out the fucking coin with the string, and it's just my shadow on the fucking phone booth. See you.
The hell am I even gonna tell them that we're just, I guess, looking for an, I don't know, an interview?
Tell them we're the investigators. Want to talk to them? Yes.
Yeah, but this guy's like insane. He's not gonna want to talk to us. Or I guess maybe he'll especially want to. I don't know.
He's
One or
insane.
the
Of
other.
course he wants to talk with us.
It's gonna be one or the other, and I'm not gonna like it either way.
You don't like anything that we do.
Damn straight. It all sucks.
To be fair, he doesn't seem to be the owner of the station.
Yeah, we might actually be talking to a sane person on the other side of the phone. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Oh well.
Insane, I can deal with. Ooh, sane. Ooh, no.
That's too weird. Too out.
They didn't put their sanest or phone operator on this on the end of the line this time.
Yeah, that makes this
And
call
that's
tricky.
wrong. Yeah, exactly. I can no longer play on the other person's clear deficits. Anyway, so well, I guess we should find the payphone first, because if we can't make the reservation, then everything's for naught, and we have to come up with a different plan anyway. There is also the other soldier, or wait, no, he was comatose. Never mind. So yeah, I guess we're gonna go find a payphone, and then under the fucking looming shadow of Kingston, Ingram will in fact pay whatever the fuck he has to pay. Actually, depends. What does it need?
Probably a copper.
Damn, I don't have a copper.
Same.
You just cram a fucking gold bond into the fucking coin slot.
I have 238 gold bonds and then 5 actual silver coins and no copper.
Oh, nice. You could stick a silver coin in.
Okay, wait a minute. We just came out of McDonald's. You must have change. You have to.
That's true.
How much did the McDonald's cost?
I mean, depends on what you guys bought, but knowing you, it's probably cost you guys like a copper per person.
Damn straight, bitch. Okay, so I have.
Like you were probably pulling out coupons from like 45 years ago.
I splurged. It was 3 coppers this time.
To say I probably used 1 silver in food for me.
Aaron, I love Ingram. Thank you for making this character.
Yeah.
So I guess
like I said, it probably depends on what you guys bought, because it would probably be like a drink per person is a copper, a sandwich per person is a copper, but it's one of those old fast food sandwiches where it's like a piece of bread with like, it's bread with one slice of meat hammered in between it. It's fast food.
Yeah. Anybody grab
They were probably there longer for Ingram arguing that his coupons from fucking however long ago should still be valid than actually eating.
I'll give you that, because that's what I'm saying. Was like, knowing you guys, like, if you bought yourself like a sandwich and a drink, then yeah, it would cost you like 2 copper. But realistically, since you guys are all fucking strapping young men of the army, like, you guys could probably eat 45 sandwiches and be like, that's a good. Now that was my lunch too, But still, I want dinner. You know how people are.
This one was like this is a buy 2 get 1 coupon, and this was free drinks with any 2 orders. They say you can't mix, and they say you can't mix them, but I ripped that part off 5 years ago, so you don't know that.
You can't mix coupons, sir. These ones you say you can. I mean, it's torn.
They definitely don't say you can't.
It's got more than 50%. Look, I learned that if you take a gold bond and there's like 51% of a gold bond available, the bank has to take it back. Same thing for coupons. More than 51% of the coupon is here. Abide by the law.
Kieran rolls a natural 20. At the end of all of this, he receives a copper and leaves.
Yeah, he
Why are
coupons
you
hard enough
posting
that they're
this?
paying him.
Coupons
Why are
so
you
hard that
posting
they're
this?
like $33.65. Wait,
Yeah, there you go.
why are we paying you?
I've seen one episode of the fucking show. It's truly awful.
But yeah, I'm
But the
sure
people
if you'd
are
like,
so-
And you'd think,
Unless-
yes, it makes sense to do that at a grocery store. He's doing this at a fast food place.
but yeah, I'm sure Kieran, if you'd like, you can have some copper coins. That's fine.
Yeah, he gets like an exorbitant amount of food for paying almost nothing, and it's just like, hell yeah, still got it.
You hand them a gold bond, they're like, "Oh, thanks for the tip." You're like, "I wasn't tipping."
What the fuck tips a gold bond on McDonald's?
You'd
So,
think
yeah.
if you, hey Joe, you order $40 worth of food, right? And you have all these coupons that make it like $10. You hand them a 50. I could, but like, imagine all the bullshit he was doing, where he's like arguing and stuff, and there's
Hey.
people behind him. They're like, "You're
Hey,
losing money the more you
motherfucker.
talk to me."
Hey, motherfucker. You meant Pedro.
Yeah, I said that. Anyway,
In any case, Ingram
I have
fishes out a
fucking
fucking
proof.
copper. Ingram fucking fishes out a copper and he grumbles as he puts into the goddamn payphone. And he's like, I don't know the number to where we're going. I assume that there's like a phone book.
yeah, it's probably chain inside of the booth. It's probably chained to the little like ledge it comes in on.
Be fair, because of how many phones there is, it's probably a fucking phone magazine.
I mean, yeah, it's just going to be the case. It's like, is it just going to be under Channel 6? Is it a company? Cannonford? Oh, yeah, CNN. Okay, yeah. Channel 6.
Like the
We're
casual
looking
drop,
for
CNN.
CNN. It's Cannonford News Network. It's CNN.
It probably
I know
is
what
a
I'm-
phone book. It probably is a phone book, though, Joe. You can probably call people from other other cities.
It just sounds like shit. Like that one time that we called.
I mean,
Yeah.
but think about it, David. How the lists are normally made with the small like letters and numbers. Still don't
Yeah,
think
oh,
they
yeah,
would
it's
be
just-
many.
Yeah, but they probably don't need to be nearly as efficient. Since there's not
but
going to be
people
quite so many.
microcurse would. I mean, it depends who made these things.
Is it someone
I
like Ingram
suppose.
would save
Yeah,
every
if
piece
it's
of
Well, if it
food?
was someone like Ingram, you wouldn't be able to fucking read it.
It's a two-sided page, non-laminated. It's just fucking paper piece.
Yeah, it would have been
The
like a
paper is
loose.
so thin you can
It
see
would
the
have been like
numbers
one
from
of
one
those
side to the other.
fucking 50-cent loose leaf journals, and it's just like, here you go. Someone
basically-
wrote down all the numbers.
Yeah, see,
basically
I
They
had
wanted to printing press it.
I had the book chain down because paper is valuable. But yeah, that's the idea is that there probably still is a fair amount of numbers just when you take into account like the entire country.
So yeah. I guess he hesitates to put the money in because otherwise it would eat his fucking money if he put the money in and then looked through the phone book. So he would look for the number and he was like, alright, I'm gonna call him, I guess.
Yeah.
Grumbles,
so
he puts the money in and then dials the number.
So you get some secretary guy who's just like, "Yes, Canford News Network. How can I help you?"
Hi, hello. I was, well, my name is Ingram Perlin. Presently, I am the investigator, or the new investigator on the, series of murders here in Cannonford. And I'd heard tell of one of your news hosts, Bob Hagar, that seems to know rather well about the case. And I was wondering if there was at any point that we could have an interview or speak with him. He might be vital to the case going forward.
Yeah. Would you be interesting? You think you'd want to guest on his next casting?
I don't think that would be good yet because it's still the preliminary stages of the investigation. I don't think it would be worth it to rile anybody up with any knowledge that we have yet to garner ourselves. We're still asking witnesses and gathering knowledge. This is, in fact, the third or fourth time now that this is happening. And
Okay.
sadly, the other investigators.
All right. So the guy goes. Okay. And then you hear a kind of click, and you hear a new voice going, "Oh, don't be worried about riling up at all, sir. I think you could do a on-air interview with Hagar without a problem. We could schedule you in for tonight if you're willing."
Is there no way to just speak with him, not having it on air?
Oh, he's a very busy man. I'm actually doing you a favor by having it be on air, because that means you could talk to him about it sooner, and Hagar is doing a job, so he's not missing out on any of his own personal time. Just because you're not talking to this person in person, you can still sense motive in case you want to.
Yeah, sure. I'll see what this guy's trying to screw me over for. I figure that this one's going to be important enough. I'll use Inspire to roll twice.
Wants to use it for clickbait.
It's called Stalin. Sorry,
that is a 26.
Alright. That is much better than that guy's motivations and stuff. So, DC-wise, yeah, you are pretty sure that this guy is just trying to get you on air so that they can basically, like, rile up people and make more buzz about this fucking case, since the guy hasn't killed anyone in, like, I don't remember details on the murders. It's been...
I wrote it down. It was like... It's been like 6 days or something.
Yeah, it's been like a week now without a murder, so... Yeah,
5
they're just looking
days.
Well, you guys did sleep.
6.
So, like I said...
6 days now.
So, like I said, it's been like a week since, like, someone's been murdered, so yeah, they're just looking to drum up news.
And I guess Singer will put on, like, the fucking customer service voice. And then he'll say, "Oh, I have no problems with waiting if Mr. Hagar is, of course, busy. If you can put me in at any other time. I truly do not wish to go on air until I am sure that these are, or we have concrete facts. If we can meet off the air with Mr. Hagar and speak with him, even if it's not today, I would be delighted."
So the guy kind of goes, "Well, like I said, he's fairly busy. He's got to meet up with new commercial products for testing and whatnot. How about you,
Absolutely.
if, you know, it might take a couple of weeks for that, but if you ever, you know, think you want to speak to him sooner, well, you know, I can always try and squeeze you in as a guest on the show."
I understand. I'll keep that in mind. I'll be able to reach you at a moment's notice, if that is the case.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
You hear a dial tone before you can say thank you for your time.
He puts the phone down and is like, "I paid a fucking copper for that, dude."
By the way, I assume your customer service voice is Patrick's, like, "May I take your coat, sir?"
Nah, he's got good enough diplomacy to not sound like an asshole.
It's the SpongeBob service.
"May I take your hat, sir?"
Oh yeah, the hat. Thank you.
Thank
Shori, you walk across to the other side of town, and during this time, I'm sure you probably stop at like a regular restaurant and pick up like an egg sandwich or something on your way here. Tell you what, Steven, give me a perception to make your life harder. Are you here, Steven?
What was it?
He's being shut at again.
I'll be right back. But here you go.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
I'm asking. Well, you said you'll be right back, so I'm asking while you're
Yeah,
gone.
I can hear you. I said I do the perception. I can hear you.
Okay. Well, you said you'll be right back, like you're leaving again, right?
Yeah, I gotta go back downstairs.
All right,
But
so
I got my
just
phone.
listen.
I'll just text something if you need.
Okay. Well. Okay, well, just since this is going to involve asking Steven a lot of questions and stuff, we'll just hang off on him for a little bit longer and go back to you guys. So, you wasted a copper, Kieran.
Exactly. And Ingram's just being an absolute bitch about it. Like, this guy wanted to fucking drag me onto the fucking radio or whatever to fucking absolutely sow stupid amounts of fear, as if they weren't doing that enough. Well, yeah.
Well,
Glad to know I was right.
Plan B.
Plan B?
Find out what
Just-
the guy looks like and ambush him on the streets.
That's
Yeah,
not.
that definitely sounds evil. Like, not good to say aloud at all.
Might I remind you that he
Sorry.
has-
Meet them in the streets.
Yeah, might
Mhm.
I
Forget the
remind
ambush
you-
usually demands a negative connotation.
Yeah, saying the words with the negative connotation is generally a bad one.
Might I remind you that he is one of the mouthpieces of the city. If you
Yep.
do something much more improper in front of him, we'll lose credibility all over the city.
Well, that'd be so nice. Nobody would expect anything from us.
Might be worse. Yeah,
Yeah,
for now,
I mean,
we should
it's just a
probably
good idea to
keep-
not be on air.
Yeah, we should probably just keep at it with the investigation. If
Well, then
the
gotta meet with the butcher then.
if the drink with the butcher and him doesn't do much, we should probably start checking the places where people were assaulted to see if there's further clues.
Well, there's
that
also
could
those
save-
the three soldiers that are on suspension. We could ask them about, I don't know, if one of them, for whatever reason, took a piss break and then people died and they're like, haha, I'm actually back now. Make things really easy. Man, I hope that's the case. Job would be done in like 5 minutes flat.
And also hope that is the case. I prefer not to have more just running, especially one of this power.
Aside from that, I guess it wouldn't be a bad idea to go over the fucking crime scenes again, but like, I have to wonder if they've been picked over since, like 2 months ago. Well, 3 months ago almost. And by three or four separate investigators. I don't think we're going to find much, but I guess the one that we would have the best chance is looking into the dwarf one, what died.
They got close enough to be attacked.
I guess that one would be the most worthy to check on first, and then I guess we could probably work backwards throughout the timeline.
Might work just about. Might just work.
So yeah, I think it would be best. We can probably hold off on the soldiers because I think that's probably just going to be another dead end.
Probably.
If
While
I'm
it would
being
be
honest.
convenient, I'm pretty sure they just were cowards. They didn't want to die.
What do you mean they were cowards? They were doing their job. Their job was just to sit up there and do nothing, though.
I mean, not while the people you work with are dying.
I doubt
You were the
they
one
noticed
downstairs
it.
dying. I would have gone to help you.
I don't think that they were dying close enough to the three people that were upstairs to have noticed. And even if they were, I don't think that they were dying for long enough that the people upstairs could really come down there and help them.
Didn't the report say that they heard it and didn't went there by choice?
Uh,
Yeah, that was for the.
let's see. That's the patrolman. Or is it most recent? Lights going out. Suddenly thrown about.
Yeah, claimed they were watching.
Claimed they were watching the surface entrance to ensure no one followed them in or escaped through that hatch. Yeah. Suspended for their cowardice. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not. I guess.
They were told to escort the guy for like make sure he didn't die. And hey, guess who failed at their jobs?
I guess. Well, I mean, then they're probably not worth talking to at all. Which means that we can just talk to the butcher, which is probably just gonna have him being real pissed off at us for having to be like presumably the fourth person to fucking talk to him, and then go backwards to the crime scenes, I guess. Because that'll be fun.
It is the only plans I currently have. So shall we see about this butcher fellow?
Sure.
Let's go.
All right, I guess like Steven should be back. All like Steven's character, sure, he should be with you guys already. But again, since Steven is incredibly busy, we will
say some inane shit.
Yeah. We will contextually when Steven comes back, we'll just pause and then reinsert himself for whatever would happen in there. So you guys go down to Marlock.
Yeah, I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Marlock the Butcher.
So you guys waltz on down to Market Street to the grimier section of the buildings. And as opposed to like, as you're going through Market Street, like you'll notice that there's lots of nice buildings. Like it's a fortress town, so there's like a lot of nice stuff going on in here because they kind of have a bit of protection. It's one of the major cities of like Hocus Empire. So you know when you go down Market Street, you have nice glass window type districts. Some of them have stands out. There are people like some people might give like samples or like they have like a bowl of like scents. You know, you're running through the mall as like you're getting shot by perfume like in SpongeBob. No, it's just basically a nice place, and you kind of leave Market Street like around the corner of the bend where there's like less nice looking buildings, and then like I said, there's a grimier one where there's again it still has like the nice open windows you can look inside and everything the other places, but what's less nice and appealing is like when you think of butcher shop, you might see some nice cuts of meat and like wieners or something like hanging up on a hook or that size to entice people in. Maybe a couple of baskets of like dried jerkies and stuff to like again like entice people to come in and stuff. His is just there's no like front display types things. I guess he just like I was gonna say maybe he's afraid people will steal them, but I mean the prices as you see through the window, like you were told things would be cheap, but this is pretty cheap meat. The only downside is the meat looks like it was, manhandled. Like instead of like a nice like cooling array of like steaks and like fish and stuff on the exterior window to like draw you in, you see like a fucking just carcass. It's just like an eighth of a cow with like its ribs exposed over there. Like you've got like the fucking leg, hoof included. There's leather on the outside still, like the skin, and then just
not much butchery going on at this butcher's place.
And then just like ribs and stuff. And that fucking entire hawk is priced at 1 silver.
Oh, dude, that seems nice.
And stuff like that, and like the door is kind of open, and you're just kind of hit by the smell of like blood and decay. Like,
Ooh.
It's not the kind of like overtly clean smell that some butchers might have that are off-putting, where it's like, yeah, they use a lot of ammonia. No, this dude is just like, no, you can smell the meat. That's how you know it's fresh. I'm like, no, I smell the fucking meat, all right, Jesus.
You have a full bull on a leash.
Yeah, there wasn't much butchering going on for a butcher's place, I must say.
I told them I want the cuttest, like the freshest cut you have. They gave me this whole hog.
Yeah, they gave me an entire ox.
So if you'd like, as you go in quickly, you can give me a perception check if you'd like, but more importantly,
Yeah,
I think you should
sure.
give me an intelligence check.
I'll just
What
click
intelligence?
both. Haha.
Yeah.
Oh, I clicked that twice on accident. My bad.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think you can inspiration a plain intelligence.
No. What was intelligence? D20
Nice.
plus
My
4.
intelligence is +2.
Cool.
Okay.
Int.
So 20's point.
So
I'm going
that's
to start with the intelligence thing before the perception. It's
Sure.
kind of a mix of the perception, because perception is required for this, but you rolled a 36 on perception. I think you
Yeah.
see the things. The intelligence
Probably.
comes in on this. And same with Krugar and his nat 20, 29 perception, 18. So you two, you look around and you see the variety of meats. The tiles of the floor. So I'm thinking like I want to describe, so let me start from the top here. You enter the kind of dingy, grimy exterior of the butcher shop, and you can see from the tiles of the floor that are a bit like trodden with like mud and hardened. Like it's the front room isn't being well, and you see like cases of like just kind of open ice things. Like he doesn't have refrigerators. It seems he just has things he's filled with ice that he's getting from somewhere. Must have someone supplying him ice of all fucking things. So this is like if you bought fucking like butchery stuff off in like some city that doesn't have a fucking generator powering, like Cannonford does. So he has all these like ice boxes, open thing. Like you could just there's no glass lid on these. You could just your hand is now touching beef. And you're looking at the prices, and everything's very quite cheap, except you'll notice that certain things like whole fish and make bundles of shrimps and scallops are a bit expensive. Not terribly expensive, but a bit expensive compared to the prices of other things. And in fact, you look at one thing with your intelligence, and it's like these are in completely different spots, and you have to really notice it because of like where one thing is and where another thing on the menu is, like written in like a grimy, like his fat fingers are trying to like use the chalk to write out the price. And you don't see the things actually priced out here. It's just on the chalkboard, and you can like this one thing is on the chalkboard, and the other thing is priced out. Is what I'm trying to say. So you'd have to see these two things and like really notice that a whole fish is like a silver. It's a bit expensive. It's just a fucking fish, right? It's not like a really nice big fish. It's just like someone caught this. A silver. Bit expensive. For a silver, it should be cooked and made with like a whole fucking meal and a drink. So, like I said, it's a bit expensive for that fish. And then you see up there where if you want him to take the head off and scale it and everything, the price of that fish is now 5 copper. He is making it less expensive for what a service would be.
I'm sure he's roughing up that meat good.
He just wants to do job.
Do that
Yeah.
medicine shit, Kieran. I believe in
Huh?
you.
To
And
do
you
what?
can-
Tell me.
And you notice this. You notice this in a lot of things now that you start to like look at the fish price between like beheading it and scaling it and stuff, where it's like you can see that you can buy like a whole hog carcass if you want. It's like 7 gold, which, it's you're probably not, it's just listed at 7 gold. It's not 7 gold per pound. It just says 7 gold, and
Still unthinkable to Ingram.
Yeah.
Like, people would pay 7 gold on food.
But then you like look at all the parts of the pig and you kind of count it up, and you're pretty sure you could buy the whole pig parted for like 4 or 5 gold. You see the problem here.
I mean, aside from the lack of good math, like, I mean, it seems like he doesn't give a shit about how much he makes.
Exactly. There's
So
that,
it's
or
pretty much just like a front.
there is a little buildingy thing, but we'll get back to that. Steven, you said you're back?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Steven, your 10 doesn't see the thing I was going to show you, so you just kind of go through if a hop and a skip in your day.
That was literally like 10 minutes ago. Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
That was the thing fucking 10 minutes ago. I was like, are you talking about this?
No, fuck
It was
off.
like 10 minutes
So,
ago.
So yeah, you go through, hop on a skip, you get your cheese Danish or whatever the fuck you want to have your character eat, and you come across the other side of town to the place that the old man said that there was a place on the other side of town, and it's like the Almania Tavern.
Mm. I'm going in, boys.
All right. There's a fair bit of buzz in the morning. There's people that have already started their drinking. Like you kind of like waltz through the crowd of people who are all having their breakfast here. You know, they've got like this is what you might call a hibachi, but they call it a Waffle House because they're just cooking up bacon and toast and bean grill and stuff. And their grill is like next is like part of the bar. Like you can see the chef out in front of everything cooking things for people taking orders. And there's like a dozen or so people in here, and you know, like you're probably overhearing stupid shit where the guy is just like, yeah, you know, so the guy's got his hand up her skirt, and she's like, what are you doing, Vicar, looking for rabbits? And they're all laughing. You know, shit like that.
Sounds like a good place.
Yeah, and then there's the old guy taking orders from people, I guess is what you would call it. He's like, you know, drinks, and he's just he's just basically I'm trying to think of a good way to decide. He's not actually doing any work besides acknowledging that people are asking for things. Everyone at the bar and the grill are doing that.
Mm-hmm.
He's just kind of standing there leaning on his cane, being like, yeah, we got 2 orders of rashers, that kind of thing.
Hell yeah. I'm actually liking this. Oh, well.
So you go up to the
I'll
old
go
dude.
up to him. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was gonna be like, hey man, you were right about that other place. It's shit. All right, but yeah.
Yeah. The guy's like, yeah, you can't trust elves to run a good business. It's just flights of fantasy all for them.
This is
Racism, yes.
He's like, I'm ignoring that part, but I mean, yeah, sure. How much for a place here, man?
I didn't catch that, sorry.
How much for a place here, man? Him eating a sandwich, sorry.
Oh. Your character came in with a sandwich because you got one on your way over.
Diegetic storytelling, baby.
Yeah.
No, dude, how much for it, man?
Yeah, the guy goes, well, it depends on what you're wanting. Range from 2 gold to 32 gold.
Woo! Let me just get 5 rooms, 2 gold.
Guy goes, no problem. And he goes, so do you just want 5 rooms yourself, or?
I got friends that are coming by.
Okay, well, you tell me when they come by, and I'll let them in when that time comes.
Gotcha. I'll leave him back here.
He does not give you keys.
no keys for you.
And I will get back to my allies.
Alright. So, you come in before they go to the butcher's place, so you are here for all of this, Steven. I don't think you can roll if you want to say that you knew ahead of time, but, things happened.
I mean, we told him
fine.
about the butcher when we left. He'd probably beat us there because we had to go to the fucking payphone.
Oh, you mean like he just wrap around and show up there before you?
I mean, considering he didn't take that long, like, we took a really long time ordering food because Ingram was being a shithead. And then we had a phone call, and then we walked to the butcher.
Fair
he
enough,
probably
we'll
is
consider this.
faster than all of us.
But fair enough,
Then
consider
we had
this.
some fun.
Steven walked across the entire town and back.
He's more fit than us.
You've never seen Ingram discuss for free shit. I'm sure you stood there like an hour.
Yeah. So yeah, fine, Steven. You're at the butcher shop before everyone else, because I guess technically you only had to walk across town once and then halfway back across town to the Market Street. So
Yeah.
You're outside of this grimy, dingy place with like a fucking quarter of a cow, an eighth of a cow, like leather still intact, hoof still on it, like partly ribbed. In the window is like a fucking showpiece for a silver.
I think saying
And
partly
And
ribbed
Shorty's
is
like, a fucking silver?
Yeah, it's a really good deal. Also, that's not how meat should be presented for sale.
That's why he's confused. He's like, this looks like a fucking beast horn to this thing.
I mean, David,
Guy.
from the everything descriptions we've had, can we see the cuts of meat to what they describe as the attacker? I mean, they describe that the attacker are like fucking gashes and shit. Might as well like see the cuts on this fucking meat, since it seems like it was murdered cold blood.
Alright, give me a heal check, somebody, if they want to examine the meat closely before you ring the bell. But Steven's here before everyone else, apparently, so that's up to... If Steven's gonna wait for you guys or go inside and ring the bell first.
I mean,
I'll go in. I'll go in.
No.
I mean, just to check out.
Alright.
yeah, let me just throw
And
my
I...
not
Yes,
great,
Joe?
but
I mean, do you bring up the idea that like this could have
Yeah.
similar? Like we haven't seen any of the bodies, so I don't know if
Okay.
we really have anything
Alright,
to
shush.
benchmark it to.
Let's fucking do Steven's thing, and then when you guys are all back together, we can discuss this again, so
Okay.
we are not getting jumping back and forth. Steven, you
Sure.
go in. Did you want to do the intelligence check, or are you just fine with ringing the bell?
Sure. I'll intelligence check it.
Okay, give me a perception, since that's important too. Alright, I mean, if you roll really good on perception, but otherwise I think we'll just have you ring the bell.
That's the
That
perception.
was its perception.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I said if you roll really good on intelligence.
That's not what you
I'm
said.
back. I'm back to roll. Yeah, you did say perception.
Yeah, well,
Like I'm great at
We
this.
have the tape.
Intelligence. I meant
yeah,
intelligence.
we have the tape. Yeah, so, Steven, you're just like, wow, there's some really low prices here. Most prominently, Steven, the floor is a bit dirty, from as evidenced by you, like, moving forward, and you, like, feeling your fucking boot break apart like a mud stain that was, like, in your way. And the... Most noticeably, there aren't, like, electronic, things keeping things, like, cool and insulated. It's just open cases of, like, ice with meat in them.
Mm.
So, I
Fucking
mean,
Shorty's like, Jesus.
and it's open, like, you know how there are, like, sneeze guards at the butcher, so, like, you can put your hand,
Yes.
like, yeah, there's just, you go to, like, put your hand down to, like, check for the glass, and you're just touching raw meat now. I'm sure with 12 perception you can still see enough that you wouldn't actually do that, but it's the idea that it's just open air.
Shorty's
Yes.
like, what the fuck?
It's very cheap. You get a lot. It's not well cared for.
He's like very confused. He's like, why the fuck is it? Why is it like this? It's such a strange way to run a butcher.
smells like an Arby's.
No.
Joe hates Arby's. Anyways,
Why do you hate Arby's so much, Joe?
I like to meme on them.
I love Arby's. It makes me
That's it.
want to die every time I eat it.
Okay, you're not saying it either.
they have the meats. Anyways,
Yeah, they do too.
Steven, you ring the bell, right?
Yeah.
You hear a
You ringed the bell.
you hear a gruff kind of voice from the back room where the guy's going, "Oh yeah, I've got a customer now," and he's like fucking fear him thudding out, and you fucking see the door flaps kind of open, and from like the 6-foot clearance, like the doors kind of give like a human clearance, like you could walk under. I know you're more than 6. I mean, it's enough that like it's like a normal human head clearance. He fucking ducks under it, and you see him kind of fucking standing up after that, and this dude is like clearly over 7 feet tall. So you have this fucking mean green butchering machine right here, He's got tattoos down the arm. He's got like leather pieces of armor hooked up onto him, and he's carrying this fucking bloody, like, actual honest to god, like, weapon axe with a meat tenderizer installed in the back of it. He's just got blood all over his front, like, apron. And he's just going, "Oh yeah, love, you got something you got your eye on."
Called the Cleaverizer.
He's like, man, I got a question for you. Just have you thought about investing in like cooling tech? You know, like everything cool. You know what I'm saying, man?
He goes, "Oh no, I don't want none of that. Make the prices go so up high, and you know people love the cheap prices, don't you?"
Don't you?
Watch out, Steven. I don't think that's a question.
Yeah, it's not a question. You trying to threaten me? Oh no, the customer.
I'll answer that. I'm gonna answer clearly. I'm like, hey, the prices may be cheap, but man, I ain't gonna lie. I've seen war sites that are cleaner, but I still might want to buy that that carcass in the front.
He goes, "If you've seen war sites that are cleaner than here, then you clearly haven't seen no war site."
Yeah.
That's so fucking. Like, I imagine some dudes walking in going, "There's some real good cheap meat here." Just the two of you angrily staring at each other, and he's just backing away. Like the shot where like someone opens the door and just turns around.
Adam Smasher and the guy staring at it there.
I haven't seen Cyberpunk yet.
Oh, watch it. Later,
I've been spoiled super hard though.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, no, I've been spoiled super hard. Look, the longer I don't watch it, the longer Rebecca is alive. So
What the hell?
I mean, to be fair, I also got the exact same spoiler, and that's why I haven't
Same.
watched it yet.
yeah.
It's impossible not to when people are really capable at putting an entire spoiler of a character in just a single image. You don't have time to stop watching.
When the fucking Infinity War for like Marvel came out, like the fucking 20 minutes after it came out, people on like RuneScape during the Christmas event where there was like 1,000 players gathered in the same space doing stuff. There's like 40 people screaming out the spoilers, like every spoiler they could do. They're fucking transcribing the script from memory to people. Like people are just dicks.
Yeah, that was really a shitty thing when people were doing that.
I did hear a podcast where some people were talking about that. There's like some diehard like Marvel fans. One of them like could only get the screening on like the last day of the week, so he fully cut off his internet access to anything that wasn't his work email. He was so desperate to get memes, he had to ask friends to basically mail him memes so he wouldn't get spoiled.
He gets sent a meme and it's the fucking Thanos disintegrating. No!
I mean, honestly, I like the spoiler quote unquote memes where it's like spoil the plots of the movie without showing the movie, where it shows like other things. Where it's like if you haven't watched
spoil things without context.
Yeah, like where if you haven't seen the movie and you look at it, you're just like, what the fuck are these hieroglyphics? But if you've seen the movie, it's actually like, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I remember they did some of those for fucking not Endgame, the Infinity Wars, and it was like a bunch of dust, a fucking rock candy. Just remember, like at the time, there were a bunch of those.
All right. So, Steven, you said you wanted that hawk for the silver.
Yeah.
All right. The guy's like,
myself, I guess.
All right. The guy's just like, all right then, and he's like looking down at the like he motions his head down to the counter, like he like a nod, like eh.
What the fuck does he want?
He goes,
put the silver down there?
Yeah, he's just like, you're looking at him, he's like, well, it ain't free.
Well, shit. I'm like, let me get the silver out.
And you go through your coin purse, you pop the silver down the counter, his fucking ogre hands, like, grab the silver and slide it towards him, and he kind of, like, puts it in a pocket. And he's just like, yeah, he's pulling his car out. So yeah, after he takes the silver from you, he's just like, on then.
Alright,
anything else? Yeah, he's just implying like, just fucking pick it up. It's yours. Anything else then?
Nah, that's fine. My friends will come back here. Come be here soon, I believe. They might want something too.
He's like, all right, then you enjoy that, and he just fucking like walks back into the back where you can like briefly see the fucking horror house of like blood stain covering the entire room back there.
What I'm
That's
gonna
my
do is I'm
kill
gonna
room.
go. Everyone's gonna see me outside with this carcass. I'm got this. I got a carcass outside. I'm getting ready to butcher this thing correctly. Probably better than he could.
Probably. You want to give me a butcher check or something while you wait?
What, that profession? I'm
Yeah,
not
I
trained in it,
guess.
but I mean,
You're not
This would be
trained in it, and I don't
survival.
think you have tools because you're using like your sword or something to butcher it.
That
I've
would be
got a multi
survival.
shovel. I've got a multi shovel.
Oh god. Okay, let's be real though. Imagine trying to butcher a carcass with a real life multi shovel. Like you can do it, but imagine the difficulty.
David, if you don't have the correct profession, this would probably be survival.
That's true. Yeah, you want to do a survival check, Steven?
Sure. Luckily, I'm shit at that too.
That's probably what Marlock is using as well. He's not trained as a butcher. That's why everything sucks ass.
No way.
Yeah, so in a way, like Steven's is still better than his. It's not like what a real butcher would do, Steven. If
Oh, of
it's not
course, he's
correct,
not
you don't
doing it
have the
like a
right
real.
tool.
He's not a real butcher anyway.
You have
That
enough
was-
knowledge that you can fucking take the hoof part and all the like the ligament from the meat that wouldn't be good. So you most of that like size wise is taken away because it's basically the leg which doesn't have anything good in it and the hoof. Like, do you plan on congealing that into a candle or something?
Nah.
Like it's garbage, so you could just get rid of it or give it to a dog or something that passes by. So then you have the
Yeah.
hawk. So you have like from a cow, knowing my butchering career from that class I took in culinary college, you would get like a couple of flank steaks from it. Not flank might not be the right term. I'm just thinking of like you get a couple of like steaks of okay size from it, and like 4 ribs, which I mean, still for a silver, like they're good sizes, you know.
Yeah.
It's meat. People like meat.
So true.
Meat.
The biggest concern you probably have is a guard coming out and it's just like, hey, now you can't be doing this in public. You know, getting blood everywhere.
He's like, this
Come
streets
on.
have seen enough blood. A little bit more is fine.
At what
All right.
point of the butchering will he arrive?
That's not what you should say, but
All right, the guy's
Okay.
going. The copper is like, you adventurers, you just. Here, why don't we come on down to the station? You can butcher down there. How about?
You interfering with my investigation?
What? Fucking, he doesn't know who you are, and you just like pull out the like, are you questioning my power? Like the fucking
Are you
shit.
threatening me? Are you
It's
threatening me?
Like,
Fucking
it's just like, that's
Steven
like-
is just making a blood smear outside, and he's just like, this.
Respect my authority.
I
Are
mean,
you
King's
challenging me?
registering is the
Oh, I
what-
found it! I found it!
Found what?
David, I was like this, so I got a pair of glasses I was gonna grab today, but I couldn't
Okay.
find the receipt for them. And then I looked down by my feet, and I'm like, "What's underneath my table?" Oh, there it is.
Well, that's much better than what my brain immediately went to when I heard, oh, I found it. I'm like, yes, Steven, everyone has a penis there.
No, I'll kill you,
everyone.
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 I mean, I'm just imagining Kingston's just doing the "Why are you like this?" face. That is
I'm
about
just like,
the exact
Yeah,
same
um,
as all of his faces.
I'm sure you guys can come up and see a guard arguing with Kingston.
Ooh,
Okay,
With Kingston?
are we having a
Sorry.
shootout then?
With Shori. Fuck me, man. It's late.
Joe, but in character of character, you are the target.
Look, man, Joe was talking, and I was trying to think of Steven, but Joe was talking. So I said Joe's character's name.
I'll stop. Don't worry about it.
All right. But I'm just trying to move things along. Sorry, Joe, because it's already 3.5 hours in, and we haven't gotten through most things.
Yeah, me too. That's why it put me there.
Just go fast. My bad. I'm sorry.
It's all right. So, no, not Ingram. Fuck, I'm looking at Kieran. Shori. All right, Shore Leave is arguing with a guard. You guys walk up.
The hell's all this about?
Yes.
He's like, he doesn't want me butchering the streets.
Yeah,
I mean, he's not wrong.
That's a very reasonable thing to ask you not to do.
Shori literally agrees. He says he's not wrong, but I have a reason for this.
The guard would have said, "Oh, Lieutenant, nothing important, sir. I was just dealing with some public nuisances."
At no point. Wait, what do you mean, Lieutenant? There is absolutely 0% chance that
I'm a
Ingram's wearing shit.
private nuisance.
What was that? What was that, Kieran?
There's an absolute 0% chance that Ingram's wearing a shit because I'm pretty sure we're supposed to be investigators, not soldiers.
No,
Okay, that's fair then.
I just go over his shoulder and I'm like, they gave you the captain told everyone your rank, remember?
Did they?
Told us to aid them. Yeah, the captain told the people to aid us
No.
with the investigation.
No. If you aren't wearing the thing, this guard doesn't know who you guys are.
Well, he wouldn't wear it because he's not trying to give it away. If the guard captain said it, then that's fine. It's just
That's fine.
He's not gonna wear it because he doesn't want to blow the cover that's already probably fucking blown.
No, that's fine. This is just the idea that the guard wasn't there or he didn't pay enough attention, but he doesn't know who you people are.
It was on the other
So
shift.
he'd be complaining to you guys just move along.
Yeah, we're gonna do so as soon as we get our investigation here done.
Fucking the math meme for this guard.
Were you not at the guard house yesterday?
I rolled a fairly decent sense motive for the guy just now, so he'll ask if all of you are the new investigator.
Yeah.
They've
pretty much.
They've sent a squad before because of what happened to the last one.
Technically, I'm doing a lot of the investigating / talking, but definitely they're helping me.
I just
and also making me not die, which is really cool. I love not dying.
Show off the pin in my jacket, David. A bit more than investigators.
Well, I did. Your pin isn't an officer rank, though, right?
No, my pin's not an officer rank.
Right, so the guy's just not going to be super surprised by you or anything. He's going to go, yeah, I heard that the commander had called in a request for outside sources since, I'm sure you heard. But, while you're doing this investigation of yours, I'm not sure how you army folks do things up in wherever you come from, but can you not break the law?
What you mean?
We tried to.
Yeah, what do you mean? He just looks down at fucking Shori cutting meat in public. He's like,
"Is that against the law? I thought that was that's not a decent thing to do. I don't know if it's against the law."
Yeah.
Hold on, wait, David.
It's not necessarily. Oh yeah, go ahead.
He's gonna Shori's gonna pick his stuff because he's already done with this, and he goes to the guard and he's like, "Listen, dude." He said, "Listen. You got a guy around here where tearing things apart, and you know who they don't pay attention to? The weird guy that cuts meat in the middle of the street. What they go for is his partners who actually have a modicum of sense. So while they're going to be going after them, I'll be there right behind them. I'm thinking 10 steps ahead here. I've got a 5 head right now, my friend."
Some of the words he doesn't understand. He's like, I like your funny words, Magic Man. But no. He would go.
Right now.
Yeah, he would go. Well, he kind of squints because he doesn't understand the lingo from Noxum, apparently. And he then goes, right, of course. I think most people are aware that he's guilty, though. He like nods his head towards the butcher shop.
He says,
Why ain't he
the
in
thing
jail
is,
if that's the case?
you would never. Hey. He goes to him again. He's like, listen, dude, that's too easy. Think
Like
about
every
it.
time you do that, I imagine you've got like your hand on his chest, and the guy looking more and more uncomfortable.
That's exactly how sure he does it. He's like, he gives him. He's like, listen, that'd be too easy. That's the first person you blame it on. That's exactly who you blame it on.
I mean, they blame him
what's
for
gonna happen is,
times.
you're gonna arrest him, and
Yeah.
what's gonna happen? Someone else is gonna get fucking mauled.
Yes, the culprit can only be deduced with facts. Just speculations will do nothing.
And Joe said,
The
"Destroy
facts
with
are
facts."
apparently
Like,
they just got alibis, so.
you guys are gonna go on Bob Hager's fucking news stream, and Joe's gonna be the guy he's talking to. Like, I am going to destroy you with facts and logic.
No.
Oh,
And my
God.
gun.
David, in this gun I found.
Yeah, no, it's like you're talking to Alex Jones. You're debating with Alex Jones, and he's just like, yeah, go on, Steven.
I was gonna say that in this thing where here the fucking things, you've got Alex Jones, me as fucking Joe Rogan, and fucking
Yes!
Joe is smart man who has sense in the middle of this conversation.
Joe's just gonna be talking to fucking Bob Hager, and he's like, imagine, if you will, that the murderer wasn't 7 feet tall, but was in fact, you know.
A bitch.
Yeah, that could get the murderer to you guys if you just went on the news and talked like, we're calling you out! You do the fucking Sam Hyde thing. I'm going to your house to kill you. In, like, the joke, right? No. In real life.
Serial
Alright.
killer, you have no cock.
Alright, so the guard is going to
What's in your
walk
pocket?
away after like just reinstating. It's like, try not to be any more of a public nuisance, which that is labeled as a general law, I'm aware, but spilling blood in the streets is another law, and
Yeah,
I'm
please
just-
don't fucking butcher in the streets. Those are really fucking weird.
It's also unhygienic.
Yeah, the guard's kind of walking away from you guys in the sense where he says, I've got actual crimes to go catch, I guess. And like later that day, he's gonna be like, I'm smart, I'm thinking ahead, I've got a 5 head. People in Knoxham say that, you know.
God damn it.
Alright, so you guys are outside the fucking butcher shop. You go in, you see the same shit I already said.
Does
Go
anyone have
ahead.
a deal check?
Man,
Yeah,
it
Joe
looks like
wanted to say something about the wounds.
Yeah, I wanted to see if the basically of the carcasses were butchered and compared
Well-
to the descriptions of wounds that we had.
The funny thing is, Steven took the thing I was gonna have you heal check, so it's a little bit harder now.
Yeah, I know.
So, if you wanted to heal check the meat, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, my health checking did bit, and I'll also talk this with Ingram.
I mean, yeah, you got a console right here. So I mean, like, it's just Ingram going like, man, this guy really doesn't seem like he wants to be a butcher. And then you just come up and like, we should probably check on these
Yeah.
wounds. And it's like, yes, okay, sure. I'll also check the wounds.
Even if it's not for now, for at least we now have a comparison to when we actually see the wounds.
So yeah, that's a
Which has been-
34 for me.
Putting your grimy hands all over the meat, you see that,
Don't say
like
it
for
like
example, after beating your meat, you notice that the
I didn't
steaks, for
beat my
example-
meat. I beat Marlock's meat. Excuse
Yeah.
you.
Oh no! Shut up!
I haven't purchased it yet. It's not mine.
That's fair. After thoroughly investigating his sausages,
Getting
you take,
very close to his meat.
yeah,
Mm.
so close it's like I can taste it in the fucking Patrick eating a popsicle
Stop!
thing. All right.
so you
So
stripped his meat.
yeah, for the steaks, for
Smack that meat
example,
around.
the steaks, for example, you would note that like there's a couple of like tears through it where it's like if you were to run your fingers across like the grain, you would find like 2 or 3 extra like flaps that kind of like grind into it that are like pounded down through a like nailed apparatus. So it's like imagine you have the cow and he's just taking his axe thing and he goes slack, slack, slack until he cuts through it.
And then he
all
fucking pounds it back into shape.
Yeah, stuff like that. Or the sausages, for example, like you're looking at things in it and you're like, you realize there's very little spices in the sausage. In fact, there doesn't even look like there's that much bread filling it. You're pretty sure this is a meat tube, TM.
Get real hands-on with the meat tube.
Yeah.
Why?
Things like any like I said, there wasn't filleted fish up here because you'd ask him to do that. I'm trying to think of like what else you might find because like there'd be like barrels of like pickled things that like if you were to like fucking bob for pig's feet in there, you would note like the haunches are just kind of like cracked apart from the legs. Like he took his axe to it and just snapped it. Stuff like that.
I tell you.
It's like everything here was cut with like brute force.
Yeah.
So
not any finesse or skill. So it's just like everyone like he either really fucking hates this job and fucking doesn't want to do it, or he's just really angry all the time and therefore bad at cutting everything.
Maybe he just rushes all. Yeah, maybe he just rushes all the jobs because he doesn't care enough.
Well, given that he's also not using any coolers and willing to get less money for doing more work. It just
he's
seems
using
like
quote unquote coolers. There's ice involved.
I mean, yeah, but like you'd think in a place that's not like a fucking like this isn't a backwater. You'd think he'd have a fucking cooler.
Yeah,
you don't understand. He's an artisan.
He's
yeah.
Traditionally.
I don't think most artisans hate their fucking jobs. Most artisans have passion.
You
okay, I understand. You think artisans like to do
what they do.
Jobs that aren't art.
No, I think that they like to do the thing that they do. This guy looks like he fucking hates butchering.
Does he like
you're
to
talking
do it,
about,
or is he just good at it?
As
he's
you're
really
kind
good
of talking
at
about
cutting
him,
things.
you might want to stop talking because you hear his like back doors hinge open. He's just like, I thought I heard some voices up in here. See anything you want?
No, you didn't.
And I remind you, for your viewing pleasure yet again, this guy's head like lurches down. Fucking, he headbutts the door open. It's a swingy door thing like butchers have, and he fucking waltzes in, and this fucking like 7-foot tall green dwarf is up here. So
green dwarf.
He's wide, he's tall, his fucking arms are bulging, and he's got...
I'd assume looking from the door that he comes in, it's like a fucking bacchanal, or whatever. An abattoir, that's the word I was looking for.
An abattoir?
Abattoir. Abattoir.
Bloody and grisly scene.
A slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
It's literally the meaning of the word.
Yeah, I have never heard anyone call it an abattoir before, but I guess I'll stick that in my dictionary.
Because an abattoir is normally used for the scary settings.
Yeah. Sure.
Like you walk into a room, and as your torch sweeps around, it is an abattoir, bloody and grisly.
I think slaughterhouse is scarier.
No.
Yeah, well, the room has a nice red color behind him, but you don't really see much of it until Steven really only saw it when he went back in, because the Jolly Green Giant's fucking body is kind of in the way of the door slapping right now.
Oh,
hello. So yeah, he's just like, if there's anything you want, just tell me, and you can buy it. And he just stands up here, and he goes, or if there's something you don't want, I got a menu here, and his fucking fat green finger points at the chalkboard behind him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and then he puts his hands on the counter and just kind of like leans over slightly, just like he's not like leaning over the counter, but he's leaning on it, both hands down. He's just staring at you guys, and his fucking 5x5 square room.
Hey,
I guess as Ingram's like looking around, you would just kind of pipe up. How long you been doing this, butchering stuff? Like, seems like this has been going a while. Like,
we're staring.
He goes, I've been butchering my whole life.
Oh,
can I sense motive to try and pick apart the fact that that's not in reference to this?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean,
It's a 25.
We know about
Yeah.
his past.
Yeah, he's implying that he's killed people.
Ah.
I'd hate to have Ingram's perception right now.
It's just like Ingram's like, it's the fucking. That's spoilers, I'm not going to say that. But it's like him realizing, yes, this is the various ways that I could die in, in excruciating detail, and nobody else will see this but me. I'm talking
Just-
as the contract killer. I'm just like, you ever think about getting coolers in here?
He goes, he repeats like the same thing that Steven said, where he's just like, oh, no, that would raise the price too much, and, people like the low price, and he just mutters on like that. And then when he says that, that's when he goes, and then as he's muttering on, he's like, hold on a minute, aren't you the guy from just a couple of minutes ago?
yes, I am.
You want another hawk? I just made one.
Jesus.
He made a hawk.
He made the hawk?
Sure actually made that sound. The fucking Jesus.
The man just has a freaking tan bag, the magical item, and every time he picks out an animal, done.
Look.
You know what?
but
How
if you
much is
got-
the hawk?
Oh.
Yes, how much, Dave?
Oh, that's what Pedro asked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The price would still, I guess if you didn't notice the empty spot that had a silver coin at the price, he would, he'd be like, well, the price is at the, I guess, I'll go cut it and I'll tell you. And he fucking, that's when he leans back into his thing to, and that's when you see the fucking abattoir. And yeah, it's a fucking red room out back there. And then if you do, like, if you're gonna talk for whatever, you would just hear the fucking sounds of him going, like, until he
he's
fucking
beating his
cuts it
meat.
down. And then he would come out. But I assume you guys are gonna talk for, like, the minute it's gonna take him to do this.
I don't blame people for thinking it's him.
It's just
Yeah.
gonna be like Ingram, like he's not trembling, but he's kind of like pale faced as he leans in. He's like, "I'm pretty sure this man has killed people before."
Oh,
I
I'm
mean,
sure.
So have we?
Yeah, no,
might-
I don't know about this.
No,
wee
I'm
shit.
pretty sure we have.
I don't know about this wee shit because I don't kill people. But
We can fix that.
Whatever lets you.
I think that he is very much so operated as a butcher, not of flesh and animal carcasses before.
So it's exactly what it looks like then.
I
Well,
mean,
it's exactly what he said.
wasn't there a report that he used to be with orcs?
No. Yeah, the I mean,
No,
Yes,
camp.
Pedro, that's,
No, in,
that's
with the
correct.
orc camp.
No, I
As in
said
orc
Pedro. I said Pedro. Don't you laugh. I was addressing him.
No, the fucking hasn't it been said that he's been with orcs? He is an orc.
Yeah, but Pedro's trying to say that he wasn't
Yeah.
city raised or anything. And like, yes, he came from an orc tribe and he moved into the city on
Yeah.
the basis that he wants to be civilized, quote unquote.
What was the
So
fucking
it's-
guy's name that
Yeah,
was covering for him? I can find.
Oh,
Brugo?
Brugo.
Borgash.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
No, but yeah, he came from a. So yeah, it's likely that he killed someone before that. That was already implied.
I mean, I'm just figuring this guy's some sort of like contract killer that happens to be moonlighting as a fucking
Yeah.
butcher.
Like in the middle, like he's some sort of contract killer, and just your face turns into like 3 X's because he fucking walks back in, dragging the hawk across the floor, and he fucking slams it down. He's like, "This is a bit bigger than the other one, so a gold piece. Unless you want the silver, then I can cut it off." And he's suggesting he cuts off approximately like twice the meat that you got before, Steven.
Yes.
So it's like, so you say yes to cutting it off. So he kind of puts it on the floor.
Hey, I was the one
and
buying. I'll just buy it.
Oh, you're the one buying. Oh, you'll just buy it for a gold.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, he'll just hand the thing. He'll take. He wants the gold. Like he just motions like,
Yeah, I'll give him.
All right. And as after he takes the gold and he doesn't hand you the meat, he just expects you to take it, and he sees you picking it up, he'll go, "Are you a half orc?"
Yes.
Very scrawny. You should eat more meat. Hold on. And he walks into the back for like 10 seconds, drags the other hawk, and fucking slams it down on the table. He's like, "You're so tiny, you need to get muscle in your bones."
With the fucking Kruger being strong as a motherfucker.
I must look like a 2D line to
You
him.
need to understand. He's the motherest of the fuckers.
Yeah. Krugar's like a foot shorter than him, that's what he's basing it on.
Oh god.
It's the case that, like, he's a fucking...
He's Govar sized.
he's bigger than Govar, apparently.
I mean, 7 foot.
He's 7'4".
Yeah.
My bad.
He's like
He's aren't. He's
7.5. He's literally
he's-
like half a foot taller than Govar.
Yeah, this is a big fucking orc.
He's just a big boy. In comparison, like, he's a fucking 3D shape and Ingram's a 2D line.
Here, I mean, if you want to talk about, like, how we know for sure he's civilized, the man has tattoos. I don't know if orcs can do that. I think you need a needle or something.
No, or should do that.
Or
I mean,
can
tribes are
tattoo.
able to do it. With,
Yeah, I know.
You know what? You don't need a mechanized tattoo.
I mean, you've seen his picture. It's not like tribal tattoos. It's like a fucking snake.
Yeah, that's easy to
Isn't-
do.
Wouldn't
Is
that
that
be
a
tribal?
snake?
Are you sure that's a snake? That looks more like a female orc on this looking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
the difference?
It's Usopp.
No, that is a woman on his arm.
Yeah, I know. What's the
on his
difference? He's got a fucking female orc on his arm. So that's what I mean. Like, it's a complicated tattoo.
Maybe
Dude, I
maybe
can't
it was
believe
an
he's
elf
got...
orc that was living in the camp.
No, it's
Fine,
a
it's a
fucking goblin.
fucking-
It's Usopp on
It's,
his
yeah,
arm.
it's shut up about Usa. Like I
That's
said,
why it became a
you're
picture.
you're squinting at the snake and you're like, "That's an ass."
That's a
That
long
is a
ass.
straight up ass. But yeah.
So yeah, he just fucking coughs with his hand and then puts his hand back on the counter and goes, "Anything else that you guys want?" Like, he just gave you a fucking another hawk of the equal size for free, by the way.
Nice.
You
You're
know
the
what?
only guy that works here?
I don't think this guy is the thing. Can we help him? Can we teach it? Can we give him some butchering lessons?
I mean, just give him a freezer and someone to be the face, and it's
Yeah.
fine.
You the only guy
Yeah,
that works
I like the
here?
idea that you guys huddle up in front of him to do this. I don't think he's the guy.
It's literally just a case that...
We also gave him. I gave him a silver.
Yeah.
Didn't see no weird werewolf stuff going on, so you know
I don't think that would happen with that. Anyway,
it burns him.
it doesn't... I don't know.
I mean, he
I'm
doesn't
not
have to
into
be a weird werewolf if he is just going around tearing people apart. He's already built to do that.
Yeah, he doesn't need
Yeah,
to
I
be a
know.
werewolf to rip the fucking shit out of people.
Like that thing where you guys,
Sure.
that thing where you guys, like, why don't you just ask him to take off his apron and shirt and check for him for like bullet wounds?
I mean, I was
We're gonna
about to
get
get to
naked
fucking
real
asking
quick.
him questions.
Go ahead.
All right,
It was just like...
Asking
you
the fans
guys.
to get
So
Ingram
I was about to
pulls
ask him
away
questions.
from the huddle.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was about to ask him questions. Joe goes, "Go ahead," and you guys just go break, and you take it out of the.
Also,
was
just a
like-
quick thing. I just imagine if you
Yeah.
want to check for bullet wounds, just do the thing. Hey, let's have a flexing competition. I'll start. Okay, carry on.
He may not look it, but he's best in show at the Army's bodybuilder competitions now.
Ingram fucking dies when flexing.
Yeah.
I'm built
Perishes.
different.
Built different.
Stupid.
I flex and
I'm built-
I
I'm
inversely
built- I'm
lose
built
mass. Ingram, when he
I guess,
flexes, he loses mass.
Yeah, it just shows, it goes to show that he's like incredibly like a fucking waif. Like he looks bigger than he is because his clothes are baggy, and then he takes them off and is just like fucking rail thin.
They're like, I forgot all elves are female.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a guy. All elves are female.
No,
Just a female with a penis.
Ingram's built like Shay, Steven.
Oh my god.
Pretty much.
Are you challenging me?
He's just
Ingram, when someone tries. Oh,
yeah, whenever someone tries to make him pay. For
are you
I can't-
challenging me?
I can't find the thing I wanted to find because I was looking for female elf with a male sign on it, but I found this instead.
Oh no.
So I'm just gonna call out from the get out of the huddle. And he's gonna be like, "You the only guy that works here? It seems like a lot for just one person to handle, I guess. A lot of animals what need butchering."
He goes, "Yeah, I just buy them from hunters outside."
Ah. Is that all you do? I imagine the shop can't stay open that long. Like, it wouldn't be reasonable to have it open during like dinner time or whatnot.
No, I work 9 to 5 because those reasonable hours.
Suppose so, yeah.
I like when you go. That's I suppose so, and you look at the back, like the front window, the glass door of the shop. There's no times on it.
I mean,
Remember, you did come here at night at one point and saw it was closed.
yeah, I mean, so far, this corroborates what we've seen. We've come here between the times of 9 to 5 and not between the times of 9 to 5.
Is there anything else you're gonna ask him?
I guess he'd ask, he doesn't want to be direct. So, maybe he'd ask, well, he'd say, I'm still rather, me and my friends are still rather new here. Heard a lot about grisly business happening about here over the last few months. Seems pretty awful.
He kind of like rumbles. He's like, "Oh, I don't want to talk about that. I'll clean business for a business. You know what I'm saying?"
Yeah,
No,
I suppose.
I don't.
Well, I guess
Not
it
a
would be
big
helpful if you elaborated, yeah.
Yeah. He goes, "Look, I'm trying to run a business. If you're not buying something,
Oh, I mean, we did buy stuff from you.
that's
Just
true.
trying to make
You did.
conversation.
So if you're not going to buy anything else."
Ingram's not saying anything, like letting the pause, like, yes.
Well, I'm gonna get back to work then. And he just fucking goes back through the double door.
I guess as he like turns about, is there a way to like check if someone has been like, is there? I guess the question I would be asking is like if there was a way to check if he has been injured as of late, or if he looks hurt or is exhibiting any sort of signs of concealing or nursing an injury, I suppose.
You can give me a heal check, although it'll be much harder since you're not investigating him closely.
Yeah,
It's more like
I
watching his body
figure.
language and stuff. But
So yeah,
I mean, it doesn't matter that it's harder because your fucking rolls are always like 30 fucking something. So whatever.
well,
Yeah,
we'll see.
X-ray vision.
That's 29.
Yeah, exactly 30 fucking something. So So yeah, the way he kind of hobbles in and out of the doors, he carries himself quite well. But like, remember when he was putting both his arms on the counter and leaning?
So yeah.
His knees hurt. He's old.
I guess as he's well, yeah, I guess that would make sense. Him
Yeah,
being
he's what,
old.
50?
Yeah, he's
about
an orc.
to die in, like,
I
a few years.
hope to fuck he's not
Yeah,
50.
no. He's not 50, but like for his
He would
normal
be
ass
like
human
the
age.
Superman of orcs.
No,
I
he's
mean,
like
everyone will seen him.
he's like 28 or something, but like that's still the fact like he's exhibiting signs of old age now. Like he can't stand on 2 feet all day and stuff.
Yeah, I guess as he's like calling back, he'll be like, "Do be sure to put ice
He's
on
also-
your knees."
He's also an orc though, so like when you're like muttering that, he's just like, "What was that?" But yeah, it's just that like he's an orc, so he's going to keep working until he dies from like his own personal values.
I'm trying to give you tips on how to not, and kind of like look like gestures down to his knees. Like, I'm a doctor, specifically. It's
Yeah.
not fun getting old.
He goes, "I use ice for the meat. That'd be unsanitary." And he finishes going inside.
I didn't mean the same. Never mind. Well, that was fun.
Can we do this for the next campaign? Do what?
Do what?
It's loading.
Oh. Oh.
Medical.
Boris, the manly elf. Yeah.
Waddle.
We already
Like,
have.
So I
We
guess
already.
big.
We already have the
the-
beardless
that-
dwarf in Dreamers. That's fucking Brandon's
I know.
character.
That's what made it funnier. And I love the cliche-shaven dwarf because he has more comics on him where they're like this,
Yeah.
where they're like this. They're like, what would cause you to do an atrocity of becoming clean-shaven? He's like, I just thought I'd look good without it. And they're like this. We revile and despise that man, but most of all, we fear him.
Yeah, exactly. I like that one too. But we already have this fucking party. The big halfling is the tall gnome from the Shadow Circus. Whoopsie doopsie. No, he was the tall gnome.
Hmm.
I said it was like
Big
a
halfling
really
scares
lanky
me.
dude.
I don't like it.
It was a really lanky dude with a gnome hat on. That's basically what he looked like too. That image of the halfling. It wouldn't. And remember, I made the tall gnome before Ball Buddy made this image. So really, Ball Buddy, we're friends.
Yeah, okay.
But like the fucking we have Usa the giant fat goblin rather than just a short little goblin. And you're a muscle goblin at that. Like the whole party is like made of like weird idiosyncrasies. It's just what D&D parties are.
That's what it should
Can we
always
just
be.
copy off?
I'm
That's
playing
better,
orc
better.
what swings big axe.
Yeah, but you're also playing like an orc that has like a family, a wife, and like a pet cat and a mansion and stuff.
Maybe a kid
But-
in the future.
Plus you introduced yourself as like a person that worked for Thredo. Like you weren't just some random mercenary. You literally worked for someone, and that you were
He
hired
worked
by
as a mercenary instead just for a company. He's basically
A man had a 9 to 5.
My man's
my
is a
man had a
one-man
9-5.
PMC.
Yeah. So, anyways, you guys are standing around Marlock's fucking butchery, I guess.
I just wanted to say I do like that essentially there's a bunch of these pictures and Dakash is a different race in all of them.
Yeah.
Every time they do a new picture, the cops is a different race. They're like the man who they're like this. He scares me the most. Why? Because he's something different every time.
Because I
It
have
would
to
be
draw
called-
different every time.
It's the not changeling.
Yeah.
I mean, he also becomes sadder in each picture. Last one, he's just crying.
Well, this was a wonderful time here. I have never thoroughly thought I was so close to death. Probably any other time than this. Let us leave immediately.
I mean, he's a nice guy.
Not necessarily because of what he did, but more so because of what I saw and you guys didn't.
What did you see?
I understand. I mean, that's.
Is he not Is he not wearing pants? I'm pretty sure he was.
Why would I think that that's going to kill me?
Well, you
should
are
know.
a half elf.
Yeah, okay. I guess.
Like he's being servo mode, but then remembers that you kind of just went around the fight with the clouds. So like, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, I completely ignored that. It was only once I got shot that I was very scared.
Yeah, like because when he said that, the only thing Kingston can think about is when Tiny charged at him. It's like that's not good.
I'm imagining right now Krugar's dual wielding ham hocks like they're fucking battle axes.
I mean, that's why he's the Titan Mauler, Dave.
Well, I still don't think it's much worth talking to those 3 guards. We could go around in the sewers if we want, looking for wherever the fuck.
Don't go into
Jake.
sewers, your beef will get all dirty.
No, that's not safe. If we're going to the sewers, first we need to have lunch.
Lunch? We just had breakfast.
You cannot keep doing this.
No, this is when Krugar goes, you heard him, I'm
You
nothing.
heard me.
I'm
Yeah, I was about to say something similar, actually.
We must have lunch first.
I mean, I was about to say, I think that guy had some reason. I do need to eat a bit more.
Marlock is giving you an eating dysphoria.
Motherfucker, do it on your own time.
I'm with you guys. Most of the time right now, it's our time.
We'll be walking. We're not going to stop for you to start eating. So unless you want to eat it raw, you'll have to wait.
Yeah. Don't let yourself get self-conscious and become a fucking binge eater because a fucking not superhuman, but like extraordinary species of orc decided to say that you didn't eat as much as him. Trust me, I don't think eating a bunch is going to make you 7.5 feet tall.
This is when you should just be crying, eating raw beef, being like, it worked for him.
I mean, it's less the size, it's more of the muscle.
I'm sure you're fine on that. That stance. You'll be just fine. In any case. Unless someone else has objections, I guess we're gonna go crawling through the goddamn sewers. He kind of grimaces at his it's gonna smell like shit in there, and I'm gonna smell every rotten smell.
I look like a rat, but I'm not like a big fan of sewers.
Same.
This is where you guys
going in them. I'm definitely a big fan of the sewer process. I don't want to be in that process.
I was gonna say you should pull out the race card and say, "Aren't most rat folk sanitation workers?"
Not,
but I'm not. It's like I'm not. So eat shit.
Yeah,
sure.
Don't worry, I get the idea.
You are a sanitation worker, Pat. You throw things and they're not there anymore. Mm-hmm. That's called a bath bomb.
Correct. The last time there were people that were fucking duty bound to go into the sewer and then not do that, they were very kindly told to take a leave of cowardice.
Why did you say that?
What?
You know what?
I don't know what.
Fuck. Duty bound. Piece of shit.
What are you, 5?
You're the one who said it.
You're the one who went there.
The last person who needed a job to do. That's all you had to say.
No.
That's not what he said, though.
If you're gonna stop nitpicking everything I say, the last people who were duty bound to go into the sewer and decided to not do it have been given a leave of absence for absolute cowardice. I don't think fucking Little Volt's gonna take kindly when that's in the fucking report. That,
to be fair, those are city guards and you people are military.
So yeah, you'll get punished harder.
That's only if you gave him a direct order to go down and he denied it.
I look at the rat.
If it's a request, Steven, correct me if I'm wrong, but if a superior requests you do something, not an order, you are allowed to turn it down, yes?
Yeah.
A request?
Yeah. If you order a request,
it's heavily implied that you don't.
Really, he's not wrong. It is always heavily implied that you don't do that. You should probably go do it.
Yeah, but if they really want you to do it, they would go, it's no longer a request; it's an order.
Or, no, a lot of times they won't say order; they just say go do this, and I'm like,
Okay,
all right,
that's fair. That's fair.
It's just along lines that Ingram's then like, well, if you're not going in the sewer, then what are you going to be doing to aid the case in the meantime?
Is that a joke? But he could hold my meat.
Do you want to handle Krugar's meat?
He's like,
I don't.
Make it
I
an
don't.
order, Sean.
I don't know if
Make it an order.
that's
Make it an order.
that's too. Look how much meat he got. A bunch of meat though. I'm not sure the rat could hold that much meat. I think the rat would
Hey.
crumble under the weight of that
What's the
meat.
limit?
Far too much meat for Greg to handle on his own.
I will murder all of you.
Greg, look, he's a big boy. I'm sure he can handle all this meat.
Getting
Just be
gayer
sure-
and gayer, boys. And I
Just
love
be
it.
sure to just don't make
Just
him
like the
hold
Nonetheless,
military.
that's still the question that Ingram's asking. What are you gonna do to help the fucking the case if you're not going to be going into the sewer? Your eyes may very well be invaluable. Also, the bombs you throw are very good at dissuading people from killing me. So that's
You see,
very
that's
nice.
also what I'm afraid of about going in the sewers and throwing bombs. You know, because it's sewer.
Yeah, don't sewers explode?
Do they?
That's not the point I was making. I was making the point that would be in very cramped tunnels and explosives do not mix very well. Or
What? I
or
mean,
they
you can
mix,
just aim
or they
better, right?
mix too well.
I mean, can't you just aim behind?
I recently was managed to craft a stable form of nitroglycerin, also known as TNT,
TN what?
dynamite,
Yeah, that's not
explodey
being.
stick.
Yeah, okay. Well, you don't have to use the thing that does the biggest boom in the confined space. You can
Yeah.
just decide to use the thing that doesn't kill us all.
I think
Or,
the joke.
better yet, you can throw it past the enemy and not hit us with it. Because you're
Yeah,
a good, you're a good thrower, right?
My rewrite of history is I'm going. I have trinitrolene, like what is it? Trinitroluene or something? Like what? Like TNT? Yeah, trinitrotoluene, right? Like you just do the fucking actual chemical compound. You're like TNT.
Trinitrotoluene.
Yeah, I'm deaf in an ear. I don't know how to say words. That's my excuse here. Trinitrotoluene. Yeah, but that's besides the point.
And this is why people say TNT.
It's not that bad.
I mean, it's still why people say TNT.
Why don't people just say deoxyribonucleic acid, bro? What the fuck?
Yeah, come on, it's that simple. Why do we order McChickens instead of like compounded meat products?
Well, in either case, the question still stands, and you have yet to answer it. It's like, if you're not going in the sewers, what are you gonna do for the case?
I mean, we could send them back to
I said I don't want to go
yesterday.
in the sewers.
Yeah.
Well, we're going on the sewers.
That is basically our next lead. Otherwise, we don't really have a better thing to do unless you want to go on air with the fucking insane person, which is just a wholesale bad idea.
We can harass Marlock.
You can make him invisible and can go into the Johnson's security place again.
I don't think that would be smart.
If there are no better ideas than the sewers, then we shall go to the sewers. We don't have that much time to lose.
I mean, I'm not going to be an asshole and be like, you have to go into the sewer.
Why is this time?
Yeah, what's the time sensitive?
Is it time sensitive?
Is it?
I mean,
I don't know.
Would the evidence wash
it
away
is.
in the sewer?
I mean,
think all the
it's time
shit will
sensitive
carry
in the
the
fact that
evidence
I
in?
want to spend as little time as possible in it, but getting there, getting to the sewers faster isn't gonna fix that.
It's time sensitive on the idea that it's time sensitive on the idea that if supposedly he stopped killing entirely, which probably isn't the case, but if he did, that was his last murder before he's like, all right, I'm going clean now. The longer it takes you guys, the less valid clues will become.
Yeah, the shit might wash away all of our clues.
I mean, we don't have To be honest, we don't have that many clues.
Well, I'm still
Yeah, that's
your
what going to the sewer is for.
Well, I'm still your superior officer, so we're going to the sewers.
You are my superior officer, but you are not my commanding officer.
Commanding officer, permission to command Greg.
Ooh,
Don't you
I-
dare.
what?
Could you imagine that happening, Steven? Where like a lieutenant asks his superior officer permission to order this guy around, and the guy goes to the commanding officer, just goes, "Don't you dare!"
Yeah, I'm really not good at the soldier thing. I should probably leave it to a soldier, yeah?
That's fair.
I'm gonna kill him.
Yes, do it. Do it.
Is
Do
this
it.
No.
conspiracy to murder?
No do. No do.
This
Don't
is
It
do
gonna
was
be
Greg all
hilarious.
along.
No do, no do.
I'm not gonna give you permission to fucking order him whenever, because it seems like that's a good way to, I don't know, get blown up by TN whatever in my sleep.
I mean, that's actually fair. Like, listen, I trust Greg
But however,
to help us.
Greg,
I also
it is
trust
an
Greg
order.
to-
We're going to the sewer.
I trust Greg as far as I can throw him, which is honestly kind of far, but not far enough.
Not far enough.
I
Might
definitely
draw
I
cannot
thought
throw
you
something on
said
his
far.
way out.
I assure you, I cannot throw Greg far.
Yeah,
Nonetheless, I'm not giving him the fucking permission to order you around. However, it will remain an order. We are going to the sewers.
but
You're gonna have to
Kieran,
deal with
consider
it.
this. You can throw Greg pretty far. First, you need to use your brain to command Krugar to pick him up.
Ah, yes. The chain of command.
Would it count as a throwable weapon and the oversized weapon?
No.
He's not large size, so no. He's undersized.
I don't know. I don't know if he's a large size for a Greg weapon.
He's nominally
much-
small in comparison to all other Grecs.
I mean, you'd still probably be able to throw him pretty far. I don't think he weighs that much, right, Pat?
To be honest, I weigh as much as my equipment, which is
Yeah, I was going.
which is about 60 pounds.
Okay.
What the fuck?
So a total of like 120 pounds, give or take.
You only weigh a little bit less than fucking Ingram.
God,
'Cause
Elven
Ingram can't
physiology is a bitch,
He's a f-
isn't it?
He's just a waif, and he's not. He's carrying like 30, like almost 40 pounds of shit.
God, I
He's
hate
like-
the idea of you guys fucking crowbar opening like a manhole cover and like Ingram being like, "We got to get in here fast. I feel a breeze coming and we don't want to catch me running down the street."
Yeah, pretty much. Nonetheless, we are going to go rooting through that sewer as much as it's going to suck ass. This is an order, sadly. Tear rolls down his face.
People
At
people
least-
who have raw meat, what are you doing
was
about
that?
your raw meat?
Is the
Probably
sewers
raw.
on the way? Is the other?
We've got our cooler thing. We'll just go put it in there and come back.
Okay.
What cooler thing?
I have my icebox.
Oh,
Where the fuck did you put that?
I assume he dragged it along with him from the train,
I guess.
which means you're going back to a tavern, one of your inns.
Yeah, I'd move my icebox to the new inn. Wait, guys,
Right.
can we go get our rooms real quick? Then we go back and do the sewer stuff.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
not-
might I add, Stephen? By the way, you did return the keys to the guy, right?
Yeah, of course.
All right.
It was more of a
not.
ding dong ditch situation.
Yeah, we just kept the keys. So yeah, you just
He
dragged
gave
the
us
fucking
keys,
icebox.
That means we win, right?
You just dragged an icebox halfway across the city into the new tavern.
Hmm.
So yeah,
Is
he's
the
asking
icebox-
to.
Is the icebox enough for the fucking three things?
I mean,
Well,
Steven
that's
butchers him
not
down for
sure.
sure. Probably not because he has a fucking half a cow. The one guy. But if Steven butchers it down, yeah.
That's what he was doing.
Some more.
Yeah, yeah.
time.
So if Steven takes his stuff and makes it like compatible for a compartment kind of thing, like You know the idea? It's like, imagine you have a whole fucking cow, right? Can you fit it in a fridge? No, but if you butcher it down correctly and layer meats on top of each other, it takes up a different kind of space. You know what I mean? Like volume wise.
Yeah.
We can do it faster because I can also help him.
God damn it.
So yeah, I guess you guys, if you're allowing this, Kieran, you guys are opening the sewers at like night because of the time it would take to drag everything over and butcher it and put it away, and then go to a
He'd be
manhole
annoyed
cover.
as shit, but he's not really gonna be like, whatever.
We just ate breakfast. What the fuck?
Yeah, the thing
we
is, take that long.
just ate breakfast and went to the butcher, and now it's night.
Okay, to be fair, I'm imagining traveling times here that aren't really being explicitly stated.
It would be insane amounts of travel. Holy shit. We
Okay, well, no,
really
this is the thing.
did just stop for lunch. Like,
We
Okay,
literally
no, hold on.
spent
just eat the
the
meat with
majority
pizza.
of this day walking through the city.
Okay, no, imagine this. You, from the butcher's to the new place, you take like an hour to walk over there. You know, walk. Dragging the meat and everything. And then the party sits down and then butchers out the meat and puts away the thing, and you guys, you know, talk and stuff. Like, I assume time would pass. So, yeah, I guess if it really was, because this is just from the you just ate breakfast where you also walked and argued and talked to the person and everything where time is constantly passing. So, yeah, I guess it doesn't have to be night if you guys are, like, an incredibly efficient force. But when you guys argue for, like, 30 minutes, I'm like, nah, I'm pretty sure they're not.
It's
Let's
the
just-
case
we're
that
just
we
doing it-
want to
like,
be.
we're doing this
This
quick.
is like
We're
the
not trying to-
bullshit that doesn't need talking, so it could be a lot more efficient.
That's fair, and I will give you that you can walk and talk at the same time.
Yeah, we're just
So,
trying
yeah.
to do stuff real quick so we can get to it.
Okay, fine, it's like noon.
Very cool.
You guys have gotten 6 hours of your life back.
I love
Great,
that.
now let's go for lunch.
Let's stop for lunch. Big feast, 6-hour feast.
No, I guess we just need a good tube.
You
Also, it's not a good idea for us to have, solid food when we're going to the sewers. Because the food will
Why are you
no longer be
eating
solid
before going
inside.
into the sewers anyways?
goof.
Don't eat at all before going into the sewers, come on now.
I'm pretty sure a G-tube is harder to vomit back.
I don't know, I
Did
think
you
Because it's all
this?
liquid.
I'm pretty sure you can vomit up Go-Gurt just as easily as a steak.
Yeah, it's like, who told you this?
It's all in the same form when it fucking comes out anyway.
The
There, then let's do
G-tube
this
is
fast.
even more pre-dissolved.
Then let's do the sewers fast.
Alright, so you guys fucking find some random manhole cover on that side of the city, I assume. And start walking on down the ladder.
I guess it would be the case that, like, because we had that conversation with the fucking soldier. Because, as far as I remember, he explained that they were going, like, back and forth through the same spots. So I figured it would be better to start where they started and go from there.
Okay, you want to start at the town square?
I think it would be better to start there because then it would be easier technically to find
so you
follow
guys
and find
spend-
their tracks.
So you guys spend another hour, you walk to the center of the city, you go down, it's 1 in the evening. So, you climb down the metal latches, it's very similar to the one from the desert. You step down on a type of concrete flooring. You look around, and other than the smell blinding your other senses, you notice that there's like about a 15-foot wide passage of this like river going through the city. It smells absolutely awful, and it has the color of gray because there's no light down here. And
Hell yeah.
I mean, for the people who don't have dark vision, if you want to shine your torch over on the light, it's this very nice putrid green color.
Why is it green?
Yeah.
Lots of
it's about-
diarrhea in this city.
It's about 15 feet wide. I mean, to be fair, have you seen the meat that people have been eating from Marlock?
Yes.
So it's about a 15-foot wide river. The stone walkways, it's like about 4 or 5 feet of like stone on either side of the river, and it's elevated slightly, so the river isn't really overflowing into it. So that makes it like almost about 25 feet wide, these tunnels, which is fairly fucking like roomy for a sewer.
I guess it is going to be the case that as we go down into this, into the, what is the word?
Crescent
Sewer
area.
There we go. Hell yeah, sewer. Ingram was going to be drinking 2 extracts. Or I guess not drinking, but like hitting himself, I guess, with like a fucking hypo/syringe thing.
I was about to
Just
say,
turn
how
on
can you
my
drink anything
flashlight.
down here? Take out your extract, drink it, you vomit it.
I just stick out my flashlight, start shining it on, and just be glad I'm wearing that scarf.
Thank God you're wearing that scarf. So if you guys stay down here for just a little bit, you can give me a initial fort save against being nauseated. Because it really do be stink.
It really do be stink.
It be stank.
Gotta look at how fucking
Hey, that's my best save.
investigator works. Can I use insert? I don't think I can.
Best
Fuck.
save is a stanky.
Stink. What's my fort? My fort is
My fort's stupid. Boo
2.
boo.
I don't think I have anything towards it. That's it would be cool.
Alright, so, Kingston, who gets
There's still
bonuses
one
from
person
his...
missing.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh,
Ah,
I doubt that empiricist would have any.
I will hear.
Your fort is even stupider than my will pet.
Yeah,
Yes,
I have a plus
Steven,
beta
roll.
on a rule
sounds
before.
like an insult. Ree.
I believe in you, Steven. You can roll a single die.
Are you including the bonus on your scarf there, Joe?
Yeah, that's what the plus 2 is.
Okay. I thought the scarf gave you +1.
Does it? Let me go check. For some reason, I thought those are plus 2. Maybe it is, and maybe it is.
There you go.
Alright. So, Kingston,
Like I'm-
Brack, and Shory kind of smell it and they're like, ugh, and they like hold in their lunch. Ingram and Krugar, I guess since you've eaten breakfast, so yeah, you vomit in your mouths a bit. I don't think Ingram can contain it within his mouth, and just aims for the nice splash zone he can create.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
when I say nauseated, I basically mean for one round you guys are kind of vomiting from the smells. Maybe 2-3 rounds since you're on any dire like emergency need. If you were in combat, you'd be able to suck it up, but here you're just kind of vomiting from like a particularly rife smell hitting you. You're just going, ugh, and then after that, you guys have the sicken penalty for as long as you're down here.
Very cool.
Well, at least you're not. At least it's not permanently nauseated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
That's
the fact that they
nominally
hit something and they got nauseated for a few rounds as they were vomiting, and now you just kind of feel. Now you just kind of feel ill for just being down here, like your nose hairs are burning and stuff. Everyone else is kind of sucking it up. I mean, I assume everyone.
That is not feeling ill. That is
It's like
that is
caustic.
concerning, actually.
What, being the second condition?
No, nose
Nose
hair
hairs.
burning.
Oh,
That's
Well,
like it being caustic down here.
it's a descriptive word. It doesn't actually mean your hairs are burning, but it feels like they're on fire from the the horrible stench.
He's lying. No, I'm kidding.
If you smelled certain things, you would agree that it feels like your nose hairs are on fire, but they don't literally ignite.
I guess after fucking puking for a few rounds into the wonderful, wonderful sewage, Ingram would start looking around to see if he can find tracks of the people that were down here before, presumably fucking dying.
All right, you can give me a perception check.
-2.
Second gives you -2 on attack rolls, weapon damage rolls, and saving throws, skill checks, and ability checks.
So that's 29 plus
Yeah,
2 plus 2 is 33 minus 2 is 31.
Yeah, even while feeling like ill, you're just like, oh, what did your elven eye see?
Pretty much. I see shit as far as the eye can see.
Okay, well, to give you some benefit, it wouldn't be like, you wouldn't see any tracks really, because honestly, but as you like examine the areas, you could like see where there's been like certain damages and stuff, and like you'll be able to find your way to like the scuffle. Like it looks like these tiles got damaged and like someone got thrown into them, for example, and like you can see where the fight probably took place based on like the damage to the walls.
That's a Jake Loppy-sized indent.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing where you might want to be concerned, is like you see Jake Loppy's indent there, and you look at where the halfling was supposedly thrown, and that's like 50 feet down the hall.
Yeah.
So whoever's tearing off arms is incredibly strong, yeah.
Can we see in the wall anything that seems like a cut of any sort? Like to see that seems to be like either a blade or a claw. Just to see if there's a set of them or if it's just one, and if it's just one, like the how deep is it and how like wide the blade is.
No, you really don't see any cuts in any walls whatsoever, except for a couple of like scratches, like very surface scratches, not deep at all, where like the idea of that the perhaps like a rapier struck the wall a few times. And near that, there's another piece of broken tile where it looks approximately like a fairly large like indentation, like a blunt object, like the base of a club, like a wooden club. Well, I guess you guys would have maces over wooden clubs here, wouldn't you? So yeah, like a fucking metal mace ball, like got struck into the side of the wall for one spot. That's about the extent of the damages.
They said that they weren't able to find bullet holes anywhere, right?
Right.
Before.
I mean, that was up on the wall, by the way, not down here.
Oh, that was up on the wall. So yeah, I guess I'll check down here to see if there are any bullet holes.
Not the mall.
Yeah, there aren't any bullet holes down here either.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense with how fast that they were taken out.
I'll try to use my multi-tool to help, like, just if some place needs like to stick out some like waste for us to see what's in there. Try to use the multi-tool to get some better vision on the floor if any of them seems to have been smashed on the floor.
You're like looking for like debris that fell from the wall then?
It's kind of a thing, is like I'm seeing if this thing tried to directly smash someone against the wall, and to see on the basically crater of impact that the body's left, if there's anything that we could glean from the shape of the hand of the creature.
I guess is there I know there aren't any like footprints or anything, but I figure if this creature has to be like big enough to throw people around as if they were fucking ragdolls, it would have, if it was running through this place, would have left some sort of not necessarily. I mean, yeah, sort of like indents on the floor or cracks or like some sort of destruction, but maybe not. It might not be as big as we're thinking it is, or perhaps it's just like
you don't see any like
graceful.
You don't see any like big indentations in the ground, like the stonework that you see or anything. I mean, the only like real mess you would see is probably like chipped stone from like where that guy got thrown into it, and like things got to place. You know, that hole or mace hit or something.
So yeah, I guess what he's trying to do is right now establish a scene and determine like how big this like the scene of this crime is, because where Jake Loppy was thrown into the wall and where fucking Pickens was thrown were like 50 feet from each other. I guess he's just gonna go like a bit further down both ways to see if there's any like more signs of anything, like where this creature may have come from or rushed into, like if it destroyed anything on its way back or forth from either of these places, or if it just fucked up these people and then promptly left.
Yeah, it seems to be that one. Which, if there's no signs of it like stalking them, like where could it have been?
He'll make sure to like check if this place is near any place like manhole covers, or are there other entrances nearby.
You know what? There's probably still glass shards from where their lanterns broke.
Gotcha.
Not that really matters, but yeah.
Ask this: Can we see like the tracks of the people, like the investigator and the guards coming in?
Not really.
We weren't able to find tracks, no.
Tracks would be incredibly hard to find on like stone in a wet, terrible environment from like a week ago. They had like shoes and stuff. Like they were not leaving tracks normally.
But were they counting on the nasty residue on all the stone? No.
If it's a well-kept sewer, it wouldn't be that bad, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, if it's well kept, why is the water green?
Why is the water lime green?
Not lime.
Just a lot of people with bad fucking diarrhea.
Okay, why is it noxious green? I don't care.
Yeah.
It's gross. I don't want it.
That's
the point. It's not Mountain Dew green. It's like fucking kelp green.
I mean, we should probably, just in case, we might want to investigate the manhole covers that are closest to all of our crime scenes for notice of them being forced open.
Yeah. I guess if we because we can probably from the crime scene determine which way they were going, both like here's the broken glass and then there's Jake Loppy who immediately got fucked up, and then the gnome who was thrown. I assume the gnome was thrown. Would we be able to tell if it was right? Sorry, fucking halfling. Was he thrown the other direction that they were like, the direction that they were going, or the direction that they came from?
Supposedly, if you look at the way the layout is, he was thrown the direction they were heading.
Which makes sense, because as we heard from Loppy, when he was grabbed around the leg, it was from behind. So either it's not the place that they were heading, it's just the fact that they were down here.
If we keep with the idea that he might have been a lycanthrope, there could be simple reasons why we can.
But wasn't this in the middle of the day?
It's like towards the.
I don't believe they can only transform at night. Mostly my questioning is if it isn't the lycanthrope, it would make sense as to why there wouldn't be any big tracks anywhere about him if he can just simply change.
Yeah, but it's also the case of why the hell did it only decide to kill one of them? If it was a lycanthrope, you'd think it would be like bloodlusty and shit and not just incapacitate them. Of course, one of the guards died anyway, but the only people what died were the fucking guard and the investigator.
Maybe he himself is, well, he has this much this much physical ability. Maybe the person itself is not a good fighter, and the reason and that's why he's only been butchering and playing with their victims, and every time he's actually faced people that should go after him armed, he's mostly been killing the investigator and just doing a half-assed job with most of the rest of the guards that he doesn't find alone.
You said
It
that there
is-
was a okay, yeah.
It is a simple possibility because, as we've seen, he has played much with people that were seemingly strong but never prepared to fully face him. But after the city started putting resources into capturing him, he seems to be playing the game a lot more loose and just killing the investigators while injuring the guards and escaping.
I suppose. You said that we found stonework that was cut by well, in the report it was by McLeod's sword. Based on what we've been able to determine, was this cut back where they were coming from as well, just to corroborate the other things? Like,
It's like on the other side of the guy. It's like near the floppy hole. It's just like a very light scratch mark that you can see because you have ridiculous vision.
yeah, I'm just trying to tell if it's closer to further behind them, because then it would be like that's where he was when he was attacking them. It just corroborates further that it came from behind.
It pretty much looks like where their glass things broke, they moved maybe like a couple of inches while like freaking out, and the fight basically happened in the spot where their glass broke. Jake got fucking thrown and made a hole there. The fucking scratch marks are near that hole where the dwarf would have been standing. Like, it was not great for them.
Oh, I have a very loose. No, this is truly a loose.
It's not like it's not a ridiculous like cartoonish hole. It's just a vague shape of where like someone would have gotten thrown into a wall.
Yeah.
I have a very loose theory about who it might be, but it is very loose.
Yeah, I know you hate Lucians. What's your theory?
No, it's about Bob Hager. Like him not being a fighter, the constant like public the first like just public killings, him starting to use that kind of thing to sell product. I think like the first kills, he had a purpose. I don't know, he might have had something like, I don't know, maybe someone from the security company had something on him, a video or some such of him. And just he needed to go get that, and then the rest he just decided to use this to profit. And him not being a fighter, basically being even from the news, does it essentially have any combat skill beyond the brute strength? But this only works, of course, if he is Lycan.
And there's also things that helps with the idea of him being a Lycan. As he's explaining this, Ingram's going to say, he's started selling shit, right?
Yeah.
We should probably check up on that, because what we have in the report is, like, does it go into specifics about what he sells? Because as it says it right there, it's special whistles, personal defense items, and boar musk perfume. What I'm saying is, if he is a lycanthrope, this is something that he could, like, very clearly follow. Like, if the special whistle's something that he would be able to hear better as a lycanthrope, or a lycanthrope would be able to hear better, it makes sense.
Wouldn't it sell better? Wouldn't it sell better if he could smell the boar musk perfume and stayed away from those people, so that people would go, yeah, it really works?
I mean, maybe so, but at that point, it might not be. He might not be the lycanthrope. It might just be a very like fortuitous turn of events for the lycanthrope that he's selling. Like, yes, here's this shit-smelling perfume, and then that's exactly what the fucking thing goes for to start killing things.
If he's doing everything on...
Please. You're in a shit-smelling perfume. Boar musk probably smells much better than this place.
I was
Uh-huh.
just going to say is we should check the merch, because if there is no index of like silver or wolfsbane or anything of like those common tropes against werewolves, there is the possibility that either he has he like he doesn't think it's Lycan, or that he is it, and he's essentially just scamming people.
Yeah. Loppy said something about like right before their lanterns went out. It was, what was it? Where is it? Suddenly destroyed. He said that there was a noise before then. What did he describe that noise as? Fuck. I can't remember if he said it was a whistle.
Oh fuck.
If he did, I don't remember him telling you, but if it was, it would probably have been him saying a whistle.
I remember him saying something about like how he wasn't able to go into much detail on it because he couldn't remember all the things that well. I'm
Yeah,
wondering.
I guess he would have said it would have been a whistling noise. Although, if the VOD says otherwise, I'm sure I can cover my bases because
Yeah, I mean,
I can think. Yeah, I could see me describing that noise as a whistling noise.
it is the case that literally Ingram's just thinking. I mean, if there are weird whistles, it could be the case that I don't know. We could try and get one of those whistles and see if it sounds reminiscent to him of what he heard.
Well, let us go. I guess after we fully investigate this mess, we can
I'm not
go
sure what
clean
more.
up, and
Yeah.
tomorrow we can check his merch out.
Oh, stinky.
All right. So, how long do you guys think you stayed in the sewers? A couple of hours?
Yeah, I think Ingram wants to do like a fucking full on like because he thinks this thing came from behind, he'd want to mark, I guess, exits that it would have been able to come in from behind them, but not anything past where those other three guards were. Because assuming that those cowards were being halfway vigilant, it probably wasn't able to rush past them directly under them, but it would have been able to get into one of the other entrances and come from those as long as it's behind them. Because the working theory so far seems to be that whatever this thing was, it came from behind when it started the fight. So Ingram's just going like backwards from the way they came because they said that they had gone up and down multiple branches to check manhole covers and be like, it could have came from here, or here's an entrance and a fucking byline, and it could have technically came in from here. Yada yada yada.
Okay.
So that's what he spends his time doing.
All right. So you guys would like get out after like. Because I mean, I don't think there's much information I can tell you from what you doing that. That's just you being thorough, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's him trying to see if there's any signs on any of those things, but I doubt it.
You can give me a perception, I guess. You do roll inhumanly high.
Sure. 30,
Yeah, 30.
plus 2 is 34, 32 is total.
Okay. I will tell you how this works out of character, and I will ask if you think there is any way that you think you would notice that this was different.
Okay.
The sheer strength of the lad allows him to lift up the grates with one hand, where he can put them aside slightly. And when he wants to go back down, he can grab it and shift it back into place.
Yeah.
I don't think that really leaves anything for you to notice, right? But if I'm wrong,
I mean, it depends.
If you can go,
I don't know
actually,
how his hand is, if he's checking the man, like, it would be in Ingram's best interest to be thorough, so he would be like checking the manhole covers directly.
So that's the thing is, so yeah, I guess with 30 you could say these aren't on all the same, but would that really be something you'd be like, or maybe the fucking construction road
if
people are just
we're
lazy?
going with the idea of this guy was able to fucking stab people with claws on his hand, I don't know if him ripping it up with one hand would be like leaving claw marks on it.
There aren't
or
claw
something.
marks on the things. It's just like
Yeah, it's literally just I can't know necessarily because I don't know the dude. The only other way is if like him digging his hand fucks up the ground near the cover. But assuming the cover was made at least halfway smartly, it's probably got like those indents that you can dig your hand into.
Yeah, so that's what I'm
So
saying.
you wouldn't
and
have
also,
to fuck up the ground to get at it.
I was also implying he's not even putting them on all the way back on. So I guess what I could say is maybe you would find a couple of manholes that are ajar ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Or like if you were to put your hands up on them and like apply some force, they would straighten back down. The only thing I would think that wouldn't be the case is people walking across the streets. Like if
it's been a week.
But that's the thing is, yeah, you might find one still in like a road less traveled because you're spending so much time down here. You could go, I found this manhole cover that's ajar, and it would just take you closer to where your new tavern is, like on the other side of the city somewhere. Which again, that's not really like one isn't enough for you to be like, aha. It's more like this could just be some fucking lazy ass dude.
Yeah,
that's the problem there. But
I don't think there's any real concrete stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately. Is there anything you guys would want to do before you go to sleep for the day? Like, I assume take the greatest tomato bath ever, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Steven, I imagine your nice new friend, the old man, as you guys come into his fucking building. He probably actually. Oh, you know what? Yeah, unless you can clean up before you come in, like you guys have prestidigitation on a can or something, he would probably tell you to go somewhere else for the night. You know, I have other customers. Why don't you clean yourselves up and then come back?
You ain't got no place for this? Don't have anything? God damn.
Talking about you guys reek
soap around with me.
What a terrible place.
Alright guys, let's go find a different place to spend all our money at.
And they don't even offer washing services.
Ingram, I need your power. Your power of local. Find us a good place. I'm bad at this.
Find us a really good place. I'm gonna try and recall the cheapest fucking place I know.
Right, alright, Ingram, find us a place and I'll pay for your room. Calm down, please.
Damn straight. Damn straight you're gonna pay the 2 silver it's gonna cost to get a room.
No! Never mind.
Wait, Ingram, tell us the place that you'd never go to.
Tell us a place you'd never go to.
Yeah, sure. I'm good at lying. No, I'm not.
I'm good at lying, maybe.
But yeah, he'll try and recall any places that he stayed and explicitly stayed away from because they cost a fucking arm and a leg. When last he was in Cannonford. Not that he stayed in any of them because he had a fucking nice car to live in, but he was like, yes, what a swanky hotel. Look at these fucking idiots paying for their rooms. I live in my car, by the way.
Yeah.
I was only booked twice this week.
I meet people like you in real life. Anyways,
it's not like me at all. It's like Ingram. It's a character. It's a bit, dude. It's a bit.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you say. Poor man.
We'll find out that the entire conversation about the cable going through the window into the basement is actually I'm just stealing a cable from someone else.
Fat 34 because I don't have the tears to wine anymore.
All right.
To find a place that Shori can pay for.
There's a few locations. Might I suggest, since most people are probably going to smell you and decide that they actually are booked up in actuality, that you might visit a bathhouse first.
Yeah, that's probably like, so people don't keep turning us away, we can go to this fucking
Bathhouse first.
50-cent
Yeah.
bathhouse now.
So if you want, you can drop like 13 gold for everyone's baths in the rooms that you would rent near the bathhouse. That fine with you, or did you want to haggle with people?
I mean, I've got someone paying my way. It's basically in writing. It's binding. If he doesn't do it, I'm gonna cry.
I'll pay this time.
Alright. Again, it's 2 gold for a room that's very similar to the Saberhagen Inn. You have a bed, you have like this one the inn's near here, like where near the bathhouse. Your 2 gold a night inn would be like you have a bed, you have a window to the outside that you can open ajar slightly, but it's adjusted with some metal hatch thing so that you cannot take the window off. Like you can't open it all the way and like sneak people in. It's just so you can get a breeze. You have an okay-looking lock on your door, and you have a little room that has a toilet in it, and that's it.
I guess it's the case that Ingram would keep his fucking window ever so slightly ajar to, I don't know, if someone starts fucking screaming or something, he'll be able to hear it with his dumbass perception, even while he sleeps.
With the anachronism stew of cultures we have going on here, the bathhouse is very Japanese in the sense that when you guys enter the bathhouse, there's just pretty much a swimming pool kind of thing going on where you guys are expected to bathe with each other in view. Welcome to the YMCA!
No, just a question. Is this before or after we go to get our meat from the hotel?
God damn it.
Yeah, I suppose you would be like, we need our icebox back, and he's like, fucking get out soon, Jesus, here's your money back.
Now, is the meat with us in the bath?
I can't wait till it just cuts to us all bathing, and it's just Kingston with a bandana over his face.
Mhm.
No, everyone has a towel on the waist except you. You have your towel on the face.
Gross.
I have 2 towels, thank you.
I imagine everyone's like naked in the bathhouse except Kingston, who's like he's like a South Park character. Just like he's like wearing a fucking snow parka in there.
Yeah. I was going to go worse, but yeah.
Door
All right.
locked, window open, ears out for murder.
Yeah, I'm going to you guys want to see what happens in the night and then it happens, or do you want to just see the aftermath of like what would happen?
Sure, the whole thing. Why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
The killer rises from the darkness and he heads to the Saberhagen Inn. He looks around. In his weight, he grows tired, patience thin. He enters in. Ernie, fucking knocked out from the drink on the bed, goes through the rooms, like looking for like signs of life. Sees the drow like opening up his own personal like door. He's like, "Is there a customer coming in at this time of night?" And he looks up at the killer. You know, this strange like man. He's just like, "Oh, you're a big guy."
For
Who are they?
It's me. It's Shori. I'm the killer. No.
Yeah, it's Crack. He looks up and it's Crack.
It's 3 Gracks on top of each other.
Greg was a wereman.
Yeah. And and the drow Saberhagen, he's going, who? He goes, "Oh, I don't. You're kind of giving off a weird vibe, sir. If you'd like to stay the night, we're having a bit of a sale because of certain circumstances." He goes, "Let's see if I can some more." He goes, I do not like your vibes, sir. And he
Do not pass the vibe check.
yeah. And as the drow is just like, How about you just leave? We're closed for the night, and I'll call the guards if you don't leave. As the guy's like walking towards them, he's like, okay, I'm gonna, and he tries to close the door, and like the drow's just like, okay, so that guy is scary. And he's like looking for his room, and he kind of hears his door get knocked on, not so much as like a let me in, but more of a ka-chunk, and now it's open.
Like
Out the
crack.
window. Out the window. Go out the window.
Go out the window. If the drow was a bit quicker on his feet, that might do that, but the rolls I gave him, he's a bit more startled. He's like, ah! Like he screams. And Ernie kind of wakes up, and he's just like, huh? And he like kind of like starts heading towards the noise, and he hears like squelching screams. He starts leaving, and you just see Ernie running through the night. And you guys are waking up from whatever your thing is, and you see a blonde-haired lieutenant, like lieutenant commander-looking guy. He looks like the little Volt that you saw in Noxum, but when he adjusts his hat, Ingram, you see that his hairline doesn't shift. He has real hair, and
For now.
as he goes,
The superior twin.
yeah, the superior twin.
You must be Commandant, little Volt.
You must be
He goes-
Amen, little Volt.
And he goes, "That's correct. I've seen that my
I
brother
addressed him by
supposedly
his
sent
title.
the best." Well, we have an issue, gentlemen. A diplomatic issue. The serial
Diplomatic?
killer.
I didn't do it.
He looks down at you like he's questioning about shooting you.
Greg, shut
This
up.
time.
Yeah.
Your fucking superior officer speaking. Shut the fuck up.
He lightly threatens you by pulling out his arm and applying a yellow type of gauntlet with spikes onto it. You know, it looks like the arc gauntlet. And he just goes, and then he resumes like nothing happened, like Greg wasn't being a dumbass. And he goes, "We have a diplomatic incident." As I was saying, looks down at Greg with a sneer, and he looks back to you and goes,
Still don't know what that means.
"The killer, as it were, has killed an elf."
Oh.
And we'll
Why
table
is
it
it?
there if you want. Oh, if you want to have like the actual questions, like why is it a diplomatic issue?
No, I guess it's better to table it. He's just like,
Well, we can do the discussion. Just like that's where like table is like a show. But if you want to ask him why is it a diplomatic issue, you would go, well, Saberhagen was not officially a citizen of Mycocus. He was a drow, as the Arcadians call it, visiting on the benefits of, you know, the thing that the elves do. But in doing so, he might have lived here for 20-something years. But that's a drop in the bucket for the lives of the immaterials, such as the elves. So they viewed it more as him being a guest here. Even with him running a business, it was a... It's really besides the point. They're viewing his death as our fault.
I mean...
Of course, they haven't received the news yet, but they're going to. And I would like there to be a person that we can give them when that time comes.
Right. Okay.
When you say it like that, he'll go, "Oh, I've seen the reports and the damages of whoever's doing this is. Make him a corpse, I don't care. I've heard that the elves can bring back the dead if they really want to question him."
The investigation is underway. We have some suspects. We will investigate quickly.
Of course, looking at the scene of the crime is going to be a lot better for the investigation.
Troy's like, man, he made a shitty like roast chicken, but fuck, I didn't mean for this to happen.
To be fair, Steven, like what I was fully thinking when David was describing these things, like maybe you'd have died if he wasn't such a cheap ass.
He wouldn't have died if we stayed there. We would have died instead.
No, that would have been a fucking fight. He might not have even gone there if we were there.
I mean, I think he was looking for us.
He's looking for anyone.
The commandant goes, I was actually in the middle of important investigations along the wall.
Along the wall.
The wall. He's implying the mountain wall
The mountain wall?
over here.
Oh. That's quite a distance away.
Yes. So he's implying that he took he somehow went from here to here, like a train. If there was a train leading off to the wall over here, it would have taken days. He somehow came here the next day when he heard that there was an elf dead. So he's
It
implying
was like a couple
that
of hours.
yeah,
Actually,
that wherever this was found in the morning, like people probably were like, "Hey."
Teleportation.
I mean, it had to be found.
Ernie probably told someone immediately. To be fair.
That
Yes,
elf
but
was
even
like,
then, in a couple of
teleported.
hours, people went there, saw what happened, contacted them, and he arrived and came to us.
Commander,
Common.
Kingston would probably say, Commander, permission to speak freely. Sorry, he's Commodore. My bad. Commodore,
Yeah.
permission to speak freely.
He would questionably say granted, in like the sense where like after seeing Garak talk, he doesn't trust any of you people, but he's giving you a shot.
Very much, unfortunately, I believe it might be partly your fault of this incident. For we, the night before, had stayed in that hotel where this elf was killed. It seems that, from what you have investigated, it seems that the criminal is targeting the investigators after them specifically and avoiding further engagements with guards. That's at least what I've discovered about all the investigators that came previously to us. Mostly the guards are unarmed, but they are killed brutally.
Amin would probably go on to say it's like, well, I didn't hear that it was your fault, lest that we would actually have to hand you over to the elves, seeing as how they would blame something more if they could. And he looks at his two like associates that would probably be with him, like behind him, like fucking guards, whatever. Like not guards, like city guards, like fucking officer guards. Whatever the fucking ranks those people would be. And he would just kind of give an eye towards them, like, you heard that? Yeah, okay. Secondly, if you believe that you can use yourselves as bait to release yourselves from this obligation, then do you think that you would require any more than you have now to deal with the issue? I have been told that you are an 8 unit by my brother, so I have expectations of you. But if you don't think that you can handle this without backup, then I would be willing to admit such things.
I admit I am generally wary with the combat capabilities of this creature, being, whatever have you. But in most cases, it does seem to try and take things by surprise. I don't think it will find any such luxury when dealing with us. And if we are to fight it in a one-to-one fight, I have no doubts that it will not see success in the way that it has these past 3 months.
Pat, did you want to say that as Grack, or are you just saying as Pat? I ain't going to jails.
I ain't saying that as Grack.
Okay.
Cool, because I would have fucking stabbed you if you did.
This is what Grack wants to do.
No,
Wants to
Pat,
do or is doing. I remind you that Little Volt has applied his Little Volt.
Exactly. This is why he's not saying anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the
He
thing.
wants
Pat,
to just fade away.
from
And they
Night.
fail.
That's an amazing fucking. I'd like to stealth fade away. Nat 1. Little Volt's just staring at him, going, "What are you doing with your hands there? You get the peace sign up."
Fuck.
I just love this visual. Like, Pat, don't worry. If Greg truly fucks up like that, he isn't going to jail.
I'm the perfect escape rat.
Yeah, you're escaping to hell.
In any case, I do not believe at this point that we need any backup. We are still plenty capable, and we have yet to see this thing in the field of battle. It does. I will not lie, it is a terrifying prospect to see what this thing has done. But it is my job to keep these four safe so that they may continue to do their duty, and they are rather handy in a fight. When this thing seeks to strike us, if we do not find it first, it will not find an easy target.
So, the Commandant is going to go, "Well, see that you solve this issue quickly. I will try and slow the news towards our neighbors for as long as I can, but keep in mind I can only do so within reason. If I were to succeed for more than, let's say, 3 days, and then they heard from news that one of their cousins had died 4 days ago, especially within the confines of Cannonford, a neighboring metropolis to Arcadia, they would suspect that I was intentionally holding this information back. So, try and solve this as quickly as possible, but also keep in mind that I can only prevent this issue for so long."
I understand.
"I hope that you prove to be the elite unit that my brother says you are." He'll turn around, and of course, every fucking high officer has a fucking cloak equipped, so, a little cape furl, and he'll start walking away. So, if you'd like, that can be the secondary table, unless you guys want to say something.
No.
I would like to kill Grak now.
Free action, yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to strangle him.
But yeah, we'll table it there. We can just talk regular now. I have now given you. Yes, you changing taverns did change the story, but I hope you're not too mad about that.
I mean, to be fair, David, once we did that, I spent all my time when we were going to the butcher's like, is the killer going to show up there? Probably not. You probably can see that we're not there anymore. Then you start saying this like, oh, he did show up there.
Now here's the
Yeah.
question. If we were to swap place again, would he attack? Will
We're
the next
not
day attack the place we are
swapping
now?
places again.
We can't swap places again. Nobody's gonna be running the fucking Saberhagen.
Yeah, I just wonder if every time we swap, he just shows up.
That's
We just
if that becomes a question, Pedro, we have failed.
If
Hey.
it happens enough time that we can notice it, it's an issue.
well, we now have 3 days to either finish the case or end the campaign or become runaways.
We're not doing that.
Which
I'd be
part?
fine with that one.
I mean, you can run away.
I'd be so fine with running away.
I mean, Kingston won't run away.
I'm not.
He can execute a person or 3.
I'm pretty sure would all be. It's either one of us, aka Ingram, because he's the odd one, or it'd be all of us getting delivered to Arcadia.
Ingram runs away. I'm like, Ingram, I'm sorry
Ingram
about
would
this.
run so
Head
fucking
cut.
fast. Ingram would just be
Desertion.
gone.
You going AWOL?
Mm-hmm. Damn
I mean, he doesn't
straight.
want to
about
be
that.
here, and now he's getting delivered to Arcade to probably die. I don't blame him.
Wow, I can't believe you went against a wall. Stupid motherfucker.
I can't believe I'm going AWOL for the second time in my tenure.
You so much to start your car engine, I'll shoot near you and you'll crash.
If it's not an intention to start a fight, I don't know if it's actually a fight then.
Okay,
Never
I'll
gone
shoot your
AWOL.
car.
Exactly. You go all in or you don't do it at all.
Understood. How close is that? A full shot of fucking headshot.
Either kill me or let me go. Those are your options.
Understood. Commence killing.
I'd like to be let go.
No.
It'd be pretty cool if you let me
Please?
go.
Understood. See you in
We
hell.
have a new person in the murder list. Skull Saberhagen, elf, unknown, tavern owner. killed in his tavern in what is assumed as his personal quarters. Noticeably, the damage to his room is immense, but the victim only suffers from what is simply a caved-in skull. ETD, Day 7, Month 6, 5th and 6th.
They're wrong. No.
You're wrong. Guy's got all his arms and fingies and stuff, just popped the guy in his head really hard, and then he fucking trashed his room.
Well,
At least now we have.
He trashed his room. That's good.
But yeah, that's the thing.
There's-
Now we have a scene of the crime that is yet to be,
Recent.
cleaned,
Yeah, you could even
and
look
we
at the
have
body.
someone that is, even if he hasn't seen it,
I
we
mean-
have another witness.
I mean, No, I mean, I think that would be the least. The thing is, now we have the scene of the crime being not clean is not really the issue. The thing is, here we can actually probably find prints because he has.
I mean, that's what I mean by clean, Joe.
I'm
The other
actually
places
going
in a week,
to.
they're no longer valid places. This one,
I'm going
is-
to-
I can perform a fucking autopsy.
I'm going to alter the damage to the elf again real fast. I should probably
What
change
the
it to
fuck?
drow. Well, that's because I was thinking about how the guy would have acted. So my idea is he would have caved in the guy's skull and acted all mad and everything. But after the fact, he probably would have also just punched the corpse around. So I'm going to add and
multiple contusions.
multiple this could be contusions. I think contusions are something else.
Contusions is just basically like fucking fancy
Yeah, you're right.
for bruises.
Advanced
Yeah.
bruising.
And
Mhm.
multiple contusions to torso. That's it. You didn't tear off the armor or anything.
Just so I say, it's not the thing about cleaning. Is that many of the other sports were like stone and floor and shit. This is a building like probably wood and actual walls.
yes,
where
but
it's
even if
much more.
yes, but if it had been a week, it's still, unless they kept anyone from entering, it would still not be valid findings.
But we're not checking cream for prints. Like we're checking for like claw marks and like freaking people crushing a wall. It's not.
Yeah.
Where's the drunk?
You ran away.
Yeah, that was Ernie. When the guy skulked into the building, I said Ernie had like drunk too much and was using the table as like a bed. And he just
We
walked
don't
past
know
him.
that.
I mean,
Yeah,
he'll tell us
you're-
when we ask
sorry.
him.
That's him asking in character.
That's
My
me
bad.
asking in character. I cannot believe
After
We
the
are
double
all
tabled.
of you
table.
assholes.
Yeah.
We're tabled.
Yeah, we had
Why are
tabled
you
twice.
asking in character after the double table?
Of course, because it's a double table. That means it cancels it out.
I'm gonna fucking end you.
Yeah, can we throw a table through Pat? Alright,
Man,
so...
if we're
the other
table,
way
what the
around.
fuck are we
Not true,
talking about the crime scene?
Well, yeah, but we weren't talking in character,
Because
we
he
were just
put it.
talking
Because
about...
he wrote it down in the
Yeah,
details
I
of
was-
murder.
Okay, sorry, Pat. I just figured we would give you some information so that you guys can talk about it over the week.
Why do you gotta be like this to us?
Why you gotta be like this?
I didn't even do anything.
Because you're like
Jesus.
you are.
It all circles back to Velma.
Fucking god damn it!
Yeah,
Cough,
just
cough.
have a bunch of memes I didn't post, not freaking interrupt the flow.
Poor Ernie. Maybe he's going to miss his drow friend and will try and take up necromancy to bring him back.
Sure, man.
Don't- no.
Not something we have to deal with.
God, this
I mean,
image
they were
hurts me,
not
Joe.
friends. He was stealing from him.
The elf was letting him steal from him. Of course they were fucking friends. He willingly, didn't kick Ernie out, even though he knew that he was going to be robbed of, house and home. While Ernie was fucking gone.
Spooky month memes, I guess. Oh, okay, Joe's gone.
As I said, I have a bunch of them.
Hey, honestly, the homeless person, giving someone food thing, I hate that so much, because, the homeless, when, I was at college, I would be like, yeah, I can go buy you a sandwich. They're like, just give me $5, I'll buy what I want. I'm like, you tell me what you want, and I'll get it for you if it's not beer or drugs. They're like, well, I want beer. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not getting it to you then. The only person I ever like ended up doing that for was there was like a guy with no legs in like a funky wheelchair. He talked about how he was the pyrotechnics for like a rush and stuff. Like he was like he lost his legs in a pyrotechnics explosion for some band, and people would just stop by, give him like the ends of their weed blunts and cigarettes and stuff. I'm like, hey man, do you want me to like? They would get him beer too. And I'm like, hey man, do you want me to get you like some food to eat? And he's just like, I'm hungry. I'll take a beer. And after that, I was just like, oh well, I'm too young to buy a beer and everything. He's like, I'll screw on in, and he like fucking suffered like wheeling himself in to go get that beer. Because then like after that, I'm like, I guess I'll fucking just let him get the beer, man. Like fuck, I wanted to buy him like a 7-Eleven like sandwich or something because I don't want this man subsisting on fucking weed and beer cans, you know.
Yeah. Even I'm like,
But
man.
but man,
Just like,
that guy rolled his ass in to buy a fucking like $3 can of beer. So
No, hold up, guys. It's a dark beer.
So that counts
He'll
as a
be
meal.
fine.
yeah.
I knew it. I knew
He's
it.
got a
Pat was
lot
going
of
with that.
chewing to do.
But yeah, man, I hope that that poor dude is okay still, because like there's a lot of homeless people I saw that like when I was just walking home from like well, walking to the apartment. I was home at the time, I guess. But, like walking home from like classes after like I cooked or something, and I'm like bringing home like I had like a fucking meat dumpling, and I saw a dude like sleeping under an overpass. And he kind of like woke up as I was walking by. Like, do you have food? And I'm like, yeah. So I gave him the food I cooked that I was going to eat. He's just like, this is really good, man. What is this? And I'm like, it's like my guy Lao. It's like meat dumpling. It's like, cool. Can you make some more? I'm like, no, man. We make different stuff every day. You know, that was my dinner, but like, you need it more than me, honestly. Like, I have money to buy food. Like, I don't want to. Like, I just kept walking away from the dude while talking, but like, I can't just like, you know, it's not my money to give away, really. You know, that kind of fucking awkwardness. But then there were just the homeless people. Then there was the homeless people. Like when I walked across from like 7-Eleven, there was like beggars alley, like 20 homeless people holding their hands out to me, going, "Give me cash." And then I saw an old lady with a dog, and I was just like, "Okay, I'll just buy her a fucking sandwich, right? And I'll give it to her because she has a dog." And she's like, I saw someone give her food, and she gave it all to the dog instead of herself. And like, I kind of get that these people needed to, but they were asking for money, and she was just taking food. And I bought the fucking 7-Eleven sandwich. I gave it to her, and as I was walking away, some homeless dudes, like she was going to eat that one herself because she was feeding the dog before her. So I saw her like unwrap it, and she took a bite. I'm like, you enjoy that, and I walked off. And then I heard her scream because some of the homeless dudes started attacking her, and the dog was like so old and sad that it couldn't like fight for her, so it was just kind of like whimpering. And like the fucking 7-Eleven after that got a security guard to patrol the grounds after that. I know it's kind of a sad story. I'm just saying, like I've had my run-in with homeless people where like, in my experience, most of them seem to just want beer or money for drugs, and they get like incredibly violent about stuff. Which I gotta say, like, thank God I'm a fucking 6'3" like giant dude, because if any, I think that's why I might not have ever gotten attacked by a homeless man, because they would die.
I think Pedro can agree with me with this one. Most annoying beggar I've ever seen is one that goes on the metro and essentially starts he either is blind or pretends to be blind. Because to be honest, I don't really know. Like I've seen him walk in ways that I believe he's not blind, but it's kind of the thing where he goes on the metro and just starts.
Does he have a cane?
He has a cane, but he specifically uses the cane to do this kind of musical thing where he just starts tapping rhythmically and then start tapping on the fucking iron poles of the metro, and it's noise.
Okay.
Really, he's just making noise while asking people, and people pay for him to go away.
Ah, understandable.
I've never found one of those.
if he has a cane and he walks in a way where he avoids stuff, I can understand that if he walks through a certain area enough times, you learn where things are.
I mean, yeah, I've seen people that are not beggars with that who do probably because they always do the same course over the years. They
Unlike
already go in
me.
the way where they avoid most things.
Unlike me, who will stub their toe into the same desk corner, in the same spot for 20 years.
The reason I don't know is purely because he does this like in a moving metro, like without really using the pole for Asian. He's kind of just like using it really to make that noise. So I'm not sure, but that's not really up to me to decide.
I agree with the
judge.
paranoia, but I do want to say he might just be blind and he's just used to it.
Yeah.
But I agree with the
Hey.
paranoia, because there was a dude, again at the college, where he just walked up to me, was begging me for cash. He's like, I've been starving, I want to eat, I'm an aspiring rapper. I'm like, okay, and I see a hot dog place that I'm walking by, like, you know, like the old style hot dog place, like, it's near a football stadium or whatever the fuck. I never actually went over there, but it was like football or baseball or something. So there was like an old style hot dog like restaurant where you could get like a hot dog for like $2 or something. And I'm willing to pay $2 for this stranger if he says he hasn't eaten. I'll give him a hot dog. Fuck, I'll buy me a hot dog too while I'm at it. You know? Fat boy, I haven't eaten that day. And, you know, I would buy him a couple of hot dogs if he was really that hungry. But the man has the fucking gall to go, nah, man, I need you to give me like $20 because I'm a rapper, I'm worth it, I want to have like a steak dinner with a baked potato. I'm like, alright, well, I can't be doing that. And then he goes, alright, well, tell me your name. I'm like, David. And he goes, okay, I'm gonna make a rap about you, and if I don't fuck up, you gotta give me $20. And I say, alright, no. And he tries to do the rap anyways, and he fucks up on top of that. He's like, alright, but like, you got like I did pretty good for like, on the flow,
my buddy
though,
David,
right?
he's this Maven, or whatever, Haven.
He kind of did something like that, where he was just like, he did like a, you know, big guy, pretty fly, man known by as David, something, like he did another 2 rhymes, and then he went, yeah, okay, but like, that was pretty good though, right? I'm like, I'm not giving you $20, and he's just like, come on, dog, and he just followed me. I diverted my path from where I was going. I didn't want him to know where I lived. So I walked somewhere that I've never even been before. No, it wasn't, because I walked somewhere where I had never been before in the city. But I walked in that direction.
He doesn't know where you live, so.
Yeah, I know. But there were like 50 people there, like tourists. Like, apparently it was some like kind of like artsy park where there was like a big water structure wall thing that people went to. So I went somewhere. He's following me, talking. He made me smile when he went, man, like the fucking like attitude you have, it's like scary. And I smiled at that. It's like, you know, I'm like, he's like, no, man, you want to be like polite and make people come to you. I'm like, no, I like scary. And so I went into a 7-Eleven that I found over there, to which I'm like, I'll buy you a drink. Okay, how about that? And he goes, nah, man, like, buy yourself a drink and use your credit card to ask for $20 back. I'll wait out here. I'm like, okay. So I'm gonna go buy myself an Arizona tea. I told the cashiers, like, do you want money back? And I'm like, you tell that guy that you can't give money back, that it's broken, alright? Because I'm not doing that. He's like, do you want me to call the police? I'm like, if that's just an actual honest-to-God homeless man, then no, I don't want you to call the police on him. But she was looking at him like, I can call the police if you want. I'm like, just tell him that I can't give the money back. And I walk out, and he's like, where's the money? I'm like, oh, they can't do it. He's like, that's bullshit. And he goes, hey, can you give them money? And she went, no. And he went, I'm like, you can have this tea if you'd like, alright? But I gotta get it going, like, I can't give you money. And he's like, fucking fine, whatever. And he takes the tea, he opens up Arizona tea, takes one sip, and throws the can into the trash can. After that, which I wish his death. And then later that day, I saw him driving away in a Cadillac.
The motherfuckers really be doing that, David. That's how it be going.
I know, and I wish him a very merry death.
He probably
I
did
hope
so
someone.
in that Cadillac.
I hope someone sticks a potato up his Cadillac and it just fucking explodes. It's people like that are the fucking scum of the earth.
All right,
Just
guys.
go. No. Just take all the tomatoes you can and fit them up his tailpipe.
Okay, it's a different state entirely. Steven, you said you gotta go?
Yeah, because I gotta go get my glasses, many glasses.
Okay, yeah, understandable. We were just talking shit about like random strangers on the internet at this point. Before you go, Steven, will you be able to show up tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna be here tomorrow. Because today I just came from duty, so that's why the only reason I was like late here.
And then you got shot.
Do you think you'll be here for next Primus on time, more or less?
Yes, I should be.
Okay.
Shouldn't be
All right,
anything.
let's
There shouldn't be-
understand
unless something comes up, but I mean, like there shouldn't be anything. 'Cause I don't-
If something comes up, just tell us. But yeah, hopefully, if you're here on time, you'll be here for the full like investigation session thing. Maybe we can hit it out of the park and solve this murder mystery on that session.
Doubt it.
Just to piss Steven off a little bit. Okay, Niers, don't go too far.
Shut up.
I'm fucking. You know what, Joe? You know how? You know I can do this. Where's Joe on here? I still have control over this. And remove friends.
What the hell?
Block. There we go.
Okay.
Wow.
This is my favorite.
fucked up.
What we do every time on my server when someone does anything, I just send them a picture of like why are you banning this person? Because they're a fucker. It's all. Like, how dare you, Joe?
Here, can I?
Night.
Hold on. If I click kick Patty, it's not gonna just do it. It'll have a Y reason, right?
Okay, so it depends. It depends because sometimes the
don't
kick
do
does
this.
that. Don't do it, though. Don't do it.
Yeah, alright, because I don't see a ban option on him. I just see kick Patty. I think that just kicks him from the call, actually. Man, I don't know. I'm not here to fucking bully people other than Pat. So how do I do it again?
I'm not here to bully people other than Pat. I'm like, hey, yo.
Alright, I'll shut up. Have a nice night, Steven.
I can add friend nickname. Hold on, add friend nickname for Joe. That son of a bitch.
Oh, Pancake
Son
is
of
now a
bitch.
pumpkin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Steven, two can play it.
Does it actually? No, it doesn't even change. It doesn't change it.
Huh. Hey,
Oh, it's only visible to you in direct messages.
Oh.
So if I go to messages, there it is.
Oh, you know what? I know what you're talking about. I changed my friend's Surge's name to that because his actual name is something like ridiculous, like yeah, he names himself Pancake. Right now, at least. He used to be named after some other thing. The story of Surge is a story of 13-year-old me running a MapleStory guild, seeing him dressed up his character as with like dog ears and a monkey tail. Me going, "Are you a furry?" He's like, no, don't call me that. I hate that." I'm like, "What? You hate being called a furry?" And he's like, you got really upset. I'm like, "All right, I'm gonna keep calling you this." And now the man is a furry.
You helped him get out of the closet.
Of course he is.
I sure did.
You did. You Pavloved him. Why'd you do that?
I mean, sure, I Pavloved the dog into him, but do consider, but when he was like, "I'm not a furry," when he wrote stories, he was like, Surge was just your typical half wolf, half human, half monkey king.
Joe, I'll stab you.
So you still have Primate 1F Dog.
Two can play
Yeah.
this game, Steven.
And this is the fucking funniest thing, was when we had another person join us for the long term, and he's like, "This is my art." I'm like, "What, are you a furry?" He went, "Yeah." I'm like, "Alright." That was it. I didn't fucking make fun of him after that. Like, that guy.
You like, see, the thing was, David was never trying to make fun of you for being a furry. He was making fun of you because you didn't own it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you, a furry? Yeah, David's like, good, alright. Continue playing the game.
Fucking Chris, with all his, like, weeb tendencies, I should just be like, "What, are you gay?"
What are you gay?
I can't believe there's such like minor villains in real life, like the fucking Dice Man.
Oh,
The
Like,
Dice Man.
Yeah, I put it to Existential Crisis, like fucking guy just kitted out in like dice gear, goes enters in some discount dice and emits black fog. Like what the fuck?
Huh.
I don't think that one's real.
They whatchamacallit, David? They They fucking updated Dungeon Defenders. Like after all that time, they just all of a sudden updated
Yeah,
it.
I saw that too, and I couldn't find for the fuck of like what it was.
Patch 9.0. I'm like, holy fuck.
I'll tell you this:
did-
every time I update, like every time I start trying to mod and replace Skyrim, they fucking update it.
Well, Skyrim got
Why?
released again. So take that.
Oh, I
that
see the 9.0 update. See, when it updated earlier, Steven, there wasn't this news post.
Dude,
Huh.
it was yesterday.
Yeah, Joe, you can now play Skyrim on the
Well,
Switch.
yeah.
They did talk about it, public beta, but before then.
But yeah, but what I'm saying is when it updated and I saw the update thing, I'm like, sure, I'll click update on it. I was looking for what, and it wasn't there. It was September 20th is the most recent thing, but that's all fine. They have a thing now. What I've been doing is I've been playing Team Fortress because, Scream Fortress.
Oh, I forgot about that shit. I need to fucking update my shit. Fuck.
It's all good, Steven. You got like 20 days still.
What did you say, Pedro?
You can now play
Alright, I'll be back,
Skyrim on the
guys. Peace
Switch.
Alright. See ya, Steven.
Bye.
They released the anniversary version there.
I'm about to end the stream. Is there anything you guys want to say for one last thing? For like, cement it in the fucking
Still
analogs of
going
time?
on?
That drow was fucking asking for it now.
Yeah, the stream's still going on. I think the best part of the stream is when we fucking just shoot the shit.
Don't buy Skyrim again.
I'm not.
Todd is
Say
now
that to the
coming to your
stream.
location.
Why would I bother buying Skyrim on a console that I can't even
Ted.
mod?
Motherfucker, that wasn't for you.
That was for the stream.
That's just a general statement.
But I brought it up.
No,
You didn't
but
bring
then
up
I mentioned
Skyrim.
I
Alright. I'm gonna end the stream. Until next time!
next time.
I entirely did.